Okay, welcome everybody to the Americas region of the Big Baton Pass. As in years past, we are at that point of handing the baton over from the UK, Europe and Asia region with Ruth Barker over to the Americas region. I'm your host, Alan Hamilton, and I'll be taking you through the schedule of the Americas region for the next 8 hours. So as with our tradition now over the last 3 years, I'm going to bring Ruth over and we're going to officially she's going to hand over the baton to me. And let me just get this right. There we go.
Hi, Alan.
Hi, Ruth. So
we've had a fun 8 hours.
So we're just to let our audience know, this is the third leg of our Big Baton Pass. Started off 8 a.m. New Zealand time, New Zealand, Australia for 8 hours, and that was Haley and Russ. Handed over to you, Ruth. I think you started like 5 a.m. UK time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you've had your 8 hours, and now you're handing over to me for the last 8 hours of our 24-hour event. Maybe just give us a sense of how things have gone over your session. I think you were also involved in the UK, the New Zealand Australia one as well, right?
Yeah. So we picked up the baton from Russ just over 8 hours ago now, and we have had a really packed schedule. So we started looking at what pulmonary rehab looked around the world. So we heard from Uganda, we had videos from different places. We've heard from Leuven in Belgium about what their rehab program looks like. We have touched on the topics of what good COPD care looks like, and we've had conversations around the British Thoracic Society clinical statement on pulmonary rehab, and we have had a look at we've had to think about what good COPD care feels like. So patients sharing their thoughts and feelings about it's not just a tick box exercise providing care to someone. It's kind of making sure that what people feel and need from their care is also being delivered. We've looked at dysfunctional breathing and breathing pattern disorders. We have looked at different ways to be active and maintain levels of activity once you complete a pulmonary rehab program. We've had nursing students in the gym here doing a live dance session. We've had people in the gym doing a live yoga session. We've had live singing for breathing, harmonicas for lung health. We've been dashing between rooms so that we can make sure everybody's brought into the different parts of the event. It's been such a good 8 hours, and it really feels like we've connected with so many different groups. So I finished the last 8 hours, probably should be feeling really tired, but just feeling really energized by how many people are involved in today, and how much it feels like we're kind of raising the awareness of COPD through our event today. So Alan,
that's wonderful, Ruth, and handing over the baton to me, and I'll try to take us down the home stretch to the finish line for the last 8 hours. Now, I think one really important thing, and Russ has just joined us. Hi, Russ. And I don't know if either of you have got any sleep, but you're really going for the marathon today. One of the really important things about this event this year is the step challenge, which is the spine that's going through our full 24 hours. So just before we actually get on to the formal schedule for the Americas region, maybe Russ, you can just give us a little bit of an update on where we are with the step challenge.
I can, Alan, and the pressure is all on you, my friend. We are 2/3 of the way through, and we are 2/3 of our way to our target of 1 million. So we're sitting, I think, now at roughly around 640,000. The steps are refreshing quite quickly. So people, I think, are either coming home from work or getting up in the morning, depending on where they are, and they're getting their steps in. We've got a number of people who have hit the 20,000 steps plus. I thought I was being really clever doing 22,000 steps, and people have just gone straight past me. So there you go. Good for them. That's what we want.
Yeah, and I feel I feel like in true relay fashion, I feel like I'm on the anchor leg here, and I'm taking us down towards the finish line. So great start. It looks like we're right where we wanted to be, and now we just got to see us through to the finish line to hit that million steps over the 24 hours. So that's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Now, We got a really busy 8 hours coming up. So I think thanks for handing over the baton to me. Now you two, I think we're gonna see you during the day. I think giving us some of the updates to the step challenge. I think Russ, as should be, you're a constant theme throughout this with interviews and chats and things. So thanks for handing over the baton. I'm going to now. We've got just a welcoming video by my good friend Kristen Willard, which will basically tee up the day for you. So thanks, Ruth, and thanks, Russ.
Cool.
And let me just get back. There we go. Little technical issues there. Okay, so just to tee up the Americas region. As I said, my good friend Americas region is Canada, US, and South America. So we'll have some content in Portuguese and Spanish, and some subtitles along the way where we've got some English content. So without further ado, I'm going to now start the first video.
Good morning. I'm Kristen Willard with GAP, and welcome to the Big Baton Pass 2025 Americas region. Whether you're living with COPD, caring for someone who is, or treating patients in your practice, today is World COPD Day. Today is your day. We're kicking off with something really special, hearing from Russ Winwood, an inspiring person living with COPD, who went from setting small, achievable goals of activity goals to running marathons. Yes, can you believe that? Marathons. If that doesn't prove what's possible, I don't know what does. Then get ready for a deep dive into pulmonary rehabilitation. We sometimes call it PR or pulmonary rehab. That's the gold standard for improving quality of life with COPD. We're going to cover the science behind exercise training and being active. We'll share real patient success stories, innovative tele-PR programs, and how to transition successfully from formal PR programs into sustainable exercise and activity goals. But it's not only lectures. We're bringing you live chats and the chance to ask your questions of our expert panel. You'll experience harmonicas for help. You're going to step virtually with the Keep Breathers community. Try chair yoga and meet others in the COPD community by joining live patient discussions about exercise, physical activity, and living well with COPD. The bottom line, today is absolutely packed with useful strategies and resources, real inspiration, and proof that any activity counts and any goal matters. So grab a healthy drink of choice, your comfortable shoes, and get ready for a day of learning, moving, and breathing better together. Welcome to Big Baton Pass 2025. Let's do this.
Well, thanks for Kristen for that really wonderful event, showing us what's coming on today. I'm just going to show a little bit of what's coming on this morning. So I'll show the morning session, a little bit of an agenda for the morning session, and then when we get to the afternoon session, I'll show what's coming up in the afternoon. So let me just bring up the morning session slide. There we go. So we've passed over the baton. Coming up right now is a conversation between Joe Morrison, Russ Winwood, and Melissa Ext, the patient view on getting active with COPD. We're then going to move into a segment of the which I'm really excited about. It's all everything you want to know about pulmonary rehab, and it's actually sponsored by the American Thoracic Society Pulmonary Rehab Assembly, and that'll be a 2.5-hour block. We'll then move into a session sponsored by the COPD Foundation called Harmonicas for Health, and that'll be a live session. We'll then come up to Canada, actually, with Lisa Dow and her Keep Breathers. and hear from Lisa in discussion with her Keep Breathers patients. And then we'll move into another section by Gap, a number of videos with the title Any Activity Counts. And that content will be in English, but Spanish and Portuguese. So with that, I will now start the first session. There we go. As I said, so the first video we have is a conversation between Joe Morrison. Joe Morrison is the head of patient organization known as Right to Breathe, and he has put together a wonderful chat with Russ Winwood, a COPD athlete who you just met a few minutes ago, and another wonderful patient advocate, Melissa Ext. So without further ado, I will now start that video.
Welcome, everybody, to the North and South American time for the Big Baton Pass here on World COPD Day. My name is Joe Morrison, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Right to Breathe, and very excited to be a part of this amazing day where globally we are encouraging people living with COPD to get active, put some movement into their day, and really work on improving their quality of life through exercise, which is one of the best things you can do for COPD. So I would love to bring in, to kick off the US portion of the day here, my good friend Russell Winwood, the COPD athlete who is the founder of the Big Baton Pass, and really get the day started. So welcome, Russ.
And hey, presto, Joe, here I am.
Just like magic. It's really, really exciting, as I said, to be a part of this. And really, this is year number 3 for the Big Baton Pass. And one of the amazing things, Russ, is your inspiration for starting this, as well as your journey with COPD and the things that through exercise you've been able to accomplish. So I'd really love for you to share your story here with some of the folks to really talk about the background as to what inspired the Big Baton Pass and what's inspired your journey.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. And firstly, I am a co-founder. So myself and Dr. Bruce Barker from the UK, we stumbled across this idea through a lot of back and forth chat. So my story, I was diagnosed with severe COPD back in 2011, so it's 14 years ago now. And I guess back then when I received my diagnosis, things didn't look so good. It wasn't a good prognosis. I was told I'd need a double lung transplant within 5 years, and that 60 would be a good target for me to get to as far as age-wise. Touch wood, I'm 60 next year, so let's hope the wheels don't fall off the wagon, so to speak.
That's right.
For me, yeah, my journey's always been about exercise and activity. I learned fairly early on that it was going to be the one thing, obviously apart from my medications, that was going to help with my disease. So I started off like a lot of patients, my journey to exercise. It was very slow. It was a gradual progress. So I always say like small building blocks, and you build that big foundation, and that's what my exercise looked like. Back then, I would go to work for a couple of hours a day, and then I'd have to come home and sleep for the rest of the day because just the cost of breathing was exhausting. And any patients who are watching this now would know exactly what I'm talking about. So the downside of exercise is it makes you breathless. So why would you want to do something that's going to make you more breathless than you already are? It'll make you feel better.
exercise is definitely medicine. So for me, over the years, that consistent exercise has allowed me to achieve things that I never thought possible when I was first diagnosed. And, we're here 14 years later. I've been fortunate enough to run over 15 marathons, compete in Ironman events. I've finished the World Marathon Majors, and all that has its roots in those small building blocks many years ago.
That's
And
absolutely
so,
crazy.
what did they?
I have a question. So if just so people can understand, severe COPD when you were diagnosed 14 years ago, what does that mean as far as lung function, as far as a percentage of what you would expect an average person of your age and as well as lung function is determined by a lot of different things, right? Including age and sex and weight. But what does that mean, severe COPD? So some of the folks can maybe who don't know would understand what that means.
So severe in my case was an FEV1, so that's our lung function, of 22% was my first spirometry test. So that's my lung function was 22% of the predicted value of a person for my age, height, so forth. Back then we used different terminology. So back then it was called end stage COPD. And fortunately nowadays we've moved away from that sort of terminology.
Yeah, it could be misleading. So it's incredible to think of what you've been able to accomplish, and part of that comes as a result of what you were saying before, those building blocks and how you started small and through consistent effort you've been able to build to the point where you're at now.
Absolutely. And for me, those small building blocks were just a very slow walk around the block. But I think looking back now, what was important is that I didn't do it once a week or twice a week. I did it every day. And, unless I was having an exacerbation, that's what I would be doing. I'd be walking around the block. And then from there, I'd walk around 2 blocks and I'd walk a bit faster. So as my body adjusted to this new paradigm of not being able to breathe terribly well, I was able to do more. And, people say to me, and they certainly said it back then, COPD patients don't run marathons. Well, they do, and I'm not the only one. There's others with COPD who also run marathons. And I think that's the thing for patients, especially if you're newly diagnosed, to think about is we get a diagnosis, but you can't judge a patient by their numbers. It gives us an idea of where we start and what we've got to deal with, but you can't measure willpower, you can't measure determination, and they go a long way into managing this disease.
Absolutely. And the most important thing I want people to know, and with the message of Right to Breathe, we want people to know there's hope, there's help, and there are other people that are fighting that same fight, and to really be able to find a sense of community that exists, and that when folks are newly diagnosed, that, like you said, those numbers that you're seeing now does not mean it has to stay that way. And the best way to do that is, yeah, of course, you need to be compliant with medications and nutrition, but it's through exercise that you're going to get the biggest gains.
Absolutely. And, some people in the audience may be asking now, well, what's your FEV1 now? And exercise can improve your numbers. So these days I hover around the 35% is my FEV1. And I know that wouldn't have happened without exercise.
Absolutely. It's amazing.
So we have another friend of ours, Joe, that we might bring in about now.
Excellent. I'm excited to bring in our mutual friend here in the States, Melissa Eggs. Melissa, another person living with COPD and has an incredible story of her own. Great to see you, Melissa. I'm glad you could join us.
Hi, how are you?
Excellent, excellent. So we would love to for you to share with the folks here a little bit about your journey and your involvement here with the Big Baton Pass.
Well, unlike many people, my lung problem started when I was 3, and I got a killer case of pneumonia and influenza that destroyed my right lung. I was in the hospital in the fall and through Christmas and came home around Easter, and my mom actually held the Christmas tree and everything for me because she didn't want to have Christmas without her baby.
Aw.
So, and the reason I was sent home was the doctor said, well, if there's nothing more we can do for her, send her home. If she doesn't die, bring her back. So, so that's where it all started.
Wow.
But I agree with everyone else that the pulmonary rehabilitation and the exercise has really been the key to being able to do more in your life and keep your lifestyle going. And like everyone else, sometimes you don't feel very well, and sometimes you feel better and you do better. And the key is really consistency.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So what was the key really as you were growing up in order to first of all survive?
Yeah,
Because goodness, that's just an incredibly difficult start to your
yeah,
journey.
yeah. I could never breathe. And it was tough because you're always the one, everyone's walking in a group, you're teenagers, and you just gradually sort of fall out of the group. Or you're in gym class and I'm constantly stopping to tie my shoes when I'm really just trying to catch my breath. So
Yeah.
even before I used oxygen, I just never really could breathe. And now I know the correct terminology is it was more of an invisible illness. But after the last pneumonia, about 2017, I did land on oxygen, and my invisible illness became very visible. And the key really is, even though I could not breathe when I was younger, I grew up in a large family and there was no mercy. It was, oh, you can't breathe. We're going camping anyway. Get in the boat. You know, you're
Yeah.
biking with your sisters. You want to keep up. So, so in that sense, I was never taught to be any different. And I think that's actually a good mindset now. If you sit at home and you think, I can't do anything, then you can't, So I think that interior motivation is something that you need, whether you get it from yourself or the desire to go out and walk around the grocery store or like you said, your community. And I think when you're dealing with illness of this severity, the community is really, really important. I've gotten quite a bit out of your organization, Right to Breathe, and also the COPD Baton Pass. And I think that people working together makes everything better.
Absolutely. I think and something you touched on there, which is something that we try to share, which is doing things, getting out and doing things that you love to do is so important. Russ, I think in the very beginning, I mean, I don't know that you had a desire to run marathons in the beginning, but I would guess I would want to know, is that something that helps? Is it the love you have for the end result? Is it the love of doing it? Is it all the above? And same thing with you, Melissa. Early on, and even now, as you guys are going through and working through the breathing challenges that you both have, what is the impact of doing what you love to do, and how does that inspire and motivate you?
Well,
I
I think,
think, sorry, you go first, Melissa.
I'm sorry. I think if you have hope and you have the hope and belief that you could possibly do what you want to do, and have something approaching a normalized lifestyle with travel and seeing friends and walking around a shopping mall, people will do a lot for hope. They'll do a lot for a family member. Whatever motivates you, you have to dig in and pull on that string to keep you moving forward.
I think it was interesting what Melissa said before about when she was growing up, that her family didn't give her any excuses. We're still doing this, we're still doing that. And I think that's really important. And it's a conversation I have with my own family. When I was first diagnosed, I don't want you to treat me any different. I just want to live my life. And yes, it's going to be a little bit harder than what it was before, but I still want to live my life. And I think that's a really valuable thing to embrace, that yes, we've got this disease, but we're not going to let it hold us back. For me, you're right, Joe. Did I wake up one day and want to do marathons? Not really. I think COPD has sparked a desire to experience challenges. I mean, living with COPD is a challenge. Not that I enjoy it, but running marathons is a challenge. And so there's two things with me running is, one, it obviously keeps me fit and keeps my disease in check. But it also, I have a collection of medals behind me, and those medals show that I'm managing my disease well, because if I wasn't, I wouldn't be collecting them.
Yes.
So it's nice to have shiny things on the wall, but there's a real meaning behind them. And
Yeah.
I think, we've got to keep living our life, and, not using COPD as an excuse, but finding ways that we can still have our fun and do the things we want to do while we live with this disease.
I agree that it's not an excuse, but there are times you feel better and worse. And when you go through a period of time where you don't feel well, it could get very easy to sit on the couch and not get up again. And I think anyone who's facing this disease and working their way through it also has to kind of forgive themselves for when they don't do well and they're not exercising, because that's part of getting back up on the treadmill. I know myself, I go up and down in my exercise goals. I have a lot of asthma, so that doesn't, when you're battling everything else plus asthma, it's very hard to exercise. And I'm coming off of a month or so of asthma. So I did sit down, and now I'm getting back on the treadmill, and it's a little bit harder. But I have goals, and I have hope, and I've got community, and all of that really helps people to do the pulmonary rehabilitation, to do the exercise, and have a purpose in their life.
That's awesome.
It's a good point. It's a good point, Melissa, because what I didn't, and you alluded to it, if you're not feeling well, that's not the time to exercise. If you're having an exacerbation, that's not the time to exercise. And you're right, you do need to allow yourself time to recover so you can get the most out of what you've got.
Yeah, I never want people to think that this is easy or they're somehow failing because they didn't exercise this week. It's not easy. And any day that you get up and you move, fantastic. Walk out to your mailbox. Walk over, see a friend. Go through Walmart. It's all good. You do what you can do, and you try and do a little better next time. and you can forgive yourself if you slip. I know my daughter deals with a lot of perfectionism issues, and people who have perfection issues or anxiety about their COPD, it would be very easy to sit down and not get back up. And I just would love people to know that you can do it. And even if you don't do it every day, you can still get up tomorrow and do it.
Absolutely.
Well said, and really an important point there, right? Is knowing yourself, providing a little bit of balance, and those days when you need time and recovery time, that you take it, and there's that balance between, no excuses, and don't allow yourself to get lazy, but when you're really not feeling well, to respect that, and to give yourself some grace,
Right.
to be able
Right.
to give yourself that time to recover. It's such a smart thing, and there's a balance there. But the key also then is to, as you also said, get back up on that horse and ride as soon as you can. You may have to push yourself a little, but knowing where that line is real important. Russ, your improvements were by pushing and doing a little more and a little more when you're feeling good, and allowing yourself
Yeah,
to recover when you're not feeling good. So it's key.
I find
absolutely.
it pretty helpful to have goals too. Like
Yes.
not just, today I'm going half a mile, tomorrow I'm going, 3/4 of a mile on my treadmill. But I think for me, like if I have a trip scheduled and I know I have to walk through the airport, I start months in advance getting on my treadmill, working a lot harder so I can do that. And right now, my goal for next year are walkathons. There's quite a few organizations in the summer and fall that have like a 1 mile or 1 kilometer walkathon. And so my goal to help me keep myself exercising through the winter when you can't be outside, or maybe you can't go to a gym because you don't want to get a cold, is to exercise on my treadmill and do a couple walkathons next summer.
Good
Fantastic.
plan. Goals are absolutely important in managing this disease, no matter what they are.
Yeah, it's part of our mission there at Right to Breathe, is empowering folks to do the things they love to do, and through goals is how you do that, as you guys both said very well. So very important to do that, and the why behind the what. Why are you going to be on that treadmill? Well, like you said, Melissa, walkathons. Russ, why are you working so hard to continue running? Well, to be able to do the things that you love to do, and to keep your disease in check, so that when time comes to do a family activity, or whether it's an outdoor activity that you want to do, that you have the stamina to be able to go ahead and do it. So I encourage folks at home to think about what it is they really love to do, and all right, you may have to do it in a modified manner, but if you do commit yourself to that exercise and that daily practice as much as you can, to having some movement, and even on days when you don't feel as great, to even do some at whatever level you can. And Melissa, like you said, to provide that level of grace, because on the days where maybe you're not feeling 100%, but you're not feeling bad enough to not do it, to go ahead and exercise at some level, so that you don't necessarily go backwards. So it's knowing yourself, and knowing when to say when, and don't push yourself into a position of getting sick through exhaustion, but pushing yourself when you need to, right? And so that's part of the journey, is learning where that line is, so but very well said by both of you.
Absolutely. And I think Joe, I imagine Alan by now would be saying, I wish these guys would get off, because we've got to get this Baton Pass Day on the road.
I think it's about time we kick off the rest of the day. Really thank both of you for sharing your stories, and willing to let other folks know that you can overcome this disease, and you can still live a good life, and really do the things you love to do. It's going to take work and effort, but you guys have both proven that it's possible. So with that, we should probably kick off to the next section and get the rest of the day started.
I think I'll
Thank
hand the baton to Alan right now.
So what a wonderful way to kick off our America's region of the Big Baton Pass today, and really to hear from the words of Joe, and especially from Russ and Melissa, and how they have found a way to stay active with their COPD. That's really the such a central theme of the content that we have today. The other thing that I really want to emphasize is the degree of patient involvement we've had in organizing this event today. And you'll be hearing from Joe, you'll be hearing from Russ, and you'll be hearing from Melissa throughout the day, as well as a number of other patients. And in fact, at the end of the day, we're kind of bookending the day with the patient voice, starting off with the patient voice, and the Joe and his Right to Breathe organization will be having a patient coffee hour at the end of the day, which is the way that we're bringing everything together and finishing the day. The other point about the patients, what we really wanted to do is we wanted to acknowledge some of the wonderful patient advocacy champions that we've had the pleasure to interact with over the years. And so the next part here is, which I'll just bring up the little slide here. Let me just make sure I get the right one. I've got to change the layout. Look at this. Okay. Let me see if that works. Okay. Okay, so we're actually, so throughout the day, we've got a few videos, and these tributes to patient advocacy champions. These are sponsored by the COPD Foundation and Right to Breathe. And we've put together a few short videos just to acknowledge a number of wonderful patient advocacy champions that we've had the pleasure to interact with over the years. And so the first two that we're going to be hearing from, so one champion is John Walsh, who, and some of these are in memoriam, and John unfortunately passed away a few years ago. And the other one is Phyllis DiLorenzo. So we're just going to show a couple of short videos to pay tribute to these wonderful patient advocacy champions.
It's no exaggeration to say we would not be nearly as far along with our understanding of COPD today if not for the efforts of John Walsh. Many knew John as the impatient patient because he was always seeking to get more done more quickly, and boy did he get a lot done. From starting the foundation itself to helping start up our journal to efforts like our original mobile spirometry unit, the Drive for COPD campaign, helping to start the Congressional COPD Caucus, to research efforts like the COPD Biomarkers Qualification Consortium, helping get the COPD gene longitudinal study off the ground, our patient-powered research network, which allows people living with COPD a chance to have input on outcomes that are important to them, to COPD 360 Social, the world's first COPD-specific social network. John was always seeking to get more done for the COPD community, and we at the Foundation are very proud to continue his efforts 20 years on, and hopefully one day get to the point where we reach his ultimate goal to have a cure. It's no exaggeration to say we would not be nearly as far along.
Hey everybody, Joe Morrison here from Right to Breathe. And I am really excited to honor a really fantastic COPD advocate, Miss Phyllis DiLorenzo. Phyllis is an amazing member of the COPD community. She's an example of someone who has really worked hard to educate herself and stay active in order to live her best life with COPD. She's also really great about sharing what she's learned with others in various ways, not only in the Right to Breathe support group, but also by participating in panel discussions and traveling to different locations to help other people learn about what it's like to live with COPD, not just other patients, but even pharmaceutical companies and different medical device companies so that they can better serve the COPD community. Phyllis is also the New Jersey State Captain for the COPD Foundation, and she spends a lot of time really helping the foundation find other people that are living with COPD in order to help them. So thank you, Phyllis, for what you do for the COPD community. You're an amazing advocate, and I'm glad to call you a friend.
So thanks so much, Mike Hess from the COPD Foundation and Joe Morrison from Right to Breathe for those wonderful tributes to wonderful patient advocacy champions, John Walsh and Phyllis DiLorenzo. And we'll be hearing of other tributes as we move throughout the day. So now we're going to switch over to the pulmonary rehab portion of the day, and I'll just bring up the slide to introduce this. Just see where we are. Here we go. So this next section, it's a long section. We're about next 2.5 hours. We'll be getting to know pulmonary rehab, and this part of the Big Baton Pass Americas is sponsored by the American Thoracic Society Pulmonary Rehab Assembly, and many of the contributions are coming from Pulmonary Rehab Assembly members. So let's just give you a high-level overview. We'll be starting off with some videos about presentations about pulmonary rehab essentials. We'll be then moving into different types of pulmonary rehab programs. Very importantly, we'll be hearing about, from the patient perspective, the value that the patients have found, those who have gone through pulmonary rehab. We'll then be having a panel discussion that should be coming about 10:30, a live panel discussion talking about quality assurance as we move into the modern era of pulmonary rehab. And then we'll be finishing off with Lauren Eggert, who will be giving some concluding remarks on the future of pulmonary rehab. So with that, we're now going to go into the first part, which is a few videos now on the essentials of pulmonary rehab. And to start things off, I'm actually going to have to if you'll just give me a moment, I will need to bring those over. So if you'll just give me one moment. Sorry, here's a little bit of a technical issue because I didn't bring it over. Let me see. Okay, this is where we're actually going to just do one of our be right backs because I just need to find the video. Sorry, just give me one moment. Here we go. Found it. Okay. So we just have, first of all, we're going to just have a There we go. So we're just going to have an introduction of this section by Angela Burge, and I will play that now.
Hello, welcome to this session for World COPD Day's Big Baton Pass. My name is Angela Burge. I'm a physiotherapist and researcher from Melbourne, Australia. COPD is a universal challenge. It affects everyone in a different way, but today we are unified for a common cause. I work with people with COPD, but the impact of COPD is also personal for me. Both of my grandfathers had COPD and my grandmothers cared for them. I'm delighted to be here to explain what pulmonary rehabilitation is and introduce you to our world-class lineup of speakers. The official definition of pulmonary rehabilitation is a comprehensive intervention based on thorough patient assessment, followed by patient-tailored therapies that include but are not limited to exercise training, education and behaviour change, designed to improve the physical and psychological condition of people with chronic respiratory disease and to promote the long-term adherence to health-enhancing behaviours. There are different ways to complete pulmonary rehabilitation, but traditionally people have gone to a healthcare centre for 2 or 3 group sessions each week for 8 weeks or longer. Depending where you live, there are other options, but regardless of the location, a pulmonary rehabilitation program must include an initial appointment at a healthcare centre for an assessment of exercise capacity and symptoms, but also of how COPD affects someone's life, as this is different for everybody. Exercise training must include both endurance and strength training. Depending on the type of program, endurance training might involve walking or using an exercise bike. Strength training might use hand weights or resistance bands and straightforward exercises like sit to stand. Because everyone is different and COPD affects people in lots of different ways, it's very important that the exercise is prescribed for each person and then progressed as they improve during the program. This might mean working a bit harder or for a bit longer, but everyone needs to progress at their own individual pace. Changes to improve health aren't always easy, so healthcare professionals need to have specific training and experience to help people with COPD maximise and maintain the benefits of a pulmonary rehabilitation program through education, self-management training and support. We're very fortunate to have some experts ready to tell us about these essential components of pulmonary rehabilitation. Brian Ross to talk about exercise training, Jean Bobo and Maria Sedano, self-management education, and Roberto Benzo and Maria Benzo to talk about behaviour change. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stan. I'm a graduate student at McGill University in the Division of Clinical and Translational Medicine. I'm supervised by Dr. Brian Ross, who is a respirologist specializing in COPD and pulmonary rehab. And today it's both an honor and privilege on World COPD Day for the Big Baton Pass to be talking about exercise training as a physical training stimulus for patients with COPD. Before I go any further, bienvenue à Montréal, Canada. Welcome to Montreal, Canada. Right now, I'm located in the Montreal Chest Institute of the McGill University Health Center, and my work with Dr. Ross goes to the Research Institute of McGill University Health Center, and we're interested in maximizing the adaptation from exercise training and also how to make exercise easier for patients with COPD. So why is exercise training important for patients with COPD? To answer that question, we need to think back about why do we breathe in the first place? And really that's because of effort. We breathe in response to effort. Usually that's with physical activity, whether that is exercise or some daily tasks. So some examples might include doing your groceries at the grocery store, doing our laundry, taking the stairs, or walking on a flat surface. These are all activities that require effort, and as a result of effort, we breathe and we might feel short of breath, usually more so if it's a harder activity. So if we want to make breathing easier for patients with COPD, we need to make effort easier and more efficient. To elaborate further on that idea, when we use our muscles for a given effort, our muscles produce waste products, and those waste products have to go somewhere. In fact, they're actually breathed off through breathing. And unfortunately, patients with COPD, muscles tend to have lower muscle strength and lower energy capacity, which means they tend to not last as long for a given amount of activity. That means that more waste products accumulate for a given amount of effort, and as a result, for a given amount of effort, their breathing has to increase a lot more to remove those waste products. And because the breathing is so much faster, there's actually a lot less room to breathe. And that makes patients with COPD out of breath, and it causes that sensation of breathlessness. The good thing is that exercise training makes effort easier because exercise training decreases waste products, it increases muscle strength, it decreases muscle fatigue, as in how tired the muscles get, and it increases the energy capacity of the muscles. It makes them last a bit longer, or a lot longer actually. And today I'm going to be talking about two different kinds of exercise training mainly. The first being endurance training, so exercise that lasts a bit longer, at least 10 minutes ideally. And that could be on a treadmill or a bike, for example. And strength training, which you might use dumbbells or machines that you might find in a community or building gym. So how does endurance training help patients with COPD? Well, let's go through an example. Let's say you're enrolled in a pulmonary rehab program, and in your first week, you maybe do 10 minutes of endurance exercise per session. Then maybe by week 2, you're doing maybe 12 minutes of endurance exercise per session. And maybe at week 3, you're able to do 14 minutes of endurance exercise per session. Between each of those sessions, with rest and ideally proper sleep and nutrition, the muscles will actually start adapting because of the exercise that you're doing. And that'll improve the muscle energy capacity, so they'll last longer. And that's really because the muscle will have more proteins to produce energy over time. So not only does endurance training expose someone more to breathlessness and make someone with COPD feel a bit more comfortable with breathlessness, as well as making them feel a bit more efficient with their movements, but actually endurance training improves the energy capacity of the muscle, and by improving the amount of energy proteins to produce energy for the muscle to do tasks. It then decreases the amount of waste products that are produced, which means that breathing can slow down, and that means there's actually more room to breathe, which means that patients with COPD will feel less breathless. On top of all of that, muscles will develop less fatigue over time, and that'll help further as exercise training continues throughout a pulmonary rehab program and afterwards. So in simpler terms, endurance training makes the muscles more efficient for a given effort because now it's going to be producing less waste products, and that means it'll change the breathing pattern in a way that makes patients with COPD less breathless. On top of that, when endurance training is continued for long enough, it'll actually start making changes in a positive way for the heart and cardiovascular system or heart system. What actually happens is that the heart becomes more efficient, so it'll pump more blood for a given heartbeat, and there's going to be more blood flow overall. That means that more oxygen can be used by the muscles and that more waste products are going to get removed. And those both also contribute to feeling less short of breath. Now I'm going to talk a bit about strength training. Again, that can be with dumbbells or machines or body weight or resistance bands. And any kind of strength training is going to be helpful in producing more muscle mass, giving more energy capacity, as in the muscles, again, are going to last longer, and also more muscle strength. And that's especially important because some tasks and some activities aren't going to be super long. So you're going to want to have stronger muscles to, say, take the clothes out of the dryer. And all three of those things, so muscle mass, muscle energy capacity, and muscle strength, lead to muscles being more efficient, which means that effort is more efficient and easier. And just like with endurance training, that means less waste products are produced. And also, the sensitivity to those waste products is actually lower. So the body reacts a little less to those waste products, which means that you're going to feel less out of breath, and there's less breathing that is going to occur as a response to those waste products. You might have also noticed that these benefits are quite similar, and actually, by doing both, there's going to be a benefit for both. Strength training in particular has been found to make endurance training easier. Some practical recommendations I just wanted to give as someone with a background in exercise studies is just some questions that are common. So, should I exercise on a bike or a treadmill? And my answer to that is the best exercise is the one you actually enjoy. If you really don't like biking, you don't like the bike seat, but you do enjoy walking, then a treadmill might be best for you. Or maybe you don't like being on a treadmill, and maybe a bike's more comfortable. It's easier to watch something at the same time. Maybe you should go on a bike. If you like rowing, that might be an option for you. Whatever aerobic exercise that you can continue for an extended period of time that you enjoy most is going to be best for doing endurance training, because you'll be able to stick with it longer. And if you stick with it longer, that's how you're going to see the most benefits and keep the most of the benefits. Another common question is, should I do both endurance training and strength training? And my answer is a resounding yes, because they're both different kinds of exercise that will train the muscles, but in different ways that are complementary to each other. So they're going to help each other out. And if you've done both of those things, if you have some kind of program that includes both strength training and endurance training, and you've chosen exercise that you feel you're going to be able to stick with for a long time, then the last things I want to say is that try to do maybe a little more each session, whether that's 1 more minute on the treadmill, 2 more minutes on the treadmill, or even just 30 seconds. Or with strength exercises, maybe that means doing 1 more body weight squat, or doing another rep of a bicep exercise. But it's also normal if that progress is not completely constant, because really the important thing is, if you're going over time and you're making these changes to your lifestyle that help you exercise longer, then it's okay if it's not a straight line in terms of your progress. And that's completely true whether you're someone with COPD or you don't. We all have worse days for exercise and we all have setbacks, but the important thing is that we're able to continue afterwards. So in summary, we breathe in response to effort, and exercise training makes effort easier and more efficient. Endurance training helps muscle last longer by producing more proteins, and eventually makes the heart and heart system more efficient. Strength training will increase muscle mass, and muscle strength also make muscle more efficient. Doing both is really important. And choose exercises you will stick with, feel comfortable doing a little more of over time. So thank you for listening. Again, it's been an honor and a privilege to present on World COPD Day for the Big Baton Pass, and I'm happy to pass the baton over.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maria Sedeno, Executive Director of Respirate Plus, a Canadian nonprofit dedicated to helping people live better with lung diseases, such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. Today, I have the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Jean Bourbon, a world-renowned expert in COPD, pulmonary rehabilitation, and self-management education. Together, and supported by many healthcare professionals taking care of COPD, we created the Living Well with COPD program back in 1998, which has empowered hundreds of thousands of patients worldwide to take charge of their health. We want to start with one of the pain points for many patients and professionals. So, patients often tell us, "I'm tired of being told what to do." And professionals tell us, "I spend so much time explaining, but my patients still don't follow through." Sometimes they nod in agreement, but then they go home and do something else. This gap between advice given and behavior in real life is frustrating for everyone. That's what we're going to talk about today. Why this happens, and how self-management education can change the story and is needed in our care to patients and as part of pulmonary rehabilitation in COPD. Dr. Bourbeau, you've seen this dynamic going on for many years. Why do patients often resist advice?
Thank you, Maria. This is great to have this opportunity to discuss about this important topic of education aiming at self-management, behavior change in our practice or also as part of pulmonary rehab. Nobody wants to be told what to do. Living with a chronic disease already feel like losing control. When advice is delivered to the patient, very often the patient will kind of shut down. They may smile politely, but inside they think you don't live in my body. You don't know what it's like. I am the one who know because I live in the day after day with this chronic condition, COPD.
Absolutely. And for healthcare professionals, it's equally discouraging. They feel like they've tried everything: education sessions, handouts, reminders, and yet the behavior doesn't change. Why do you think is that?
You know, the LCAP professional is the expert at the learning from the disease. Having the knowledge sometimes bring us as a professional. Obviously, we want to help, but many are trained to deliver medical information, like we would do in a talk. Although it is necessary to build understanding, when patients don't follow through, they assume the person is not motivated. That's often what we think. In reality, the problem may be in large part communication. Patient may not feel safe to say, I'm scared, or I don't believe this will help or be my priority, or the priority may be something else. They just nod and leave, and the real conversation never happens.
And so the real issue isn't only the lack of information, it's the lack of connection to the patient needs, their goals and objectives. Patient intrinsic motivation, or human intrinsic motivation, starts when you identify something important that you want to improve on your life.
Exactly. You're hitting a very important point. When we're talking of self-management education, it's not about knowledge. It's about creating a connection. And that connection will start with the listening, understanding what matters to the patient. This is how you can build and recognize what is the intrinsic motivation that the patient has, the reason why the patient will do it. Okay, and what obstacle the patient may face, the fear that the patient may have on a day-to-day basis. When we understand that, we can educate it in a way that feels relevant, meaningful, and achievable for the patient on a day-to-day basis.
Absolutely. So let's talk about what this looks like in pulmonary rehabilitation. How does self-management change those typical education sessions?
You know, I'm doing a lecture now, but this should not be a lecture. Instead, we should have a conversation with the patient. We use real example. What happened when you feel more breathless, for example? What keeps you from taking your medication? Together, we look for solution that fit the patient daily life. The focus shift from follow my instruction to let's build your plan, the patient plan. Patient has to own the plan. It become his or her plan and not the doctor or the LCAP professional plan only.
It sounds so different from what is traditionally being done. And I guess that many patients tell us they feel blamed when they don't follow advice. They feel judged. How can professionals change that dynamic?
We should not be judgmental. If a patient isn't taking a medication, for example, ask why. Maybe it's because of the cost. Maybe it's because of the side effect. Maybe it's because of the fear. Maybe it's because the patient doesn't understand that he may not feel the efficacy of that medication right away. What is the purposes of that treatment? When people feel understood, they open up. That's when real education begins, aiming at self-management behavior change. What matters to the patient will reveal the potential intrinsic motivation. Again, it's not my motivation. It's the patient motivation that will then lead the patient to change something. Remember, not your motivation, but the patient intrinsic motivation.
And when that happens, when communication becomes honest, what changes for patients?
Everything. This is very powerful. The patient started to be motivated, and you can work with them for what it matters to them, making them to become self-effective or confident, and building with them what they need, the skill that they're going to be not only confident because they have the skill, but capable of taking action. They recognize, for example, early symptoms, can take action sooner, stay active, and will recover faster. There's evidence for that you can recover much quicker if you can recognize problem solving, taking action. They move from being passive to being in charge. That confidence and self-efficacy is what truly improve outcomes. This has been shown in clinical trial with living well with COPD. Proper coaching by a LCAP professional and or a physician, having an action plan, a plan to know what to do, also for the good days, and able to recognize and take action on the bad days.
Yes, that sounds so different. And actually, you often say that education itself is a treatment, but that is quite a strong statement.
It is true. It is a strong statement, but exercise strengthens the body. Education strengthens decision making. Together, they can change the course of the disease. Exercise in pulmonary rehab, education aiming at self-management in pulmonary rehab. This is the difference between the can do and the do. When people learn to manage their condition day to day, they live better and they have better outcome and they live longer.
It sounds so different and really the goal that we should all strive for. To make this more, I think, visualize this, do you have a story that shows us what this looked like in real life?
Many stories. Once a patient, a man, told me, before rehabilitation, I wait for my doctor to fix me. After rehabilitation with education self-management, I realized I could fix many things myself. I have now the tool. I have now the confidence. I have now the skill and a plan for life. That patient learned to recognize warning sign early and prevent hospital visit. That's a shift. That's a shift from waiting for rescue to taking control.
Very good. For patients who are watching, what is your message to them?
You are the most important member of your care team. Ask questions, share your concern, and be honest about what you can and cannot do. Every bit of learning builds your motivation and your confidence.
And what would you say to professionals?
Turn every instruction into a conversation. Ask what matters most to your patient, not just what's wrong with them. Education aiming at self-management behavior change is built on respect and collaboration. Everyone wins.
Dr. Rubo, thank you very much for this conversation and for your lifelong work in transforming care for people with chronic lung diseases such as COPD. To everyone watching, if you want to learn more about practical tools, you can visit www.chroniclungdiseases.com and you will find a ton of free content we have crafted for you with guidance for living well with COPD and many other lung conditions. The Living Well with COPD program offers free, evidence-based resources in English and French and multiple other languages for patients, caregivers, and professionals. This is a way to practice, and this is a way to include education aiming at self-management and behavior change. Remember, living well with COPD isn't just about what your doctor tells you, It's about how you choose to live healthy every day.
Hello and welcome. Today is World COPD Day, and if you're listening to this, you are probably living with COPD or caring for someone who is. We want to have an honest conversation with you, not as doctors talking to you, but as partners in your journey. I am Dr. Maria Benso, a physical medicine and rehabilitation physician and a professional certified coach. I've spent years working alongside people with COPD, and I can tell you, you are far more capable of change than you might think right now.
I'm Dr. Roberto Benzo. I'm a pulmonologist at the Mayo Clinic and director of the Mindful Breathing Laboratory. I have the privilege of watching patients transform their life despite the challenges of COPD when they have will and meaning to do so. We recently completed a very large research study testing a rehabilitation intervention with health coaching in individuals living with moderate to severe COPD. And we found that after that intervention, those individuals had a lifestyle that changed, evidenced by an improvement in quality of life and daily physical activity. We then ask ourselves, how did this lifestyle change happen? What is it that individuals with COPD need to have in mind when they are willing to have a lifestyle change? What actually makes a change stick?
What we found was that it comes down to three fundamental human needs: competence, autonomy, and relatedness that must be met for lasting change to happen. Now, these three pillars were not invented by us. They are the foundation of the self-determination theory, which is a way to fuel your motivation for change.
Let me explain what this means in your daily life with COPD. Competence means believing that you can actually do a particular action. It is confidence, built on the gut feeling that you can do that action. Relatedness is about having a support system. That is an active action. You need to strive for or looking for someone or something that cares about your journey, about you, like a person, your dog, a support group like the COPD Foundation, someone or something that is in your corner. Finally, autonomy. Autonomy means that you are in the driver's seat of your own life to make decisions. Not your doctor, not your spouse, you. You choose what matters to you. Maybe it's gardening, or attending your grandchild's soccer game, or just walking to the mailbox independently. When goals come from within you, they are most powerful. It comes down to the question, am I ready to make that change?
Here's what the science showed us. When we supported these three needs in our rehabilitation program, we found improvements in emotional well-being and physical function. And here's what's beautiful. You don't need us to activate these. Once you understand competence, autonomy, and relatedness, you can start building them into your life right now, today. Let me tell you about Tom. I coached him as part of our rehabilitation program. He came to us barely able to walk from his bedroom to the kitchen without stopping to catch his breath. He told me, I am 72 years old. I think my active days are behind me. I asked Tom, if you could do one thing that you can't do right now, what would it be? He reflected and said, I'd like to walk my dog again. We used to walk every morning, and now he just looks at me, and I feel like I've let him down.
That is autonomy right there, connecting to what matters.
We started small. I mean, really small. 2 minutes of walking while watching the morning news. That's it. Could he do that? Yes. Every day, he checked that off his to-do list, and each check mark built his competence. I can do this. After 2 weeks, he said, I think I could do 3 minutes. And after a month, 5 minutes. I never pushed. He led, and I followed.
12 weeks later, Tom was walking his dog around the block. It was profound for him. And here was remarkable. His lung function did not change. His COPD didn't go away. But his life expanded because his lifestyle has changed.
Now, not every day was good. There were weeks when Tom called me and said, I only did it twice this week. I'm failing. And I'd say, you did it twice. That's twice more than zero. Tell me, how did you make that happen?
This is crucial for everyone listening here. Instead of focusing on what went wrong, Maria asked Tom what went right. She focused on Tom's competence rather than highlighting failure. Setbacks are not failure, they are information. And often, the most important information is what Tom actually did and what he also did to manage the hardships.
Every week, he knew I'd call. I was in his support system and accountability partner, hence relatedness. He knew someone cared whether he succeeded or not. He wasn't alone. And when he struggled, we problem solved together, always building on his strengths, always focusing on what works.
Our research suggested that all three pillars, competence, the right support or relatedness, and autonomy or the readiness to do a particular action, were the factors for a lifestyle change in individuals like Tom living with COPD. If you're listening to this and thinking, okay, I want to try, but where do I start? We're going to give you a simple plan so you can begin today.
First, let's build your competence. I want you to choose one activity, just one, that you feel 80% confident that you can do every day for a week. Not something that feels impossible, something that feels like, yeah, I could probably do that. Maybe it's walking to the end of your driveway and back. Maybe it's doing arm circles while you sit in a chair for 2 minutes. Maybe it's practicing a breathing exercise before bed. The key is this: make it so small so that you can't fail.
Make the change that you plan today something that matters, but also something that you can track. It can be visually in a calendar, on a sticky note, on the refrigerator door, or on your phone or preferred app. Remember, your brain craves for visual proof of success. Each check marks tells you, I'm confident, competent, I can do this.
And after 1 week of those check marks, you build evidence, not just hope, evidence. You've proven to yourself that you can change, and that's competence. Now, let's check it. How ready are you to do this? On a scale from 1 to 10, how ready do you feel to get started with this plan? If you're a 6 or above, you're in a good spot to get started. If not, maybe rethink your plan so you feel it is doable. Autonomy is about making a choice that makes sense for you and that you feel ready for.
A crucial question: how bad do you want to do this new change or action? Every small action you take connects you to your bigger purpose. You are little by little moving toward the life you want. And that is beyond, far beyond COPD and the disease.
Now, relatedness, and this is so important. Tell someone about your goal, a spouse, a friend, adult child, someone in your faith community, or even an online COPD support group in the COPD Foundation. Say, I'm working on this and I could use some encouragement. You'd be amazed how much easier it becomes when you're not doing it alone. And on those hard days, and there will be hard days, that person can remind you why you got started.
So remember, looking for support is an active action. Look for the right support for you.
Now, you don't have to have it all figured out. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to start one small action, one check mark, one day at a time.
Our work at the Mindful Breathing Lab at Mayo Clinic suggests that when you strive for these three pillars, competence, autonomy, and relatedness for the right support, your lifestyle may change significantly, meaningfully, in ways that matters to you. When people feel confident, when they feel in control of their choices, when they feel supported, their life change. Again, not in their spirometry numbers, not in the chest X-ray, their actual experienced life, their ability to do what matters, and their emotional well-being change, and their sense of being alive is also there.
This is World COPD Day, but we hope this is the first day of something new for you. Not a complete transformation overnight, just one step, one breath, one choice in the direction of the life that you want.
We wish you well in this journey of a lifetime of changing your life.
Thank you for listening.
Well, thanks to my colleagues from the Pulmonary Rehab Assembly at the ATS for giving us an insights into the essentials of pulmonary rehab. And now we're going to transition over to, now that we've heard about the essentials, we are going to take a look into, I'm just trying to find the slide here. There we go. I'm going to take some videos now. We've got about 3 or 4 videos of different types of PR programs to give you a little bit of a window into the world of what pulmonary rehab actually looks like. And as I transition now over to the videos, we also wanted to just acknowledge and call out some of the what we've called pulmonary rehab champions or pioneers in pulmonary rehab. So just as I'm transitioning over, we'll have a couple of slides just to show you some key pioneers in pulmonary rehab.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dimitri Rosenberg, an associate professor at University of Toronto and part of affiliate with the University Health Network, also the ATS co-lead for the Pulmonary Rehabilitation Website Committee. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to present on the topic of modern pulmonary rehabilitation for World COPD Day, the Big Baton Pass for 2025. So what do we know about pulmonary rehabilitation? Well, pulmonary rehabilitation is a comprehensive intervention that consists of exercise training, self-management, education, and psychosocial support. The program composition is quite variable across the world. Some programs comprise of anywhere from 2 times per week to up to 5 days per week. And also the duration of the program can be quite variable, sometimes going for 8 weeks. Other programs are longer, slightly shorter, but certainly, and different modalities, such as inpatient programs, outpatient settings. We do know that the literature, there's good evidence that pulmonary rehabilitation is beneficial for COPD patients. It helps with exercise capacity, shortness of breath, health-related quality of life, and decreased hospital admissions. And certainly there's also an increased literature on pulmonary rehabilitation benefits for other chronic respiratory diseases, which is emerging. Based on the American Thoracic Society Clinical Practice Guideline, published in 2023 in the Blue Journal by Carolyn Rochester and colleagues, you could see that there's very good evidence for strong and moderate evidence for adults with stable COPD to undergo pulmonary rehabilitation. Similarly, those that have been admitted to hospital with an exacerbation, there's strong to moderate evidence. And in other conditions, including interstitial lung disease and pulmonary arterial hypertension, the evidence is evolving. What's interesting is, given the modern pulmonary rehabilitation landscape today, when it comes to pulmonary rehabilitation, there's good recommendations for offering the choice of center-based pulmonary rehabilitation versus telerehabilitation, which can be done in the home environment. Unfortunately, despite strong evidence for the benefits of pulmonary rehabilitation is underutilized, with only about 5% of eligible individuals participating in pulmonary rehabilitation across North America. There's certainly a number of obstacles regarding access, uptake, and completion of pulmonary rehabilitation programs. And so the need for modern pulmonary rehabilitation to overcome these barriers is quite essential. And so Hall and colleagues got together at a workshop in May of 2019, pre-COVID, and really identified 13 components that are comprised of essential pulmonary rehabilitation using a Delphi technique. They looked at patient assessment, program components, method delivery, and quality assurance. And you can see from patient assessment, the program will certainly be variable, but it comprised of an initial center-based assessment, some form of exercise test, quality of life measure, and shortness of breath assessments, nutritional or occupational considerations. Similarly, the program components are derived of aerobic and resistance training, and the program is individually prescribed and progressed. And the quality assurance to deliver to the model that is deployed. More importantly, as you can see from this, modern pulmonary rehabilitation it can look very different from center to center and applicability, and depending on the patient population. Certainly, there are benefits with virtual pulmonary rehabilitation, as it may increase uptake and provide flexibility in travel and preference. But if you could see of the various models, all of them require some integration of exercise, important to integrate education, and have a behavioral piece, so that would allow the maintenance, the exercise down the road after the completion of the rehabilitation program. So you can see it varies from telerehabilitation to community-based to breathing strategies and many others. And so Cox and Holland proposed that there should be different forms of pulmonary rehabilitation, and we should consider which programs are more suitable for some individuals than others. For instance, individuals living in rural areas might find telerehabilitation models more suitable, while more complex patients may require center-based programs. Cox and Holland also highlighted that the goal is finding the right size of PR model tailored to each patient. And so when it comes to that, we think about the frailty rehabilitation paradox, for instance. This was a consensus document that I was fortunate to be a part of, led by Maddox and colleagues. And we know individuals who are frail, who have decreased physiological reserve and multimorbidity, sometimes have a difficult time with initiating pulmonary rehabilitation. As providers, we need to be cognizant of that and try to get them through the rehabilitation programs. We know those that complete the rehabilitation program actually derive greater benefit with regards to quality of life and exercise capacity. So one model of pulmonary rehabilitation that considers a comprehensive assessment of including additional supports like geriatrics, palliative care, could be extremely beneficial. And certainly expanding assessments of frailty beyond physical dimensions will be an important consideration in delivering novel strategies of pulmonary rehabilitation. So with regards to future considerations, we need to integrate comprehensive assessments and optimize personalized approach. Future research is needed in regards to the most beneficial models and which population would be most suitable, and continue to conduct quality assurance of the emerging new pulmonary rehabilitation models. And certainly there'll be quite a bit of flexibility and variability between the models on local and healthcare system resources. Once again, we have to be mindful of integrating patient assessments, program components, method of delivery, and quality assurance as we move forward into our modern day pulmonary rehabilitation era. Thank you for the opportunity to present today, and look forward to the rest of the Big Baton Pass, the World COPD Day for 2025. Thank you and have a great day. Bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Dean Doyle. I'm the medical director for the Appalachian Pulmonary Health Project and a network of 8 Grace-Anne-Dorney Pulmonary Rehabilitation Centers here in West Virginia. New River Health Center has been my home base for over 40 years. I worked here as a general practitioner and geriatrician for more than 40 years, and during almost that whole time, 30 years, I never even heard of pulmonary rehabilitation. Within the New River Health Center, we have the New River Breathing Center, which is a federal black lung clinic where we provide pulmonary rehabilitation, benefits counseling, and care for a whole wide range of patients with COPD, asthma, and interstitial lung diseases. Our health center was actually started by the United Mine Workers Union in 1978. I had been practicing here for 35 years and had never referred a patient for pulmonary rehabilitation. Culpable ignorance. But I got educated and I became an advocate for pulmonary rehabilitation because I saw the benefits that it provided to our patients and our community. One of the great things about pulmonary rehabilitation is it gives patients back their hope that they can be active members in their family and in their community. And we've been providing pulmonary rehabilitation to coal miners and patients with all chronic lung diseases since 2013, when the Dorney-Koppel Foundation got us started. Another thing that we really appreciate about pulmonary rehabilitation is that it gives patients back their hope that they can be active members of their family and their community. And we also see that they have a new social support group with the other pulmonary rehab patients that they are going through the program with. Here we are at the New River Breathing Center within New River Health Association. Since I retired in 2022, I've continued working as a volunteer with the Breathing Center as a board member and also doing program evaluation and outcomes research. Let's take a tour. It's a beautiful 1,000 square foot facility we have here for pulmonary rehabilitation, testing, and benefits counseling. Come on over here. One of the things we're proudest of is our pulmonary rehabilitation program. And here are Carrie Cashin and Lisa Smith, who are the respiratory therapists who carry out pulmonary rehab. Tell us a little bit about this space, Carrie and Lisa.
So this space over here, to start the class off, what we do is we get all the patients in the door, get them seated, and then we get their vitals. And after we get their vitals, we start the classes with some stretching in the chairs and then some resistance bands strengthening in the chairs. And then we move on to a little bit of education before we move them over onto all the machines.
Hi, my name is Lisa Emery. I'm a registered respiratory therapist here in the state of West Virginia. I'm the director of the Breathing Center and Black Lung Clinic at New River Health Association, which also encompasses a Grace-Anne-Dorney Pulmonary Rehabilitation Department. One of the things that's so special about pulmonary rehab to me is the fact that I came from working in acute care at hospitals for many years, and I always knew that there was something missing in our care. As far as educating the patients, we weren't able to do that. And so you knew that when you were leaving the room that there was such a big piece missing in your work life and what you were able to do in your communication with the patient. And so pulmonary rehab not only allows respiratory therapists to educate patients and their family members, but get to know them better. Pulmonary rehab is so special because not only are you getting to improve a patient's quality of life, you're getting some wonderful one-on-one care, and getting to touch topics that mean something to them. Just basic things as far as being able to cook a meal, go shopping by themselves, and just teaching them how to take care of themselves at home. A lot of times when you go to the doctor and you get prescribed your medications, you have absolutely no idea what that medication means or does for you, and so you're more hesitant to take it, and you're also not necessarily going to take it properly. So pulmonary rehabilitation just gives that patient all the time they've ever wanted with their provider to ask those really, really special questions. What's also special about pulmonary rehabilitation is the camaraderie that can happen between the patients. Lung disease, whether it's COPD, whether it's pulmonary fibrosis, asthma, or co-workers pneumoconiosis, and saying that we're talking about black lung, it can be very isolating. You tend to not get up and not do things anymore because you're short of breath or you're afraid of what's going to happen. And so whenever you get to be in class with other people that are experiencing the same symptoms, you know that you're not alone. You know that you're all there trying to learn how to improve your quality of life. And there's relationships that are built. We've had a lot of our patients that after they graduate the program, they join our maintenance program together. And that's part of their weekly life, is meeting for coffee after they exercise together, or going to lunch, taking each other to the doctor's office, checking on each other. You meet these people that also need an extra friend, and they want to be checked on too by their friends and family members. Another issue with pulmonary rehabilitation is that it's very underutilized, and there's questions why. I don't really know why people aren't referring more patients to pulmonary rehab, because it is so life-changing. I think some of the issues, as far as there not being enough pulmonary rehabilitation programs in these areas, is it's a very hard program to sustain. There's not very good reimbursement for pulmonary rehabilitation programs. There's a possibility that your patient may have a really large copay, and so it's just not doable for some people. And we're very thankful to Grace Ann Dorney and the Dorney Koppel Foundation for helping our patients with travel reimbursement for their travel here. We are in a rural area. People do have to drive 30 miles sometimes to come to pulmonary rehabilitation, and it's people like that are helping incentivize patients to stick with the program and graduate the program and make this life-changing decision that are so important. And I really wish that more people would get on board with people like Grace Ann and Ted and help these folks have a better life. I'm gonna pause.
Yeah, and this is going to get edited, so
Right.
you and I are both still on.
Right.
But say something about educating primary care providers. The other healthcare people. The doctors are the ones who have to order it. Something about outreach and education of primary care providers through medical societies, through residency programs. I think that follows right on to what you were just saying. Ready?
Ready.
Oh, actually, we're still on, so
Okay,
go
I
ahead.
would say we need to work a little harder on educating all of our providers, whether it's a nurse practitioner, a PA, a physician, within your community, about pulmonary rehabilitation and the benefits of pulmonary rehabilitation. You know, our goal is to teach people how to manage their health, teach people how to manage their health at home, not to be that person that's in and out of the hospital, because we've taught them to call their doctor sooner and to realize what these increase in symptoms mean for them. There's a lot of mental health issues with patients with lung disease, and the mental health aspect is not touched on enough, and it's huge for these guys that are very depressed with this hard-hitting diagnosis of you're not going to be able to do very much. And so getting them driving again, shopping again, walking again with a loved one, more independent, able to live alone, that's huge, not only for the patient, but the family member itself. And so we can do our community a great service by educating the doctors, the nurse practitioners, the PAs, who have to be the ones to refer to pulmonary rehab. We know that lung disease is one of the top readmission rates for hospitals. These guys are constantly in and out of the hospital. We want to keep them here. We want to keep them at home. We want to improve their quality of life and make it to where that's not the last resort for them, that they've learned how to recognize their symptoms. This program for me as a professional has changed my life, because not only has it given me so much more purpose in my job, just knowing that you are changing lives, you are able to educate with your, with your degree, and you have that flexibility. So one thing I would like to tell people out there that are they're hesitant about possibly joining a pulmonary rehabilitation program is it will change your life. It will change the people around you. It will change their lives too. You will become stronger, more independent, educated, and it gives you so much hope. So I can't say more about pulmonary rehabilitation. Please find a pulmonary rehab program in your area and join it, because you will move mountains afterwards.
So I just wanted to briefly introduce the next video. As you can imagine, we are catering to all the Americas. That's Canada, US, and South America. And so not everybody's language, English is their first language. So I'm very grateful to my PR Assembly, ATS PR Assembly colleague, Renata Mendes, who lives and works in Brazil, who has put together a pulmonary rehab program in Portuguese. So the next video, which is just around 15 minutes long, will be Renata Mendes actually speaking to our audience in Portuguese. So here comes the next video.
Olá a todos, sejam muito bem-vindos. Eu sou Renata Mendes, falo com vocês aqui da América Latina, mais especificamente do Brasil, do estado de São Paulo e da cidade de São Carlos. Então estamos aqui hoje em comemoração ao Dia Mundial da DPOC, que é esse dia dedicado à conscientização e ao cuidado de todas as pessoas que vivem com a doença pulmonar obstrutiva crônica. Então, este ano, nós nos unimos mais uma vez a esse movimento global, que é o Big Baton Pass, que é essa corrente internacional que simboliza a união e um apoio mútuo com compromisso à saúde respiratória. A nós nos coube mostrar um pouco mais sobre a reabilitação que acontece nos centros de reabilitação, que é um modelo de reabilitação pulmonar, sendo a reabilitação pulmonar um dos pilares essenciais ao cuidado destes pacientes. Então, assim como esse bastão vai passando de mão em mão, na verdade, de país a país, nós aqui no Brasil estamos afirmando também o nosso compromisso com o cuidado destas pessoas que vivem com a doença pulmonar obstrutiva crônica. Então, cada gesto de cuidado faz parte deste grande movimento global que o Big Baton Pass, o movimento, essa iniciativa representa. Então, que este movimento nos inspire a continuar avançando, que nos inspire também a continuar ampliando o acesso à reabilitação a todos aqueles que precisam desse cuidado.
Olá, bem-vindos ao Brasil. Nós estamos localizados no estado de São Paulo, na cidade de São Carlos, no interior do estado, e na Universidade Federal de São Carlos, UFSCar. Essa é nossa unidade de saúde escola. É aqui onde nossa reabilitação pulmonar acontece. Bem-vindos ao nosso Centro de Reabilitação Pulmonar da UFSCar.
Eu sou a Karina, fisioterapeuta da área de respiratória e trabalho na unidade de saúde escola desde que ela iniciou seus atendimentos à população em 2005. A USE, como ela é conhecida, ela é uma unidade acadêmica multidisciplinar que é reconhecida pelo Serviço de Saúde, pela rede municipal de saúde, como um ambulatório de média complexidade que atende a população através do SUS. Além da fisioterapia e suas diversas áreas, nós temos na USE também ambulatórios médicos, psicólogos, terapeutas ocupacionais, a equipe de enfermagem, serviço social, a farmacêutico, a fonoaudióloga, para estar aí atendendo a população, através de ensino, pesquisa e extensão.
Vamos começar nossa reabilitação pulmonar falando sobre nossa avaliação, que envolve a coleta da história, testes físicos, questionários, com o objetivo de guiar um plano de tratamento personalizado e individualizado para nossos pacientes. Nosso treinamento supervisionado é realizado sob monitorização contínua por nossos fisioterapeutas capacitados. Ele é baseado em recomendações e protocolos bem estabelecidos na literatura científica. A educação é um dos componentes essenciais da reabilitação pulmonar e está presente no nosso centro de reabilitação em abordagens individuais e em grupos, aumentando o engajamento dos nossos pacientes no processo de reabilitação pulmonar. A professora Valéria vai explicar para a gente como funciona a nossa abordagem de manutenção desses pacientes.
Olá, meu nome é Valéria de Lorenzo, sou professora aqui da Universidade Federal de São Carlos, no Departamento de Fisioterapia, e atuo na área de reabilitação pulmonar com pacientes com doença respiratória crônica. Hoje já se sabe que o treinamento físico é a pedra angular de um programa de reabilitação pulmonar. E estes pacientes apresentam melhora da qualidade de vida, diminui a sintomatologia e aumenta a tolerância ao exercício avaliado pela capacidade de exercício. Entretanto, esses pacientes, eles ainda não têm melhora do nível de atividade física e mudança de comportamento. Então, a utilização de estratégias de mudança de comportamento tem sido um foco associado às sessões de reabilitação, onde nós utilizamos tecnologias vestíveis e também um script que é utilizado pelo terapeuta, sempre retomando 3 elementos básicos da teoria da autodeterminação, que é uma teoria do comportamento, que seria a autonomia do indivíduo para a escolha dos exercícios, a competência, ou como ele se sente capaz em relação ao exercício, e o vínculo, retomando estratégias que ele possa utilizar no dia a dia dele, aumentando a tolerância ao exercício físico, bem como utilizando o exercício físico na rotina diária dele, ou seja, criando hábitos de vida em relação ao exercício como um prazer e não de forma que ele não coloque isso após um programa de reabilitação, ele não coloque o exercício físico na rotina da vida diária dele. Então, utilização de estratégias da teoria envolvendo estratégias comportamentais tem sido uma estratégia com o objetivo de melhorar o nível de atividade física desses pacientes.
Vamos escutar agora o que nossos pacientes têm para falar sobre nosso centro de reabilitação.
Meu nome é Geraldo Santos, eu tenho 64 anos, não podia fazer nada, porque não tinha corpo e o corpo doía tudo. E depois que eu comecei a fazer as terapias, me sinto muito bem. Ela me ajudou 100%, porque eu lavo prato, eu barro casa, lavo roupa, eu faço tudo, porque eu moro sozinho. Eu não moro com ninguém, eu moro sozinho e eu faço minhas coisas tudinho. Pode ir lá na minha casa para encontrar direitinho. Ajudo os povos, as pessoas também, mas a terapia é uma coisa muito boa que a gente tinha que fazer. Todos que tiverem doentes, porque isso aí eu gostei muito dessa terapia, porque ajuda muita gente, o corpo da gente fica mais leve, o ar da gente muda essa posição do ar da gente.
Eu antes de vir aqui, o corpo era uma coisa, depois que eu parei de fazer aqui, o corpo já é completamente melhor, mais disposição. Eu só tenho para dizer que aqui, para essa reabilitação, é excelente, excelente.
aqueles que estão se sentindo como eu me senti um dia, né? Assim, insegura por causa da falta de ar. Eu gostaria que todos tentassem. Comece e tenta. Faz uma aula que seja. A hora que você fizer, você vai se sentir melhor. Você vai aprender a respirar. Você vai aprender, na hora da crise, a parar e respirar com calma. Então, isso aí é uma coisa que eu acho que é essencial isso. Os exercícios, a gente ganha mais equilíbrio, a gente vai aprendendo a se mover com mais precisão, a ter mais confiança nos passos, porque com a falta de ar a gente fica zonzo às vezes e acaba perdendo o equilíbrio mesmo. Então, eu acho que é muito importante a gente fazer exercícios, mesmo no dia que a gente não está bem, aí que é melhor ainda fazer, quando a gente não está bem. Porque é aí que a gente vai aprender realmente a parar, a se centralizar, a respirar, a fazer os exercícios. E aí a gente vai ver a melhora. No dia a dia, conforme vai passando os dias, você vai melhorando, você vai se sentir mais segura, mais disposta. Então, isso faz toda a diferença na vida da gente. Na minha fez. E já faz anos. E eu continuo, cada dia eu aprendo mais.
Agradecemos a cada pessoa que torna esse trabalho possível. Seguimos unidos, passando o bastão do cuidado da DPOC.
So we saw in that last video from Renata, some patients in Portuguese talking about the value that they find from pulmonary rehab. And we would like to continue that vein now in our next section. And I will just bring up the introductory slide. And so the next series of 3 videos we have, so next 30 minutes or so, we're going to be hearing from patients that have actually participated in pulmonary rehab programs, and they're going to speak in their own words about the value that they found from their pulmonary rehab. And as we transition over to these videos, we're then going to show a couple of slides, once again acknowledging a couple more of the pioneers in pulmonary rehab.
So this is Dr. Nietzsche at the Providence VA Pulmonary Rehab Program, and I'm with Charlie Kenahan, one of our current pulmonary rehab individuals, and we're going to ask him some questions today. So Charlie, tell me about your lung disease.
I was diagnosed a short 4.5 months ago with pulmonary fibrosis. I was having breathing issues. I was cutting my lawn, and it's a very small lawn, and I had to stop 5 times. And the next day I tried to play pickleball. I'm an avid pickleball player, and I couldn't last 1 minute, so I went to the ER at the Providence VA. They did a CAT scan and recommended I see a pulmonologist.
And what did they tell you had besides the pulmonary fibrosis? Anything else?
They told me I have emphysema and COPD from years of smoking, but that pulmonary fibrosis was probably caused by some type of environmental factor.
How did you find out about the pulmonary rehab program?
I was referred to a pulmonologist at the Providence VA who referred me to pulmonary rehab.
Can you give me your impressions of the program so far?
It's an absolutely wonderful program. Dr. Nietzsche and her staff are amazing. As much as I enjoy the exercise portion of the program, I enjoy more the educational aspect of the program, which we have an hour of education every week, from nutrition to coping skills to various equipment that we can use. It's, to how the lungs function and the diaphragm. So I've learned quite a bit, and I've obtained some equipment such as an Alcapella, which is very, very helpful.
What do you hope to accomplish during the program?
I hope to increase my endurance, my stamina, and then the programs, you know, it's just for a couple of months. I do have a small workout center in my basement. It's always been underutilized, so I hope in the future to use that and continue with what I've learned here. And it's definitely helped me, it's helped my endurance. I'm back to playing pickleball. I was fortunate enough to get a portable concentrator. I strapped that to my back, and I played pickleball several times a week, so I couldn't be happier.
You have a unique other reason why maybe pulmonary rehab is going to be good for you. Could you share your story with the transplant list?
Yes, so I'll be meeting with surgeons from Brigham and Women's Hospital next week at the West Roxbury VA to see if I'm a candidate for a double lung transplant. So I'm very excited. A week from yesterday, I'll be meeting those surgeons, and then a week from next Wednesday will be my birthday, so my 68th birthday. And I have 5 beautiful grandchildren. One of them was born on my birthday, so she'll be celebrating her first birthday this year. And I hope to live long enough to watch them grow up.
Is there anything you might like to share with individuals like yourself that might be seeing the interview and contemplating entering pulmonary rehab?
Well, you have to do it. There's so much to learn here. There's so much positive, and you're going to meet folks here, patients with similar diagnoses, and you can trade stories, and it's just a wonderful program. I can't say enough about it, so I highly recommend it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, doctor.
So we're here at the Providence VA in the pulmonary rehab program, talking to Mr. Horn, who's one of our current enrollees in pulmonary rehab at the Providence VA. So Mr. Horn, tell me about your lung disease.
It's something that came on after I had open heart surgery. It took a while to get a diagnosis, but now I'm in medical doctor's care and in the pulmonary program.
What's the label of your diagnosis? Do you know?
Just pulmonary hypertension.
Now, how did you find out about the pulmonary rehab program?
I had been asking about going to the gym here for some time, and finally the pulmonary doctors said, let's get you in something a little stronger.
So you initiated the question about exercise?
Yes.
Great. Were you doing any exercise at home?
As much as I could. About a year and a half ago, I was able to walk my dog for 3 to 5 miles, and it felt good. And then about a year ago now, my breathing started to get shorter and shorter. I just started asking a lot of questions.
Can you give me your impressions of the program so far?
It's a program that each individual has to put their own effort into it. I found a great improvement in my breathing just using the equipment here at the gym. instructors will kind of prod you along, but at the same time, they'll let you go at your own pace. And that's helpful to me.
What do you think of the educational part of it? Is that helpful also?
Yes, definitely. I've learned more about my own problems. And things that can help me along as I'm going along and increasing my time here in the program.
What do you hope to accomplish during the program?
By the end of the program, I want to be able to climb 5 flights of stairs at the hospital.
It's very specific.
Those are big flights. In the springtime, I want to be able to do a 5K road race. In general, I just want to be able to breathe a little easier.
And remind me how old you are again?
86.
Is there anything you might like to share with individuals like yourself that might be seeing this video and contemplating enrolling in pulmonary rehab?
If you have breathing difficulties, talk to your primary care doctor, your cardiologist, your pulmonary doctors, and let them know just how you feel. Then it's up to them to make the determinations. But the program itself, I think, is fabulous.
You mentioned to me about the medication you're on for your pulmonary hypertension and how that compares to your work in pulmonary rehab. Would you mind maybe share that with us?
Yeah. I've been on Tyvaso for, I guess, about 3 months now. And at first it seemed to start helping me to improve. And maybe it's a combination of the program and the Tyvaso that I'm starting to be able to breathe easier.
So they may be working together. Maybe.
Could be.
All right. Anything else you want to share with us?
I don't think so.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Welcome, everybody. I'm very lucky today to have a good friend and a person I regard as the queen of knowledge when it comes to pulmonary rehab. Grace Ann Dorney-Koppel, welcome. Grace Ann's achieved a Lifetime Achievement Award from the American Thoracic Society in her work with COPD, but also in relation to pulmonary rehabilitation. So, Grace Ann, welcome to the COPD Baton Pass for 2025.
Well, I'm delighted to be here, and I don't need your accolades.
I like to give them anyhow. So today we're going to talk about the value of centre-based pulmonary rehabilitation, something I know that's very dear to your heart. And I guess the best way to kick off is to tell us about what is centre-based pulmonary rehabilitation.
It's a treatment for people with COPD, with advanced asthma, bronchiectasis, interstitial lung disease. It is a treatment just as pharmacological inhaled medicines are a treatment. And from my standpoint, I believe it's the best treatment And I believe that it changed my life once I received it.
I guess if we go into a little bit more detail, so when you go into a class, what is it you learn from pulmonary rehabilitation?
Well, pulmonary rehabilitation is evidence-based. So there have been many studies and clinical trials. And it's a program of education and exercise, educating the patient about the disease, how to use their inhalers, how to recognize signs of a lung attack and exacerbation, how to deal with breathlessness, and also it actually, most of them have nutrition as a complement of the program, and recognizing signs that there are some mental issues. Anxiety and depression are very often present in lung patients. And the exercise part is tailored. It's an individual program. So you are assessed before the program and after the program. And while you are exercising, you are being supervised by professionals, respiratory therapists or physiotherapists. So it is a program that is designed to be a program for 8 to 12 weeks, but it's really a program for life. You must continue what you've learned. You must learn more about your disease. You must exercise and make it part of your life. So pulmonary rehab, when you enter it, I think everyone is kind of overwhelmed, and then they see their faces there from their community. There are people who have more advanced lung disease, people who have less advanced lung disease, people who are going for a lung transplant and you're required to take pulmonary rehab before that. So pulmonary rehab is a program for life. That's the way I consider it to be.
Well, very well put, because I think just what you've said there would dispel a lot of myths about pulmonary rehab, and that it's not just about exercise. And I think that's what people get worried about is, exercising and becoming breathless, but there's far more to it than that.
Look, the first time I was in pulmonary rehab, I couldn't even walk 5 minutes on a treadmill. And by the time I finished, I was walking more than a half hour with incline at a much higher rate than when I first started. So you are progressed at your own level to reach the next level. And if you're only going to do one thing and you have lung disease, I'd say take pulmonary rehab.
Definitely. So with pulmonary rehab, is it readily available in the United States?
No, it's really not readily available. Only about 3% of people who are eligible to take it actually do take it. However, if everyone who was eligible did in fact take it, there would be a wait list that went out decades. So it is more available in urban areas and at larger hospitals. And one of the things that my foundation, my husband's and my foundation, the Dorney Koppel Foundation, has tried to do is to bring this to rural America, where lung disease is more rampant. It's twice the rate that it is in urban America in the United States. About 8% of the people in rural areas have COPD or advanced lung disease. And it has been successful because people are there. It's not outsiders. It's physiotherapists and respiratory therapists from their own community. And there are the same people that they worked with, that they went to the grocery store with. They are part of the class. And that is one of the things that makes pulmonary rehab so important in rural America. It's community-based. And it's not only, there aren't big hospitals. although there are one or two in West Virginia, but most of these pulmonary rehab clinics are in either what's called critical access hospitals, which are very small community hospitals, and they're in federally qualified health centers, which again are clinics where people get all their care, everything from newborn care to palliative care comes through the federally qualified health clinics. So look, this is the most satisfying work that anyone could do, because each person finds that they're able to achieve some of their goals, and they graduate, if they finish the program, far better than when they started.
With that in mind, and you said about, only 3% people who qualify for pulmonary rehab take it up, and if more people decide they wanted to, the availability is just not there. So if that's the case for a patient, or they're in a rural area, what can patients do if pulmonary rehab is not available to them?
Well, if you're asking specifically about a rural area, one of the difficulties in access is that broadband internet is not there. Otherwise, perhaps they could take a virtual program, and some of them are out there. But I would suggest what you indicated that you did. I would call pulmonary rehab clinics, and if nothing was available so that I could be placed, I would ask them where I could find the best information. I'd go back to my doctor, and I'd ask my doctor, what should I do beyond taking these inhaled medicines? And I would start, or try to start, just walking. Start a simple exercise program. If you're near a gym in the United States, there's what's called the Silver Sneakers program, which everyone over 65 who is on Medicare is eligible for. I would go to, it's a community center where they have it. Often they have it at one of the YMCAs or YWCAs, and start that program. I think that if you started a walking club, that would be a start. But the idea is that you can't just start it and stop it. You have to do it every day. If you live in an apartment, you can walk the hallways. If you live near a mall, you can walk through the mall. But the idea is activity heals. It does heal. And although it seems not intuitive that people who are struggling to breathe or coughing or wheezing should move, if they not moving is paralysis for the lungs. You must move and try to move, even if it's very uncomfortable, of course, stop, catch your breath. But movement is what keeps people going. When I was diagnosed, Russ, in 2001, 24 years ago, I was given 3 to 5 years to live. I had 27% of what was normal for people my age. And fortunately, I did get a prescription for pulmonary rehab. And when I called and they said there was a long wait list, I said, I don't think you realize this is a matter of life and death. And you know what? Someone dropped out, and I did get into the program. And what I learned in that program has kept me alive, I believe, for 24 years. Many, many, many years past my expiration date. And I'm still breathing. I can't exercise at the level I did in 2001. But I try every day to get in a certain number of steps. And I think that's all we can do, is try our best at whatever level we're at and see if we can move to yet another level.
It's a good point you made there earlier on about consistency, because that really is the key. is not to consider it as a every now and again sort of thing that you do, that activity should be part of your everyday life when you can. And of course, as you know, the more you do it, the better you are going to feel. And it may not seem like that in the beginning, but we both know that's how it ends up. So for a patient who has been in hospital for an exacerbation, is it recommended for them to do pulmonary rehab afterwards?
Absolutely. In fact, the studies have been done and the database is scrubbed. And if you begin pulmonary rehab within 90 days of your discharge, you have a 30% chance of living longer. Mortality, it's a life-saving benefit for you to do it then. And I do think, though, that in terms of making patients alert of all of the benefits of pulmonary rehab, we really have to get family doctors to prescribe pulmonary rehab where it's available and to say to their patients, you know, these medicines are important, but it's just as important, if perhaps even more important, that you be active, that you move, that you learn about this disease. And so patients don't have the whole burden and shouldn't have it. I really do believe that we need assistance in the greatest way from doctors when they're discharging a patient after an exacerbation to indicate pulmonary rehab. And if there is no pulmonary rehab in this country, you can be signed up. You can be signed up for sessions with a respiratory therapist who would work with you on breathing exercises and tell you what activities you should do. So, I mean, they're really, in 2025, there is no excuse for physicians not recommending this and patients who have lung disease not doing this.
Yeah, when you said before about if there's no availability, then go back and talk to your doctor. I wonder whether in the US, if you were declined, you know, you couldn't get into pulmonary rehab, whether they are able to give you simple advice of things you can do at home until there is an opening that they can get you into pulmonary rehab.
Yes and no. It depends geographically where you are. So if you're being treated in a major medical center at a big hospital in an urban area, yes is the answer to your question. But if you're in a rural area, there may not be anything, and the family doctor may not even be aware of the importance after the discharge from the hospital to begin activity. So I think we have a lot of educating to do, not only of patients, but really of healthcare professionals.
Finally, today, considering your wealth of knowledge in this area, I wanted to ask you, what would you say to patients who are considering pulmonary rehab if they had doubts or hesitations?
I would say go for it. If you have an opportunity to do pulmonary rehab, this is a chance that most patients really don't have. And if you can do it, do it. And don't be afraid. There are others like you there. No one is going to look strangely at you. Everybody starts the same way. And whatever limitations you have will be accommodated. I mean, if you need oxygen, oxygen is there and available and is being monitored. If you also may have the comorbidity of heart disease, you will be monitored. You will have a constant EKG going in the background. So don't be put off by fears, because you have a disease that's treatable, and about the best treatment that's available right now is pulmonary rehab. Go for it.
Very well said. And on that note, I think we'll end today's discussion. Grace Ann, again, I want to thank you for your knowledge and for your time. It's certainly greatly appreciated here at the COPD Baton Pass.
Well, Russ, we all look at you in awe of what you're able to do. And I may have mental marathons, but you're doing it. You're really doing it. And you are an inspiration. I thank you.
Thank you, Grace Ann.
Hi, I'm Melissa. I support the World COPD Big Baton Pass because, of course, I use oxygen. Pulmonary rehabilitation or exercise with oxygen allows me to live my life and do the things I want to do. And you can't do that without taking a lot of steps in your day. And the pulmonary rehabilitation allows me to take the steps to do the things I want to do and maintain an active lifestyle. So today we're here at Jack's Deli and we're meeting my friend Pat or Patricia for breakfast. The great thing about Jack's Deli, well, there's two great things. One is I scored a handicap parking space right in front of the building. So I don't have far to walk to get in. And then once I get in, it's not that far to the table. It's also nice level parking and no hills, no gravel. So it's very doable for me. Hey, just a mile from the deli is this beautiful shopping area. See? Beachwood. It's a lot of walking, but if you've done your pulmonary rehabilitation, you can absolutely do it. There's street parking, there's parking around the block, and everything is level and very nicely laid out. From going to football games to walking to the mailbox, pulmonary rehabilitation can help you walk further, easier, and really enjoy not just a life, but a lifestyle. Thank you, Big Baton Pass.
Well, there was some wonderful patient testimonials of the value of pulmonary rehab. And so up to now with the pulmonary rehab part of Big Baton Big Baton Pass, we've heard a lot about the pulmonary rehab essentials. We've heard a lot about PR programs. And one important thing as we look to the future of pulmonary rehab and different models of pulmonary rehab that are being developed and tested is quality assurance. So we're actually now going to switch over, and I'll just bring up the slide to introduce it. So we're actually going to have a live panel discussion, and I'll bring the panelists on in a couple of minutes, or a couple of seconds actually. And we're going to just have a discussion, and my colleague and friend Omid Porshahid is going to be the moderator, and we've got a number of pulmonary rehab assembly members from the ATS who are joining him. And they're going to have about a 15 to 20 minute discussion on issues related to the quality assurance of pulmonary rehab programs. And as I do that, we're also now going to, as we transition over, I'm just going to, again, note of acknowledgement of a couple of other pioneers in pulmonary rehab.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you so much, Alan, for the introduction. My name is Omid Porshahid. I'm a pulmonary critical care physician. I'm the medical director of pulmonary rehab at Temple University at Philadelphia. And it is truly my honor to be moderating this session. And we are going to be talking over about a few important aspects about modern pulmonary rehabilitation and what it takes to make sure that we are doing it right and we are assessing the quality properly. Specifically, as it was mentioned, we are facing the new era of pulmonary rehab. There are going to be new methods of delivery. And as it is expanding, we want to make sure the quality stays there and we are adapting in time properly with these new models. It is my honor to introduce the panel of experts that are joining me today. Mirna Ayash from Metro Health in Cleveland, Anna Freire, Central Washington University, Bimaj Akpa from University of Minnesota, Maisa Rangel from University of Sao Paulo, and Yves de Souza from Vega de Almeida University, all experts in pulmonary rehabilitation. To get the conversation getting started, I'm going to start with a very foundation question about each one of my colleagues' perspective on what is the single most factor that you would look at for your pulmonary rehab program to ensure effectiveness, and how do you foresee this changing with these new methods of delivery?
So I think for a pulmonary rehabilitation model to be deemed effective, you have to look at the patient-related outcomes. Improvement in the dyspnea score. You have to look at improvement in the exercise capacity. You have to look at reduction in health-related readmission rates. And so for a particular model to be deemed effective, you want to make sure that the model is built where these outcomes, improvement in these outcomes can be achieved. And that can be achieved by putting in place robust quality assurance processes, either through capacity building and training models, to make sure that whatever model you're using ensures that these outcomes, improvement in these outcomes are being achieved.
Very well. And they are absolutely part of this discussion, and this is going to be part of this assessment, as you mentioned, because this pulmonary rehab is going to be having some effect on the quality, on the clinical outcomes. But to actually probe this conversation even further, how do you foresee this changing? And I want the whole panel to contribute, whoever is interested, to change with these new methods of delivery. Basically, attendance that used to be the part of the standards that's in a normal standard pulmonary rehabilitation attendance, as long as they show up, it's going to be under a supervised model. But then it is becoming a hybrid model or a completely virtual model. How do you foresee that changing, or what are the new quality assurance we have to uptake to make sure we get to that end outcome results, including the reducing readmission, improving the clinical outcomes? What do you see that as an adaptation point for that?
So I think that the assessment in the beginning of the program is extremely important. So the dyspnea assessment, the quality of life assessment. So even though if you're doing the program virtually or home-based, you should still be able to do these. And then with progression, you have to be able to develop a personalized exercise plan for each patient and to progress in a personalized way. And then in the end of the program, you need to be able to collect data on the improvements in the quality of life, in the dyspnea assessment. So all of this can potentially still can be done, even though with the new models, virtually or home-based pulmonary rehab.
Very well. Not to put you on the spot, but like, what do you think, or what is your experience on your side from your practice?
Hi, all. Sorry.
I was not hearing you guys before, but now I can hear you, just to let you know.
No problem. We were just talking about how the quality assurance may need to be adopted, and as the new methods of delivery are changing, and we were just sharing how each program and each practice is looking at it, and what are some of the metrics. We discussed some of the clinical outcomes that was initially started, and basically what we are talking about, how these quality assurance can be modified to adapt to these new changes from each one of yours perspective.
Yeah, sure. I think on now on my side, I have two different backgrounds because I'm originally from Brazil, which we have a lot of issues with access uh, and now we are all trying to adapt to new technology and training professionals to also make sure that the quality of the programs that we are providing are meeting the standards. So I feel that there's a lot of still figuring out on the training part. How can we manage all the different tools that we now have and make sure that the professionals that we are that are working on those different settings using technology, using telerehab, using in-person technology, that we are also able to make sure that we are all properly trained and that we have enough evidence every time we implement those new technologies as well in both the rehab setting that is using distance equipment or in person as well.
Sorry, you wanted to make a point. I think it was interrupted. Thank you so much for your comments. Uh, any other comments from my panel?
The other thing is we're now in an era of the use of AI, and when we're switching from an in-person to a virtual model, we also have to try to build the training and the capacity of an incorporation of AI models into our pulmonary rehab model, and I think that's super important in this era.
I completely agree. And I'm curious, from your perspective, did you guys started to implement some of these new hybrid models or the virtual? I know they are rapidly growing, and if you did, which one are you using, and how was your experience? And like, if you get any patient experience feedback on one of them.
Well, I can say from my side, we have not used any AI tools yet. Everything that we are doing regarding like telerehab or technology has been synchronously mode. So we are at the same time, or the patients have been using recorded videos that we record with them at the same time, but not on an AI model.
And how has been with these synchronous models? Is it helping the overall reach? Has there been a better improvement in the uptake from the patients?
Yeah, for sure. We do struggle a lot. We are on a small setting, so it's hard for patients to go to the center 2, 3 times a week. So the synchronous mode would be we have a live Zoom session or any other tools that the patient might feel more comfortable using. And they will actually log in at the same time as the therapist. So we are able to run the session at the same time. and that's once a week. And then on the other day, they're able to use the recorded videos that we prepare for each one of the patients. So that's how we've been using that mix between synchronous and asynchronous. But for sure, we do know that even a little bit of exercise and movement, it's better than none, right? So for sure, we do see a lot of improvement in especially on the treatable traits, and we do have part of our sessions that are related to physical activity and the importance for them to keep active, not only on our sessions and when they are doing the rehab itself, but also in their daily tasks and daily activities. So improving the steps per day, making sure that they are engaging and trying to be as active as possible. So we've been using that as well as educational resources and keeping track of steps per day and making sure that they are also active in their daily tasks as well.
That sounds very exciting, and I'm very impressed that like you guys already started it, and so much up to the basically the newest models of delivery. We have a limited experience with the telehealth, and it's been relatively similar. Patients are very happy to be able to engage in those kind of exercises without the hassle of just the commute. And I know this probably is just going to make a lot of people happy, but it is going to be basically, I think, something to prove itself in terms of are we going to achieve the same level of outcomes with these tele or hybrid models. And like as long as the studies are showing consistency, and hopefully if it helps the uptake and improve the overall reach, maybe it has a potential room for improvement. Is there a way of looking at the engagement for those patients? And I think this is something at least we were as a center focusing on, because the videos and availability of content doesn't necessarily translate to them being used because there is abundance of content. Is this something that from your side, or Bimaj or my other colleagues, any one of you have a way of looking at it or basically implementing it into this overall plan for ensuring the quality of pulmonary rehab stays the same despite the method?
From our end, on a patient's perspective, we do encourage them to keep a journal and a diary to make sure and writing down any barriers that they had to use it in the days that they did watch the videos, that they did exercise or they did not exercise. But I completely agree. We are still, I think, figuring out and trying to determine the best way to make sure the long-term adherence to those programs, because we do notice that after the first 2 or 3 weeks, the adherence, especially to the asynchronous part, really decreases. So for sure, a challenge that we've also been trying to work out and see how we can keep them engaged for more time on those asynchronous moments.
Very interesting. And yes, I think it is going to be a challenge moving forward. How about you, Bimaj? Like, do you guys have any experience with these alternative methods of delivery and any adaptation for the quality assurance on them?
We're still in the very early stages. We try to incorporate it in our Epic system on our Epic records. But what we try to do is that we have educational videos that we are able to send to patients on their medical records, and they're able to take that link, which are usually QR codes that they can use their phone on, and they can watch those educational videos. And then we have questionnaires that we deliver to patients and ask, what they feel about those videos and how do they compare to, the inpatient, the in-person model.
I think that one of the other challenge that we have, for example, is who are the patients that are suitable for the virtual pulmonary rehab. And unfortunately, as a county hospital, a lot of our patients they may not do well virtually or the home base, and they do better with in person. A lot of patients who've been in the hospital with or have comorbidities, and so we are in the very early stages of implementing, the virtual pulmonary rehab, and I think it's mostly because of what we see in our population need right now. We are expanding our pulmonary rehab to other sites to help with the transportation issues, and to get more access. But yeah, we haven't been able to implement virtual rehab yet.
I see, Mirna, and thank you for sharing your perspective. And I think this is going to be a very common challenge for a lot of the centers, and the majority of the distribution of the patient population is not going to be the centers that are going to be easily accessible, or the ones who are accessible, they may have a longer wait line, despite the fact that it's needed. But if the patient or the family is not able to provide that infrastructure, or the competency is there for the use of these technology-based interventions, that is going to limit it. From what you mentioned, this expansion, is it getting done in any specific way to address the needs for these patients? Or I know some people do it in a satellite mode. And like, what is your experience in your center?
Yeah, absolutely. So with frail COPD patients, getting out of the house and going to a far location is an absolute big task for them. They worry about this. They want something very close to their home. So we're trying to improve access. So for patients to not have to travel over the highway, for example, and are able to, and then we make sure that the pulmonary rehab is on the first level and with good access. So if they're coming in with their oxygen and they don't have any help, so we can get them in, and they don't worry about this, because that's something that they worry about a lot. How am I going to be able to get there? So we're bearing these things in mind, and we're trying to improve access that way.
That sounds very exciting and very much needed. I think we're going to need a lot of different interventions from different perspectives at the same time, looking at the quality measures. As I'm just going to try to basically put them into a wrap-up statement from everything that was discussed by Bimaj, by Mirna, by Anna, about the new models that could be available with the engagement assessment, with the synchronous versus asynchronous, and following on the use of the modules versus the activity tracking devices that is going to act as a part of the quality check for the on behalf of the supervision that is not going to be there all the time. In addition to all the quality metrics from the quality and the clinical aspect of the things, including the 6-minute walk test, exercise tolerance, the capacity for the self-belief. And I think that is going to be a big important aspect of the fact that this is going to be a chronic disease. This is going to require a significant change in the behavior and the lifestyle to battle what is in front of them. And the more they do, the better it's going to get. So a combination of all these factors are potentially going to be needed. And I think we are getting close to the end. Any final remarks or comments from any one of my panels that they want to add before we wrap it up?
Oh, that was wonderful. And thank you so much, Omid, for moderating. And thank you to the panelists for coming in and discussing a very important topic as we look forward to future models and integrating future models so that more patients actually do have access to this wonderful intervention. So thanks to everybody. And then we'll move on to the next part of the agenda.
Thank you all.
Okay, so we are coming to the end of the pulmonary rehab segment of Big Baton Pass Americas, which has been sponsored by the ATS Pulmonary Rehab Assembly, and so many of the contributors are very active members of the Pulmonary Rehab Assembly. So we're now going to just wrap this up. So the final part of the pulmonary rehab schedule, and just to show here. So we do have some concluding remarks that another pulmonary rehab assembly member, Lauren Eggert, is going to wrap all this up just in terms of what we've heard today about pulmonary rehab and give her perspective on what she thinks are some of the important considerations as we look for pulmonary rehab going into the future.
Thank you all for joining us today on World COPD Day 2025. Hopefully, you've learned a lot from the pulmonary rehab section, and I'd like to go over that and talk a little bit about the future of pulmonary rehab and where I see it in 2025. So, what have we heard today? We've heard today that pulmonary rehab remains an essential evidence-based service for our COPD patients and our patients with other chronic respiratory diseases. The important essential components of pulmonary rehab continue to include an initial assessment at a healthcare center for exercise capacity, symptoms, and other measures, including a screening for depression, frailty, nutrition, etc. Pulmonary rehab really includes endurance and strength training that is personalized based on a personalized patient prescription that's developed during that initial assessment and continues to evolve over the course of the pulmonary rehab program. Pulmonary rehab programs are carried out by trained and experienced healthcare professionals whose job it is to help people with COPD improve their health. Changes to improve health aren't always easy. Healthcare professionals need to have that specific training and experience to really help people with COPD maximize and maintain the benefits of pulmonary rehab programs through a combination of education, self-management, training, and support. And our goal is that after patients complete pulmonary rehab, they use what they've learned and continue to work on maintaining their strength, their self-management, self-efficacy, and all the other great things they learned and developed during their pulmonary rehab program. I hope you've heard today from all of the patients and providers all over the world and throughout the US about the benefits of this service to our patients and heard from our very passionate providers about how important this service is and how it's being delivered today. So, what does the future of pulmonary rehab hold? The future of pulmonary rehab is really shifting towards greater accessibility through telehealth and home-based programs, overcoming some of the very well-documented barriers to travel, location, and even some patients' work commitments. Hopefully, right now, only about 3 to 5% of patients who qualify for pulmonary rehab are able to enroll in and complete pulmonary rehab. One of the biggest barriers is access. Rural areas, especially, have very limited access to pulmonary rehab centers. And unfortunately, due to poor reimbursement, it's becoming harder and harder to access in-person pulmonary rehab. So really, the system is evolving and telehealth programs are becoming more common and more prominent and probably represent a big part of the future of pulmonary rehab, including some kind of synchronous video conferencing with real-time supervision. There's also going to be an increased emphasis on individualized and technologically enhanced care, hopefully using more advanced monitoring and self-management tools, as well as customized and interactive educational content to get out the pulmonary rehab message. Hopefully, in the future, we're also able to incorporate all the wonderful elements of pulmonary rehab, including individualized exercise, education, and self-management, into even more comprehensive programs for chronic lung disease management to benefit our patients. So what are the current challenges to this wonderful future we see for PR? Well, I think one of the main problems remains reimbursement. A major hurdle and problem that's hurting the future of PR, a very essential service that you've seen is so beneficial to our patients, is poor reimbursement from payers such as Medicare. And we really need increased reimbursement to keep pulmonary rehab centers alive and well, offering this essential service, and also need to continue to advocate for better reimbursement for both gold standard in-person, in-center PR programs, as well as expanded coverage for telepulmonary rehab for a wide variety of pulmonary conditions, including COPD. We also have to worry about the digital divide. As tele-PR expands, this could worsen existing disparities in COPD care if not addressed and looked at really carefully, as access to technology and reliable internet is not universally available. And we need to make sure that these emerging models of care really meet the necessary standards to be truly called pulmonary rehab. We have to make sure what we're offering virtually, as in-person centers are harder to come by, is really truly pulmonary rehab, and make sure we're delivering the quality program that patients deserve that really is going to give them those well-studied benefits of in-person PR. We also have to make sure that PR continues to be safe. So, especially with the growth of home programs, we have to ensure that patient safety is tantamount, especially from those with more severe disease. And how we monitor these patients is crucial, and it may really require a hybrid approach that combines some in-person and remote care to make sure PR is safe and effective for all patients. And for this to continue, again, we need to continue to call on lawmakers and payers to reimburse this essential service. So again, thank you all for being with us here today and for continuing to support pulmonary rehab. Thanks, and have a wonderful COPD Day 2025.
Okay, well, thanks to Lauren for that wonderful summary and her thoughts on where pulmonary rehab is heading in the future. So that wraps up our pulmonary rehab official formal pulmonary rehab section of the agenda for the Big Baton Pass Americas 2025. But the theme of pulmonary rehab and activity, physical activity goal setting is going to still continue throughout the day. We've got a number of wonderful presentations coming. We've also got some live sessions. And in fact, we now have a live session coming up, and I will just get us teed up for that. And so this session is actually sponsored by the COPD Foundation, and my colleague at the COPD Foundation, Mike Hess, is going to lead us through a live session on harmonicas for health. So he's linked in by Zoom, so I'm hoping that this is all going to work out well. So if you just bear with me for one moment, and I will bring him on, hopefully bring him on live.
All right. Hopefully we're live now. Thank you, Alan. Thank you to the Big Baton Pass team. Really excited to be here today. My name is Mike Hess. I'm a respiratory therapist by training, and I am currently Senior Director of Advocacy and Regulatory Affairs for the COPD Foundation. Really excited to have been a part of the Big Baton Pass the last few years and watch it grow from a garage basement kind of thing into this international phenomenon. And doubly excited today to be able to share our experiences with a program we call Harmonicas for Health, going along with the idea of trying to stay active and trying to stay connected. We have found that harmonica playing can actually be a really good adjunct to things like pulmonary rehabilitation and keep people engaged. So we're going to have a little bit of discussion about that, and then we're going to get into a live play along. We've got some experienced folks here and maybe some people who are a little bit new to harmonica. So let us hopefully share the screen. And I see Zoom has thrown something cool in there where I might even be able to stay on the screen at the same time. So it's not just talking at a slide. There we go. That's really neat. Learning something new every day. So again, this is Harmonicas for Health, and this is our collaboration with Big Baton Pass. So really the first question we start with is, yeah, there we go. Okay. So why do we do Harmonicas for Health? Well, Harmonicas, or what is it, essentially? And Harmonicas for Health is really the first nationwide harmonica program created specifically for folks with breathing problems like COPD. Several years back, this is probably going back about 10 years or so, this is when the program started. And at the time, there was this notion of using harmonicas as this tool to help people with their breathing. It was found to be very similar to techniques like pursed lip breathing, help people get their breath under control, and have a little bit of a social function to it. But there really wasn't a consistent way to apply it and to go about it. There was pockets of programs here and there. And unfortunately, they also tended to fade out if the person who was running the program went to a different job or retired or what have you. And so the foundation really wanted to bring a little bit of structure to that. And so in partnership with, I believe it was the foundation or the American Country Music Foundation, or a charitable organization with country music, we got a grant to develop this actual structured program and put together ready-to-use kits so that people could really get this and deploy it wherever they were and be able to make it sustainable. Since then, we've seen it used in group settings. The Department of Veterans Affairs here in the U.S. Uses it throughout their system in various places. We've seen it adopted by a variety of healthcare systems. I myself, before joining the foundation, participated in several Better Breathers groups in my area in southwestern Michigan, and was able to bring harmonicas in partnership with those groups. And you can also do it at home. When telehealth and telecommunications like Zoom became very prevalent in the early 2020s, we found that this was a program that could be very adaptable to that setting as well. And so it was, as the screen says, it's an engaging way to encourage people to exercise their lungs and maintain their breathing. And it's something really everybody can do. So why specifically the harmonica? Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. I mean, obviously there are a lot of instruments that can mimic breath work. We see on the screen here, things like reed instruments like a saxophone, flutes, recorders, all that sort of thing. But we found that the harmonica is really very inexpensive. The Harmonicas for Health kit comes with a harmonica built into it, but you can also get them on eBay or on Amazon or your e-retailer of choice. You can get them at toy stores, dollar stores, lots of different places. They're very inexpensive, and so that makes them very accessible. They're also very portable. This is something that can fit in a pocket. You don't need a special case for it. You don't need a lot of specialized care for it, anything like that. You can kind of take it wherever you go, which also makes it very applicable for a lot of these instructional settings. It can be in a hospital, it can be in a conference room, it can be wherever you'd like it to be. I actually even did a presentation to this for a room full of physicians in a Grand Rounds program. We did it in an auditorium. Everybody got a harmonica, and we did that just all together right there. It's also very familiar. Even if you haven't really, quote unquote, played the harmonica, you've probably seen one of these before. And maybe you've even held one, maybe you've even blown a few notes through it, even if you don't consider it playing. A lot of people are very familiar with it. It's not intimidating. And again, that helps make it very accessible. One of the most important things, one of the when I was taught how to create how to implement the Harmonicas for Health program, is that it really makes a level playing field. A lot of times, people with COPD are very used to going in and talking to their physician or their nurse practitioner or whatever their primary care provider, their pulmonologist, their specialist, somebody who has had a lot of training and has a lot of ostensibly has a lot of knowledge in this area, and that can, even not intentionally, that can create kind of this imbalance where you're listening to the expert talk and all that sort of thing. I don't know a lot of people outside the music industry that are really good at the harmonica. And so that was one of the things that was really important is this is a sense of community where you're not just taking instruction from a teacher or a master or a lecturer or what have you. You're actually working with somebody who's in a very similar boat. And boy, that was me when I was doing these classes again, in my work before the foundation. We were learning right alongside each other with my dozen or so people that were regular attendees. I was terrible. And so and we were all, we all kind of got better together and made some improvements and really went on the journey together. And honestly, from a healthcare perspective, healthcare professional perspective, that's valuable too, because it's really important to remember that the people we care for are in fact people. They're not just patients, they're not just numbers. They are people right alongside of us. And finally, there's that degree of collaboration. One of, I think, the most underrated aspects of things like pulmonary rehabilitation is, of course, the exercise is important, but it's that social connection as well. People can help learn and help each other learn and things like that. And I'll have an example of that as we get into the play section here. Again, why do we do it? We have found actually that this does have benefits to many parts of your body. Of course, it exercises your breathing muscles, your diaphragm in particular. You have to, as you're making these notes, there's a certain sustain to that. You're developing your diaphragm, your accessory muscles, really working that entire rib cage. Hopefully you're sitting up straight, you're working on your posture. All of these things really go to helping improve your breathing. It exercises your abdominal muscles. Again, as you're doing that breath control and maintaining your posture, you should be working this entire, working the core, as they say. And then good posture for better breathing. Emotionally, again, one of the underrated aspects of not only pulmonary rehabilitation, but activity in general, it's a stress reliever. It's again relatively fun to do, as it says at the bottom there. But as you're doing this thing and you're making noise and you're laughing with each other and poking fun at yourself and things like that, it's a good way to relax. And again, living with a chronic condition, I don't need to tell probably most of the people watching this, it's very stressful. It improves feelings of independence. It encourages patience and purpose. Again, it's that learning curve. I think there was an old game that said it's easy to learn but difficult to master. It takes you can learn it in a day and it takes a lifetime to master, something along those lines. It's very similar with the harmonica. It takes a while to get decent at it, but when you do, you get that nice sense of accomplishment at the end also. So we actually do have some proof to that. As a matter of fact, this was some preliminary proof. I'll say that. Proof might be a strong word, as my research colleagues might attest. But this was a study that was published in 2020 from a good friend of mine down in the state of Texas, Mary Hart, who had a relatively small program. There were 14 participants in this 12-week harmonicas program, where they also, they did this harmonica program, did a couple other things, as part of that 12 weeks of harmonica training for 2 hours a week and encouraged to practice at home. And by the end of the 12 weeks, people were found to actually have notable improvements in the distance they could walk in 6 minutes and some of their respiratory dynamics. They didn't necessarily do a lot of pulmonary function testing or anything like that, but you could notice that even from a physiological standpoint, there were definitely improvements. So again, it's working that musculature, it's doing that breath work, it's lowering your stress level, it's all of those things working together. Similarly, a few years back, there was a study in the United Kingdom, this was published in 22, that was a little bit more what they call qualitative, where they actually did some interview questions of these folks who were doing, after they did this harmonicas group. Some of them were in person, some of them were online, and they really had some incredibly insightful comments that I found really impactful. First you find it hard, and these are actually quotes from that study. First you find it hard, but once you get to realize how to breathe properly, you're actually playing a song without realizing it, and then you're not feeling as breathless afterward. And again, that kind of feeds into that sense of accomplishment and success, and not working on the breathing so much anymore. This next person says, I forget to have breathing problems when I do it. When I play, that's what it meant to them. Because for a couple of reasons, according to the authors, they were speculating a little bit, but of course, you're concentrating on doing this activity that is unfamiliar and that you're trying to improve at. And that's taking a lot of the focus away from things that would maybe otherwise have your focus, like your shortness of breath or your cough and things like that. It's also something that is not necessarily associated with having an illness. It impacts so many different aspects of one's life. A lot of things get associated with, well, I don't want to go to this event because I'm afraid I'm going to cough, or I don't want to go here, I don't want to go there. This is something that can be a little bit liberating for a lot of folks feeling that. This third one I thought was really interesting. It's making me exercise when perhaps I wouldn't do those exercises. A person went on to add that it was integrated into their morning routine with some of their medications, where they might otherwise just kind of sit around and just do their inhalers or the nebulizers or whatever. They were actually picking up the harmonica and practicing a little bit more and getting that activity in when they would otherwise not. What a buzz. There's nothing like it at all. Again, that sense of accomplishment and companionship and camaraderie. And then finally, harmonica is brilliant. It's the fact that it's keeping us alive with the hope that we're going to be together again. We're going to be doing it again. We're going to be physically together again. Again, some of this was taking place during the early phases of the pandemic, but this was again a way to keep people social, to keep people engaged with their communities, engaged with peer groups. A lot of that plays into that. So again, this is relatively preliminary research, but again, very promising as we move forward. So as we get into the play section of this is these are slides from actually, we have a monthly play along through the COPD Foundation. We've got a holiday play along coming up in, I believe it's December 3rd. So go to copdfoundation.org to sign up for that if you're interested, if I can entice you today. We start with some helpful hints. You want to make sure that you are well hydrated and everything else. You're moving hopefully a lot of air, so you may want to put on some lip balm. You're going to want to drink a lot of water. You're going to want to avoid eating right before playing, because again, this is a lot of breath work, and it can be, even for somebody who's in decent shape, if this is not the kind of activity that you're used to, it can be surprising at exactly how intense it can be. And as kind of a side note, we recently did a spirometry event with a bunch of firefighters in Chicago. And I'm sure many of the people in the audience know exactly how strenuous a spirometry can be. These very fit, very active firefighters, first responders were blowing through the tube and getting coached. And then by the end of it, they were like, wow, that really takes a lot out of you. And harmonicas can surprisingly do the same thing. Keep a washcloth nearby in case you need to tap out some of the unfortunate side effect of harmonicas. You do create some saliva, and that needs to go somewhere. And then you always want to make sure you're putting your instrument away dry to avoid any kind of bacteria development or anything else that could lead to an infection. Now, we talked about how easy a harmonica can be. it can be extremely complicated. I mean, you can pull up go to any blues concert or, a lot of rock concerts, a lot of country music. You can watch these things on YouTube and you can see the masters at their work. And they do things that are just unbelievable with this. But at the end of the day, the harmonica itself is fairly simple. You either breathe in or blow out. And with this style of harmonica, you get a different kind of note each way you move the air. And so what we try to do is make it easy. There are a couple of different ways to do what are called harmonica tabs, to kind of do this notation to make it so that you can actually make noise through the instrument. An arrow going down, as it says, is like air going down into your lungs. So it's like drawing in. And an arrow going out is blowing out, or an arrow going up is blowing out. So it's in and out and in and out. There are also numbers. It's difficult to see on this particular harmonica, but there are numbers above each hole in the harmonica, 1 through 10. On this harmonica, there are many different sizes and styles and all that. And so the other part of the notation is what hole to blow in or to draw through. So again, as it says on the screen here, 4 means blow or draw into hole 4, and then 7 is hole 7. And really, that's all there is to the basics. Of course, and this is, my cat always really likes the harmonica. So Potato, say hello to the Big Baton Pass. All right. So it doesn't know you don't get the rhythm of the song through these particular tabs, but again, if you keep it relatively simple, you can usually figure it out. And so we go from that into often the very first song in our old playbook was Row, Row, Row Your Boat. And this is that story that I mentioned a little bit earlier. This is supposed to be about as easy as it gets for the harmonica. And most of it is pretty straightforward, but we spent a few weeks we spent several sessions trying to iron this out, because again, part of that learning curve is there are certain stretches in here where you're trying to switch very quickly from in to out, back again, and that can be difficult. Or trying to do as we have some of these longer notes, or the more notes, the repeated notes, like that can be difficult for folks, because again, you're not necessarily used to the kind of breath control that can take. So they learned a lot. They helped each other. The participants helped each other with, well, this works for me, or that this works, maybe it'll work for you. And they also taught me a lot as the facilitator to this, about how to teach, how to understand the condition a little bit better, and essentially how all of this should work together. So I don't want to stop sharing the screen. I'm wondering, I guess I can't have the whole group going right now, and I want to leave this up so that we actually know what to play. But let's see if we can put together what we have learned so far for those of us, for those folks who are in there participating. We will start from the top. Oops. There we go. I think clear out that screen a little bit. We'll start from the top, and we will try to get our way through Row, Row, Row Your Boat. So let me get ready here, and I'll count us in. We'll do 1, 2, 3, go. And that will be how we start. So without further ado, row, row, row your boat. 1, 2, 3, go. And see, this is this is often how it goes. I'm a little rusty myself, and I completely messed that up, even though I've played this song many times. I've sang this song since I was a kid. Let's try that maybe again. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, how do we do? Let me see if I can find my gallery again here. Let's see if I can at least see you folks. All right, Potato, come on, man. All right, so that's like again the introductory song, the first song that we can do here. And you can really go all out with a lot of these things as we move through a little bit more here. And the next one on and so let me back up a second here. This is another way that you can find a lot of really great resources. You search for harmonica tabs online, and there are a lot of free resources that will help you find some music to play, some inspiration. They're not always in this arrow notation. Another notation that is very common is using a plus sign as a positive pressure blowing out and a negative sign drawing in. That's very common, and then you really start getting very intricate with some of the other you get rhythm notations and things like that. But this one mostly just counts on trying to figure out that, or counts on the fact that you know the song. So let's try this holiday appropriate Jingle Bells. 1, 2, ready, go. This is not usually part of the harmonicas program. You gotta help me a few more minutes. Come on. So again, huge variety of songs out there. You can start getting really complicated with it. And some of the other things that were in one of the recent, this was a song that we did a few years back for World COPD Day. This was probably about 21 or 22. We put together a video of folks playing You Are My Sunshine from different settings and kind of compiled that all together. You can see this is where, some of the notes start kind of going in and out. This is still relatively short on the harmonica. You're not going from 1 to 10. You're kind of staying in that 3, 4, 5, 6 range, keeping it a little bit more on the easier side. Some classics like The Lion Sleeps Tonight, all the way up to family favorites,
Go out
things
and look
from
at the
movies.
test,
You've got
and
Finding
then
Me
see
from
how
the
much of
Toy
the time
Story
we've got
series.
and then
And
have a
this is
chat.
also where you might be
Sounds
able
good.
to turn this
These
into a
guys are going to be
family
going
affair.
through
Maybe
the
you've got
assessment
some
on each
kids,
other,
some
so we're talking
grandkids.
about the role of
You want to
muscles
get
and
involved. This is
positioning
an
and
activity that
coming
you
into
can
these
do
guys
right
as well.
alongside of them, which is also why we also our team has also found things like the theme song from the cartoon Bluey, and imagine being able to share that kind of participation with your family. So we've got a few minutes left. That's basically the summary of the program. I'm going to leave that up. Well, we can provide that contact information in the chat. But what I would really like to do is maybe call on a couple of the folks who are participating with us today to maybe share your feelings and your experiences with Harmonicas for Health. Caroline, I'll put you on the spot. What do you think about harmonicas?
Oh, well, I'm not good at it at all. But it's a lot of fun. And I have a lot of fun laughing at myself and the dog and the cat go and hide when I start. So you must be better than I am because your cat came around. So yeah, it's fun. It's fun. And you get to see other people. And it's a really good program.
How long have you participated? How long have you?
3 years, I believe, maybe 4. I don't know. I
Okay.
lose track of time.
Great. Do you know of any programs in your area? Like, have you been able to convince anybody to pick this up?
No, I actually tried to start a program at the local hospital, but it ended up only being 2 people ever showed up, myself and one of my friends. So we kind of dropped it. I guess maybe I should have stuck with it longer, but it seemed
Well,
useless.
it can be a challenge, and that's why, when I was doing mine, we certainly had some ups and downs, especially when we were trying to go through the slog of figuring out where row your boat. Um, it's helpful to, if you can kind of tag on to an existing program like a Better Breathers group, or work with your pulmonary rehab programs in your area. That can get you a little bit more buy-in, perhaps, and help with that. So you just for those watching, I mean, every community is going to be a little bit different. I guess it's something else I should point out is this is something that is very internationalizable, translatable, localizable, whatever the appropriate word would be for that. It's music is kind of a universal language, so you just have to find the right tabs and the right songs, and really bring that to wherever you're at. So, all right, any last comments from our folks here? Barry, Paul, Shawanda, Shawanda?
It's Shawanda. You said it correct.
Shawanda, okay.
I just wanted to introduce myself. I wanted to just come in and kind of see how this works. So I'm Shawanda. I'm with the research department at the COPD Foundation, and I'm the research study coordinator. So this was very enlightening, informational, and I think it's a great thing you're doing, Mike, here. So it was very informational. So I just wanted to pop in and, be a part and kind of be a spectator and see how this works.
Well, I know you guys always have a full plate over there in research, but I'll just throw a tag in that if there's ever an opportunity to get more information about this, or to get more evidence for it, I think this is a really great opportunity to do that. We'd love to see this program grow, because it can be very useful, and it's a great way to make some of these contacts in the communities. I will say this isn't necessarily the work that I'm doing. I'm actually tagging in for Johnny Karinko, our manager of public and professional education, who leads a lot of these initiatives, and she's kind of carried the torch for Harmonicas for Health ever since Stephanie Williams, who's now with GAP, I think you'll be hearing from later today, was the originator of the program here, and Johnny picked it up after she switched over to GAP. So, but if folks are interested, happy to, you can again go to our website and search for Harmonicas for Health. It should probably come up fairly early on your search engine of choice. And you can also reach out to us at info@copdfoundation.org and get more information that way. So I think we're running up on time, so I will say thank you all again very much for spending some time with us on the Big Baton Pass and World COPD Day, and really looking forward to seeing how the day closes out. Alan?
Thanks, Mike. That was wonderful. Thanks a lot, Mike, for leading us through on and enlightening us on Harmonicas for Health, which really looks like a lot of fun. And it's great to see my colleagues from the COPD Foundation on. For those of you who've been with us for a while today, you'll know that throughout the day, we are paying tribute to a number of patient advocacy champions. And it's that time now where we're going to just pay tribute to a couple more with a couple of videos. And I'll just bring up the ones we're doing now. And Mike and I didn't plan this, but in actual fact, one of our patient advocacy champions is Carolyn Gaynor, who you just heard from in Mike's little session there. So the couple of videos, and again, these tributes are sponsored by the COPD Foundation and Right to Breathe. And we'll be this time around having one short video on a very good friend of mine who passed away just recently, John Linnell. So we'll hear a little bit from Mike about John and his impact on the COPD community. And we'll hear from Joe Morrison again, who will give a tribute to Carolyn Gaynor, who you just saw a couple of minutes ago. So I will bring those videos up.
John Linnell. John was one of the first people I met in real life from the COPD community back when I was a young RT, just getting my foot in the door with research in this area. He had a very unique sense of humor, but that was honestly overshadowed by his drive to advocate on behalf of his fellow people living with COPD, to push research forward, to connect people with the things they needed to help manage their condition properly. He was a wealth of knowledge and experience, and he was always there to count on if you needed even a last minute project. He was always, you could call him up anytime and say, John, can you help me out with this? And the answer was invariably yes.
Hey, everybody. Joe Morrison with Right to Breathe. Excited to honor another COPD advocate, Miss Caroline Gaynor. Caroline is the West Virginia State Advocacy Captain for the COPD Foundation. She's just a wonderful person and is a great example of someone who works hard to stay active to live her best life. She also was a school teacher during her career, and maybe that's where she got her great sense of humor from, or maybe that's what made her a great teacher. But she's a wonderful person that really works hard to help people living with COPD. She has shared her story with the Right to Breathe Pulmonary Chat Group, and she's shared about how her COPD action plan helps keep her healthy, so she knows what to do when challenges come up. So thank you, Caroline, for everything you do for the COPD community. I'm glad to call you a friend and love the work you do.
So thanks to Mike and Joe for those wonderful tributes of two just tremendous people. John Linnell, who unfortunately did pass away just recently, but was such a great patient advocacy for so many years. And Caroline Gaynor, who you just saw in the Harmonicas for Health, and is a friend of mine from the COPD Foundation. I think those were truly wonderful tributes. And we have a couple of more tributes coming up later in the day. So now we're going to actually head back over to the UK and Ruth. This was timing wasn't quite working for us in terms of fitting this in the Pulmonary Rehab Essentials. But one of the very important parts of Pulmonary Rehab Essentials, we heard about the exercise training, we heard about the self-management education, we heard about the behavior change. Another very important part of that is, and we've heard it during the presentations this morning, is a personalized assessment right at the beginning of the program. So I'm now going to move over to Ruth, and Ruth is going to lead you through for the next 10 minutes or so, just showing some work that's going on at the moment. I think it's a workshop for Ruth that is coordinating over there, and they're going to show, we're just going to take a sneak peek at what's going on over there with some of the functional assessments that are available in pulmonary rehab programs.
Back at Solent University, so we're back in the UK for a short bit today. I'm here with Tom Gray, so I'm going to hand over to Tom for this part of the programme. Tom's going to walk us around the room and the different bits that are happening. So Tom, over to you, and I will lead you to it.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm Tom Gray, I'm a physiotherapist. I work here at Southampton Solent University as a senior lecturer on our sport and exercise therapy degree programme. So we train our therapists over the 3 years they're with us to become musculoskeletal specialists. And part of our clinic that we run in third year is open to the general public to be able to come in to see our students for therapy. So those patients may include those who have comorbidities such as COPD. So we teach our students how to adapt exercise prescription and how to adapt their assessment techniques for patients who may be breathless or otherwise maybe aren't used to exercising. So what we've got set up in the room today, this is our clinic space. We use this space here to treat our patients, but also to perform subjective assessments to be able to learn a little bit more from them as we go through our assessment. So some of the tests that COPD patients may be put through to be able to assess their exercise tolerance include things like balance tests. So over this side of the room here, we've got a couple of our students demonstrating how we might assess balance. Now they're at an advanced stage at the moment. They're working quite hard on the Bosu ball and the foam pad, but we can regress these exercises as well to make them easier. So you've got to show me an easier version, girls, as well there. Excellent. So we might look at things like tandem stance, single leg stance, because what we know is that there's an increased falls risk due to reduced mobility amongst patients with COPD. So part of our assessment will be to assess how somebody can balance and whether they're able to maintain a steady stance position, either in a tandem stance or single leg. Girls, show me that one. There's go. Grace is on a single leg as well. And we can look at ways to make this progressively harder as well as part of our assessment. One of the things we also know is that we have some strength deficiency, particularly around the quadriceps muscle group. So the quadriceps are our thigh muscles. Really important ones for being able to push us up out of a chair, or to be able to go into standing or walking, or to go up and down stairs. So Noah and Zach are over here just demonstrating how we might go about assessing somebody's quadriceps strength using a device called a handheld dynamometer. So it gives us a good accurate reading of somebody's isometric strength, so the strength of the muscles in the thigh. Again, we can use this as a baseline and provide exercises to strengthen those muscles with the aim of improving somebody's function and mobility and balance. We're going to come back to these guys in a second to let you know kind of what they're up to, but we're going to show you a little bit more around capacity testing from an aerobic perspective as well. So how to test somebody's ability to cover a distance. So girls are going to shoot outside, and we can kind of work out to them to show them how we will go through that capacity testing in a second as well. What I'm just going to do is grab Zach. You right just to give us a sit to stand example there, Zach, for us? So speaking about that sort of functional testing that we can perform with a patient, we might also look at how they are able to get out of a chair. So one way to do that might be to assess the number of sit to stands that are possible within a given space of time. But what we want to do is to ensure our patients or our students understand how it might feel to be breathless when performing some of these functional tasks. So we're going to mimic that today using a peg. So Zach is going to put a peg on his nose and a straw through which he's going to breathe, which can somewhat mimic the restriction and airflow to the muscles and through the lungs that we might see in patients with COPD. So we're going to see how many sit to stands Zach can do in 30 seconds. So we're going to time him there. So very much a good example here of an active and fit patient who may well be experiencing some of the challenges through breathing through a straw or with the peg on the nose there to mimic some of the breathless conditions that we might see. There's ways that we modify all of these assessments obviously as well to make them more comfortable, but the idea is we get a good baseline of patient's functional capacity that we can then repeat after a course of treatment. You might have heard earlier today about pulmonary rehab or experienced that yourself, so these are good tests that we can do maybe at the start of an intervention and again at the end. So I'm going to transition outside to show you what Emily and Grace are doing. Okay, so out here we've got Emily and Grace performing a 6-minute walk test. So a 6-minute walk test is a standardized test to be able to assess how far somebody might be able to travel within a 6-minute period. So we have 2 chairs 30 meters apart in the corridor here, and the girls are doing laps of that 30-meter circuit to be able to count how many times they can go from one chair to the next. So if they're able to make it there and back twice in that 6 minutes, we've got 60 meters covered. If they're able to do it 10 times, we've got 300 meters covered, and so forth. Girls did this earlier without the peg and the straw to get a baseline as to how they could manage this under non-COPD conditions, and are now repeating the test under COPD conditions as well. I'll grab one of them in a second just to kind of see how they're feeling. But alongside the 6-minute walk test, we've also got some other assessment techniques that we might use for patients as well. In a second, we'll go back into the room and I'll show you a little bit more about what a musculoskeletal assessment might involve. And we'll have a chat back with Ruth as well. So I'm going to grab you, Grace, to ask you a couple of questions. You right to remove your peg there? So how did it feel doing it with and without there? What's the difference?
Well, you cannot walk as fast at all. You can just feel your muscles getting more fatigued and out of breath. I'm out of breath speaking now, and I've only done not even half the time. So.
And how has doing this opened your eyes to maybe how you might adapt your approach to a patient who is breathless?
Well, you just, now that I know how they're going to feel, you just be a lot more cautious and sort of, you don't want to ruin their confidence because obviously they can't do the stuff that I might think is easy myself. So yeah, it's just harder to do than what I thought it would be.
Fantastic. And we've got some strategies and techniques as well we can deploy to help with breathlessness as well. The idea is that you can pause in these tests as well, regain your breath, but the clock keeps ticking to be able to see how far you can cover within that time given. So back to it, Grace, then. Thank you very much. So I'm going to head back inside there and I can talk you through a little bit more about a musculoskeletal assessment. So over this side, we've got a couple of our third-year students just demonstrating the types of tests that we might do if a patient does present to our clinic with a musculoskeletal complaint. Just to tell you a little bit more about what that term means. So musculoskeletal, So Jess, we're talking here about the muscles and the bones. And we know that musculoskeletal injuries and pathologies are more prevalent in patients with COPD for a number of reasons. One of those reasons might well be deconditioning due to lack of use of the muscles when performing some of the exercise we've been talking about, through breathlessness and maybe some fear or anxiety of becoming breathless. Also, some of the medications that patients might take may result in a deconditioning of the muscles as well, so long-term antibiotics or steroid use in particular. So we see lots of patients in our clinic presenting with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, ankle sprains, and all sorts of different conditions that we teach our students to be able to assess and diagnose. So Sat and T over here are two of our third year students who are performing a knee assessment on Annie, who you might recognise from earlier, going through some orthopaedic tests. They tend to look for things like range of motion, strength, and ability to tolerate some different stress tests under orthopaedic conditions. On the back of this, what we can do is put together a tailored exercise program and a plan to try and help to improve the strength or range of motion of the joints or muscles that we might be testing. If we summarize musculoskeletal therapy in a nutshell, we could say that if we find something that's stiff, we want to move it more. If we find something that's weak, we want to strengthen it. And if we find something that's tight, we might look at some techniques such as stretching. Our guys are trained in things like massage and manual therapy, as well as exercise prescription, all of which we teach them how to adapt their approach to patients with COPD as well. The tailored exercise program that patients might follow will help to build up their strength to be able to test the functional capacity again using some of these different methods that you saw the guys performing slightly earlier. So I'm just going to hand back over to Ruth, who might have some additional questions to run through.
I think it's really interesting. So what people have seen are some different tests that you do from a musculoskeletal perspective. But actually, say for example, a 6-minute walk test, sit to stand tests, quad strength, so 1 rep max, for example, are all exercise assessments that we would use at the start of pulmonary rehab. So there's so much crossover in the assessments we do and the rationale for why we do them. Absolutely. I guess, you've already mentioned it, but I guess we know there's a crossover between people who have COPD and musculoskeletal conditions. And I guess it's, how do we work as a professional team together to, I guess, help people in the best way we can?
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes the barrier to somebody making good progress with pulmonary rehab might be a musculoskeletal pathology. Yeah. And so we could almost see it as we might hold the keys to sort of unlock that further potential, that if we can make somebody's knee that bit better so they can engage with the pulmonary rehab classes more and get the benefits from being involved with those programs as well. So certainly referring and recognising when a patient might benefit from musculoskeletal intervention as well is an important part.
Yeah, I think that's really, really key, because I think sometimes we see people with COPD or we see people with a musculoskeletal diagnosis, and if they're within a musculoskeletal service, we just focus in on one. So I think, and again, if they're in the pulmonary rehab referral system, I guess we focus in on the COPD. So it's really good that we have that view of kind of the whole person and actually what's that biggest concern for that person and what's their most limiting factor. And I guess, what role have, I guess, musculoskeletal therapists got? Like, we know, I guess, we've been talking about COPD and pulmonary rehab all day. I guess if we think about what health and social care systems look like, I guess, where do we interface? How do we interact? How do we work together?
Yeah, absolutely. So traditionally, musculoskeletal care may be delivered by a physiotherapist. However, now there are other professions such as our sports therapy program here and BASRAC qualifications as well that train therapists to become more specialists in the field of musculoskeletal injury. The place that you might find a musculoskeletal practitioner is either in private practice or in the NHS, in public healthcare. So GPs typically can refer into musculoskeletal services, but so can other healthcare professionals. Yeah. Many places also have self-referral for patients as well to be able to get into that system. And once we're kind of looking after the patient, we treat people holistically. So we look at what their goals are, but also what the barriers to those goals are as well, whether it might be anxiety or fear or something more functionally physical that we can then start to think about what interventions can we provide. We've got a toolbox of different services and techniques we can dip into, so things like exercise prescription and manual therapy, but part of that toolbox is the wider multidisciplinary team as well, and recognising where are those services might be able to benefit a patient's care.
Yeah, I think that's all really interesting, and I think, again, we saw looking at the balance and the falls component of that. I think, again, when we assess a patient in pulmonary rehab, we're thinking about falls, and it's becoming more and more common to see falls falls-based exercises included within a pulmonary rehab program. So I guess if we were to look at someone and we did an assessment and we thought that we think that person is at a higher risk of falls, I guess how would you start to prescribe an exercise program or think about exercises that person could, I guess, start and take away?
Absolutely, yeah. So when we look at the exercise continuum, we might have an elite athlete at one end and a patient who's never exercised at the other.
Yeah.
And essentially, they're both human beings that are on this same continuum and journey. So we would regress an exercise to a level that is appropriate for the patient, but still challenging to achieve the goals. So we might adapt some of these exercises, do them as chair-based exercises, for example, or maybe using a lower weight or some equipment that is available at home. So rather than a dumbbell, using a tin of beans, for example, to look at strength training. So thinking of patients on that continuum, we try and identify where they are, where we want to get them to, and how we do that in between as well.
Yeah, I think that sounds, again, really similar. It's such a big crossover between the principles we apply within exercise prescription and pulmonary rehab about regression and progression, and actually the individual's kind of key to that decision making. I think we're about ready to hand back over to Alan. So thank you, Tom, so much. Thank you for having students in today, and thank you for having a focus in on COPD. We know it's really important as a condition that we don't just think about the individual component of that person, but we think about that whole person.
Absolutely,
so yeah, it's great to see how we can work together as an MDT to deliver that sort of care.
Great, it's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much.
Us.
Thank you, Alan. Back over to you.
Well, thank you very much to Ruth and Tom there, giving us a sneak peek into some of the assessments that are done as part of our pulmonary rehab program. And I think that speaks, if we just think about what we saw earlier in the morning, and this idea of at the heart of a pulmonary rehab program is that personalized assessment to really understand what is the nature of the problems for that individual patient, and tailoring the pulmonary rehab program to make sure that it accommodates those problems and helps the patients with those problems. So we're now going to shift gear a little bit, and the next on the agenda, and I'll just bring up the slide here to introduce. So we're going to move, we're going to come actually back over to Canada, just down the road from me in Belleville. And we have a video that we're going to show. It's about a 30-minute video on the Keep Breathers program, and the lead of that program is Lisa Dow. And rather than me introducing the video, I'm actually going to bring Lisa on. She's actually live here with us, and I'm going to bring her on so that she can just introduce the video by herself. And I just have to get rid of that. There we go.
There we are.
Hi, Lisa. Good to see you.
Hello.
Yeah, so I think you've got your video on the Keep Breathers program. Maybe you just want to give the audience a little sneak kind of introduction to the Keep Breathers and the video that they're going to see.
I'm really excited. Year 3. We're at year 3. Can you believe it? In the Big Baton Pass. My name is Lisa Dow, and I am a physiotherapist. Been a physio for too many years to mention. What you're going to see is a video on a group that I run called the Keep Breathing program. And I wanted to share it because I wanted to just let everybody know that, there is a way to reach a lot of people with COPD, chronic lung disease, to provide programming that works, that is enjoyable. We have fun in the Keep Breathing group. But the most important thing is it's pretty easy to build up the program. So I just wanted everybody to sort of hear what I've done and see the successes by hearing from some of the group participants. We're going to do a walk this afternoon at our local community center, getting our steps in for the challenge, but I wanted to share what my program is, and hopefully there's somebody out there that can take that as inspiration and build a program in your area.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. Yeah, and I think it's so great. Again, one of the themes you've had throughout the day is really to hear from the patients themselves. And I think what we're going to see in this video is you giving a little bit of information about the program, but then we're going to actually hear, you have a little chat with the patients, and we hear just how valuable it's been to them. So that's wonderful. Well, great. Well, thanks for joining us live.
They call it life-changing.
Yeah, that is a term that we've heard a lot today, and I think
Yeah.
that is definitely
Yeah.
probably where we want to just keep reminding people
Yeah.
of just
Yeah.
the life-changing either pulmonary rehab or tele rehab or activity
Yeah.
programs. Yeah. So thanks for joining us live,
Yeah.
and I will now
Awesome.
bring the video on. So here we go. I will momentarily bring the
Hi there. My name is Lisa Dow, and I'm the physiotherapist behind the Keep Breathing program. We're going to talk about the Keep Breathing program, what it is, how you get involved, who is involved, what's involved in being involved, and then at the end, we're going to talk to those that are involved and see how they feel about being involved. That's a lot of involvement. Anyhow, so we're going to talk about Keep Breathing. We're going to talk about our successes, what we do, and then talk to the Keep Breathers. I'm going to share my screen so we can, here we go. Okay. So the Keep Breathing program, what is it? The Keep Breathing program is a program that I created as a physiotherapist working in respiratory rehab in a hospital for many years. It's a program that involves exercise, education, and support. And all three pieces of the program are quite important. We're going to talk about exercise first. And I know a lot of people think, when they can't breathe, how do they possibly exercise? But really, exercise is one of the most important management strategies for people with lung disease. Because we know for people with lung disease, the fitter and the stronger they are, they use less oxygen for any given activity that they do. Their tissues become more sensitive to oxygen. Um, they need less effort for any activity that they do. So that means they require less energy or oxygen. So that makes us be able to do more with less. We know with people with lung disease, the fitter and stronger they are, it means they get better at balancing. The better your balance is, the more efficient all of your movements are. So that means for any given movement, again, you need less oxygen. It also reduces your fall risk, reduces your risk of injury. We also know that if you've got lung disease and you're exercising, that your immune system is improved. It means that you will have fewer, less severe, shorter duration chest infections. We know people with lung disease when they're exercising that they're less likely to need hospital care. They're likely to use less medications. And why is that important? Because that's important for preserving lung tissue as we move forward. We also know that exercising, getting fitter and stronger, means an improvement in general health. So it means that not only are your lungs a little bit more improved, you also have better heart health, better bone health, joint health, better metabolic health, and better mental health. All of those things are really important. Helps us to have better results long term, helps us to be able to function better. So that's the exercise portion. Why do we do education and support? Well, if we're looking at the education and the support component, we know that it'll improve your understanding of your underlying lung disease. The education and support also provide tools for helping you manage the lung disease that you've got. It improves your confidence in your self-management. So imagine if you feel more confident about talking to your lung disease, imagine talking to your healthcare professional. You'll be able to explain your signs and symptoms better and be able to be more involved in your care. We know that if you're supported and you're educated, you're more likely to quit smoking and to stay quit from smoking. And we also know the more that you know, you're more likely going to adhere to your exercise program. So all of that relates to being to having improved quality of life. So what is Keep Breathing? So it has all those three pillars: exercise, education, and support. It's run virtually over Zoom. It's physio led by me, and it's at low cost. The important part of being low cost is we know that the programming needs to be ongoing. And because it needs to be ongoing, we need to be able to support that long term. So low cost is really important. So what does the Keep Breathing program look like day to day, week to week? The exercise component we do live over Zoom twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays right now. And that exercise session will look basically like a regular exercise session, meaning that we will do stretching, strengthening, mobility, balance, and cardio. But built into that exercise program is proper pacing, breathing strategies, and multiple levels to make it right for each person that's in the program. We also do lots of self-monitoring techniques to make sure that each individual understands what the right level is for them. So that's the exercise. Now, along with the live exercise sessions, we also have a full library of bonus recorded sessions. Those recorded sessions can be used if somebody has to miss a session because they have an appointment, or they're just for whatever reason not able to attend the live session. You know, there are some people in the group that actually like to do extra sessions. And, you know, that makes sense because when you're exercising and you feel better, then it makes you not be so afraid of doing an extra session because it makes you feel better. The chat nights, our education is done a lot of it through our chat nights. We meet one evening per month to chat about something that the group has found of interest. So a topic of interest to the group. Sometimes it's completely respiratory related, like how to use your inhalers, talking about breathing strategies, talking about the medications we might use to manage our lung disease. But sometimes it's only marginally related, but all of the topics we talk about come back to how we manage on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes I lead the chat nights based on my expertise, but often I will bring in a professional colleague. I've been a physio in our community, the Belleville area, for more than, well, almost 30 years now. So I have lots of connections, lots of people I can call on to come and join our chat nights to share their expertise with us. The support piece is ongoing. I provide support as much as needed. I'm available as needed. The other part that's important for support is the support our people give each other. And then the other piece of our support is our private Facebook community that we have. It's a great place that is a safe place for our people to connect with each other and to have access to some of our resources that we use in the group. The exercise portion, where do I do it? Well, most of the classes are done at the Evolve Wellness Studio in Belleville, Ontario. You can see from the photos that I have a nice big space with a very large monitor, so I can see everybody quite well and they can hear me and see me as well. So most of those classes are done in the studio, but I do have the option when I need to, just like the people in our group. Sometimes I have to work from home. So I have a home gym that I can work through. There are times when we do invite the Keep Breathers to come into the studio where we can meet face to face and celebrate occasions and milestones. So that's a great opportunity that we have as well. The chat nights, who do we chat with? Well, we chat with a lot of people depending on what we're interested in learning about, but certainly we chat with respiratory therapists, occupational therapists, the lung health nurse will come in. A really important one is our friend, our psychotherapist who comes in and talks about anxiety when you can't breathe. She's a really great one. pharmacist has been with us a number of times, our dietitian. We have had the COPD athlete. He is a gentleman that is from Australia with severe lung disease on oxygen that runs marathons. He does that to promote awareness of what people with COPD can actually do. Um, we also have had other physiotherapists with other specialties come and talk to us. Most importantly, though, we chat with each other. We can chat about a lot of things with each other. The resources that come from our chat night are very many, very many. So some of them are completely related to the respiratory part of the program, like how to do some of the breathing techniques, the coughing techniques, the positioning for when you're short of breath. But we also have resources about improving sleep, about your diet. A couple of the other really important pieces, though, are the ones that we use to prepare for appointments. So preparing for a doctor's appointment, nurse practitioner appointment, talking about where we are with our respiratory health, having a good idea of what we're managing, what we're having trouble with. And then if we prepare ahead of time for those appointments, it makes what we get out of the appointment so much more fulfilling. So there's a lot of different resources that we have. So I just thought I'd show you a closer look on a couple of them. So one of them is about quitting smoking, how to help curb some cravings. And then the other one that I'm showing you is the one that we use to talk about our inhalers. So before we go to the doctor's, kind of just reviewing what inhalers we're on so we know what we're on, and then thinking about how they're working for us. And that helps you and your doctor talk about what's going to be best for you going forward. So the Keep Breathing program, does it work? Well, our numbers certainly say that it does work. Our first class was December 2020. Everybody remembers that, the height of the COVID pandemic. That's sort of the reason why we have Keep Breathing. From that first class, we still have 60% of that class still attending. Over the almost 4 years now, we've had over 900% growth. We get over 300 attendances per month. Of the classes that are available, 70% of our program participants attend more than 2/3 of the classes available a month, which is huge. Of all the attendances possible, 80% of them are filled. So what does that mean? If you look at regular gym class, fitness class attendance, usually it's less than 30%. So considering that this is a group of people that are older, using technology, and have a chronic condition, having greater than 80% attendance is really quite phenomenal. They're amazing. Who should be part of Keep Breathing? Well, anybody living with chronic lung disease. The main groups are COPD, asthma, and pulmonary fibrosis, but we certainly have lots of other people with other types of respiratory diagnosis like bronchiectasis. We've got a growing group of pre and post lung transplant participants. They're a great motivation, hard workers for sure. And we've had some post-COVID and some post-lung cancer treatment clients in our program. So basically anybody living with lung disease can benefit from the Keep Breathing program. How do you get to us? How do you get involved? Well, you can go through your family doctor, your nurse practitioner, if you like, or you can self-refer. If you're a referring physician, a referring nurse practitioner, what I find works the best is for you to fill out the referral form and fax it to me or email it to me, and then I contact the client remembering that when you can't breathe, it's terrifying to even think about joining a program, particularly one that involves exercise. So if I can do that initial reaching out, that tends to have a little bit more success than having to rely on the client to, build up the nerve to call me themselves. So what happens when I get a referral, or somebody contacts me? We chat on the phone. We chat on the phone. We talk about their present condition, how they're managing with their lung condition, how they got to where they are, and where they want to go. So what their goals are. We talk about their other possible medical conditions, anything that might influence how they participate in the program. I do a lot of review of what they know about their lung condition and then start the teaching process right there. We talk about how they monitor how they're doing in a particular day, how they're going to monitor themselves when they're in the program. So teaching can start in that first interaction. I usually contact the person within 48 hours. And that initial phone call can be anywhere from, 5 minutes to an hour and a half, depending what the needs are. If somebody is interested and they're a little bit leery about the technology and they've never used Zoom before, I've done many Zoom trials with people, just making sure that they're comfortable getting on and off Zoom, and that they're comfortable starting the camera, getting their audio to work. So often, before somebody even comes to their very first class, we will have had 2 hours of interaction together. This is some of us. We are a fun group, a very welcoming group. We look like everybody else. So don't ever be afraid of joining us. And our honorary keep breathers in the bottom corner, that is Russ, our COPD athlete. So you might be wondering, programming is at low cost. How do I keep the program going? Well, I'm involved in a lot of different things. I have recently started our Intro to Keep Breathing program, which is a virtual pulmonary rehab program that I run out of one of our regional Ontario health teams. It is a full pulmonary rehab program with exercise education and support. And then I also run a program called Keep Moving, which is for anybody who's over the age of 55 and wants to keep working on keeping moving as they go forward in life. So we work on strength, mobility, balance, and conditioning. It's also fairly low cost. And then I'm really involved with, pardon me, World COPD Day, where I do a lot of public education, meet a lot of people, share my expertise. I work with Healthcare Excellence Canada. I've done two big projects with them. One was providing appropriate virtual care, and the other one was working on innovations in healthcare. Those were two interesting projects. And then I've also worked with the Lung Health Foundation, working with their Fitness for Breath program, doing some consulting with them to help them improve their programming. They've also recognized Keep Breathing as one of their ideal program formats, and I've done lots of teaching for them. So along with Keep Breathing, we're doing a lot of other things to keep going. Special thank you to Jessica, the owner of Evolve. Without her and her dedication of time and space to the program, we probably wouldn't be able to say we're still going at the almost 4-year mark. And also, I have to say thank you to all of the Keep Breathers who show up and work hard and participate day after day after day. I'm going to stop my share and I'm going to invite the Keep Breathers to unmute themselves. There's quite a few of them with us today. And they're going to, if they feel comfortable, share some of their experiences with the program. Welcome.
Thank
So,
you.
so thanks for being here. So I don't know how you want to do this, but I thought one of the first things that I want to just sort of put out there, one of the first sort of barriers people might think about when they think about this type of program is the technology. And, you know, I'm not a techie at all, and it took a little bit of time of sort of getting comfortable with the technology. Does anybody want to sort of comment on their experience with Zoom? You know, what do you think about having the program in this using this technology? Is it a barrier for you?
I
No,
think
I
it's a good
think it's
idea.
great. I wouldn't be part of this because you're in Belleville and I'm in
Right,
Toronto. So
right.
I'm thrilled that it's available on Zoom.
Right. And isn't that a great thing that we can do it with technology, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing that I'd like to say with doing it in this format, it keeps when we started, it was COVID times, right? And we were all so afraid to be out amongst the people. And this allowed us in a very safe way to interact and do the things that we know we needed to do for our lung health, but in a very safe way.
Yep.
Even now, if you feel you've got a cold coming on or something, working
Mm,
from home, you're not worried about infecting anybody else.
Yeah.
absolutely.
So that is a
Absolutely.
big bonus.
Yeah. And I think recognizing that there are so many things that can get in our way of doing what we need to do that having the opportunity to do this in a very simple way, doesn't, in some ways, it doesn't allow us the excuse of not doing it because it is so convenient, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I feel guilty if I miss because I don't have to get dressed, go drive, pay for parking,
Yeah.
find the room. It's like if I
Right.
miss a day, that's just like
then that just puts more stress on you if you're thinking, oh, I got to get dressed, I got to get there, and you're looking at
Right.
time.
Right. And
This
that
way,
that that's a really interesting thing too when we talk about the cost of the program. Um, you know, when you have to go someplace and pay for parking, when you have to go someplace and think about the stress of finding a parking spot and walking in, right? You know, when you think about sort of all the things that you don't have to pay for when you do it from home.
also, if
Kind
you're
of
not,
nice.
you don't have to rely on someone getting you there if you're not
Hmm.
able to drive for
True
whatever reason,
enough.
and
True
that
enough.
person's waiting for you, whether it's a volunteer from community care or your partner, whatever. It's
Right.
it's putting on somebody else, and you're relying for them to be able to get you there. This way, you just go from
Right.
point A to
Right.
point B in your
Right.
home.
Yeah. The other
yeah.
thing with the cost is, I challenge people sometimes when they're worried about the cost to think about, well, what if you didn't have to use as much Kleenex in a month because you weren't coughing up
Yeah.
as much? What
Yeah.
if, what if you didn't have to use as much over-the-counter cough medicine, cough drops?
Mm.
What if you didn't have to use as many puffs of your inhaler because you were stronger and fitter and more efficient at working? And then what if, after all of that, you also felt better, right?
Yeah.
So the cost, like when I look at our cost, when I break it down, it works out to be, I think, $1.16 a day. Well, you guys are certainly worth $1.16 a day, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Feeling better. Yeah. Yeah.
I have belonged to both gym and this program. And I'll tell you, I've stuck with this program a lot longer than I stuck with the gym.
Yes.
So why do you think that is? So what do you think is unique about, because we do have excellent adherence. So why do you think that is? What do you think is special-ish about the program that makes you want to show up?
I
You
think
do it.
doing it on Zoom, you
Okay.
don't have to, and
So it's
especially in
convenient.
our winter weather. Like I
Yeah.
don't have to go clean the car off or go anywhere. And
True.
it's just
True.
turn on my computer and there we are.
Yeah. And
So
when I
it's
have a low day or I'm not feeling really well, I
Mhm.
still sign on and do
Yeah.
the class to the best that I, do what you
Yeah.
can with the day that you got. If I had to drive somewhere and do this, I wouldn't go on those days. But
Right.
because it's
Right.
Zoom and I'm in my home and I can be comfortable and okay,
Right.
I do it. I
Right.
still do it.
Yeah.
Right. One of
Also,
the
I think
things,
because we all have similar conditions and we support each other, so we feel very comfortable. We don't feel
Mhm.
threatened or intimidated. You go into a gym, nobody talks
Right.
to anybody, and they're doing their
Right.
thing and everything. They're blah blah blah. But here, we can just go at our own pace, and it doesn't matter if you're
right.
slower than somebody else or somebody else is doing something that you're not quite able to do. It doesn't
Right.
matter because you're just doing what's best for yourself, and everybody
Right.
encourages each other. And as you say, if you have a low day, somebody always seems to pump you up, and I feel afterwards energized, after being in
Right.
a group and that. So
We
that's a big
support
focus.
each other big time.
Yeah. And it's
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
the mental
Yeah.
emotional part of it as well as the
Right.
physical
One
part.
one of the things that I was not a techie person, and if somebody told me 6 years ago that this was possible and that this actually works, I'd be like, come on. Because I was so used to having my group sit around a table and be shoulder to shoulder. And I really saw the benefit of being shoulder to shoulder and talking around a table. So it often, like, it just blows my mind how you guys connect with each other. You know each other's names. You know what you're doing in your lives outside of, the short periods of time that you're together. You connect with each other through our Facebook page. Some of you go and have lunch together. Like, it's just
Yeah.
so amazing that those kind of connections. And you notice, that's the other thing I kind of think is really cool, that you guys notice when somebody hasn't been there and you are interested in, well, where are they? What can we do? How
Yeah.
can we get them to come back? What's happening? So the part that I was worried about when I was, other than the technology, as I was sort of tiptoeing in here, would we have the same connection and results? And certainly, it blows me away how well that part has actually worked. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think too, the fact that we are all sort of whatever it is, we're in the same boat. It's very difficult because people in our lives, our families and our friends, they don't get it, right? They don't
No.
understand it. They aren't living
Mhm.
it, but they're
Yeah,
trying to be supportive. But with
yeah,
us in this group, we all get it and
yeah,
we can support each other on a completely
yeah,
different level.
Yeah.
yeah,
And
yeah,
that's so important and so
yeah,
amazing. It's amazing.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing that I really appreciate is how invested you guys all are in knowing knowing what's going on with your respiratory health, knowing what treatments are available, what might help for you, what you're interested in, what's new, what's coming out, interested in learning, and participating in all the things that can help you as you go forward.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Anybody else have any other experience they want to talk about? How maybe being part of Keep Breathing has changed their outlook or changed how they're managing day by day?
I think when I first started, 2.5 years ago, roughly, my oxygen, everything was really bad and that wasn't great. But I felt sort of, I can't keep up with the group. But then I realized I don't have to keep up with the group. I just do what I can on the day that I've got. And
Yes, that's one of our mottos.
once I got my head around that,
Yeah,
it was better. And it's just, everybody just made you feel welcomed, which was
good.
really
a bonus because, as I say, previously you go into a gym, nobody says hello to you. Wow, welcome to this or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You're there
Yeah.
and you just
Yeah.
wing it
Can
on your own
anybody
sort of thing. But
can anybody sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No.
Can anybody identify like one sort of functional thing that they can do now that they couldn't do before?
Yes, I
Either
can.
because they've learned how to pace themselves or prioritize themselves, or they're physically stronger. Carol, you go.
Last May, I did a walk for the cause, and I've never done it before. I had my oxygen on, I had my walker, and I did 2.6 miles.
Which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
And I couldn't walk that far before.
There you go. Yeah, that
Amazing.
was an amazing inspirational day, that's for sure. That's well, I do appreciate that that we are such a dynamic group, and we encourage each other, we support each other, we motivate each other, we learn from each other. You know, we're all in it together. We know that together we can do hard things. We know that together that we're going to do the best that we can on the day that we've got with what we've got. And we know that exercise is our medicine. And doesn't matter if we're at the beach,
That's
we're
right.
gonna do the exercise from the beach, or you know, if it's a holiday, we will often meet to do our exercise. It's really important just because exercise is our medicine, and that's gonna make us feel better and do better long term.
Lisa, I hope you realize how much we all appreciate you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's we're a mutual admiration society, that's for sure.
Come on.
And which is amazing that we've created these connections over this crazy thing called Zoom. So I would encourage that if there's anybody that's watching this for World COPD Day from another part of the globe that is thinking that they need to provide something for their clients, it works. It works. You just kind of have to, you know, get on Zoom and get out there and talk to people and just start with something, you know, exercise, move our bodies appropriately with our pacing and our breathing strategies, right? Support one another, and you know, keep learning about what's happening. There's always new things to learn, always new things out there that can help us. With that, I'm going to say thank you so much to the Keep Breathers for being part of this tonight, and I hope that we help inspire somebody somewhere to keep going.
Thank you.
Keep breathing.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy World
Thanks,
COPD
Lisa.
Day.
Yeah, okay.
Well, thanks so much for Lisa Dow joining us live to introduce the video and for taking us through what Keep Breathers is all about, and just a wonderful conversation with the patients that are part of Lisa's Keep Breathers community. Interesting, the goals or the improvements that some of those patients have seen related to walking, which is a great segue into now an update on where we are with the Big Baton Pass Step Challenge. And so with that, I'm going to bring my my collaborators in, and we'll come and speak with Russ and Ruth again. So I'll bring them in momentarily. There we go.
Hello.
Hi, Russ. Hi, Ruth again. Good to see you again. So,
hey guys.
Yeah, maybe for those who maybe have joined, you know, partway through the day, maybe Russ, you could just explain a little bit about what is this step challenge that we're doing today.
Okay, so we're doing the Inogen Global Step Challenge. So we've got a couple of groups. One is the patient group and one is the group for everyone else. And so we've got a breakdown of what's happening at the moment. So I'm going to put it to you like this. The patient group is 66 patients strong. So far, they've averaged 6,137 steps for the day. So then we go to the the general group, which has 107 members. So that membership has grown by over 40 today. So people have been scanning the barcode and jumping on, averaging 7,960. So I can tell you we are at, drumroll, not a million. 960,000 steps.
Oh my goodness,
So
that's
we
amazing.
have got
And just to
40,000 to
remind
go.
people that the
We'll
yeah
reach
the
that
goal the goal was 1 million, right? So we're almost already at the goal, which I think means we now have to set. It's like one of those telethon things they do. What's going to be our stretch goal for today? So once we get to the 1 million, we've got to keep going, right?
I'm going to guess we're going to get to 1.5, and the reason why I say that is there's a lag with some people's wearable watches. So some of them don't actually sync till the end of the day. So I think we're going to get to 1.5. So that'll be exciting if we get to that. But I'm very confident we're going to get to 1 million. I see in the backstage, Lisa is doing her steps, running around wherever she is. So that's good to see. What's been really good, Bud, is people who I thought were doing really well. They'd done like 26,000 steps last time I checked in. Their step count's now up to 50,000 steps.
Oh, wow. That's
so
amazing.
people are making a real effort for World COPD Baton Pass event. So it's great to see.
Yeah, and Ruth, you're live there in the UK, and I think you still have people. Have you got everybody like walking around the gym there? How is it going over there?
Got a few people walking around. We have people here who have been marching on and off all day, trying to get their steps up between the team. We've had people up and down stairs, moving between rooms. So I think people have been opting to do the stairs to try and get the steps in for the day. So yeah, I think people have been making a real conscious effort to try and get their steps in. So yeah, it's awesome how many steps we've managed to get in today. And yeah, I like the idea of a stretch target.
Yeah, and I think just so that if people are still wanting to do their steps today, and this is going to apply to me because I unfortunately am doing a lot of sitting today, but once we're over with the event, I'll go out and start to do my steps. I think the way we've done it, because we're going globally, right? I think it's November the 19th, wherever you are in your region, your steps will count from midnight on November the 19th to midnight the next day, right? So for those in North America, you can keep going until you reach the midnight on November the 19th, right? And then those steps will count.
Absolutely. And I think also we will have a higher total. We'll have a higher total after the event's finished. So for everyone, keep an eye on the website, on our COPD Baton Pass Facebook page. We'll post the total figure in the next couple of days once we get the results through. So just a special shout out. I hope they don't mind me mentioning their name, but it's impressive. Elaine Swanipole. I think she's from the UK. 56,746 steps so far.
That's fantastic.
So that's impressive.
That is incredible. That's wonderful. Yeah.
Amazing number of steps. Yeah, for everybody.
Yeah, and this is just to let the audience know, the first 2 years that we were doing the Big Baton Pass, basically Russ was doing his challenge with his family on the treadmill, and this is the first year we've actually expanded it to have this global step challenge, and this will, I think, be a constant now throughout the years to come, and we'll set our goals this year, and then we'll go and beat those goals next year. So thanks to you both for the update, and we'll be seeing you again towards the end of the day, where we'll kind of, hopefully right at the end of the day, we'll be able to give it an update of where we are. But as you said, that won't be the end of it. There'll still be some more steps coming in after that. Okay, great. Thanks to both of you. See you soon. Okay, that's great news. And we are coming now, we're about halfway through on the Americas portion of the Big Baton Pass. Now, we're going to move over to the next agenda item, which is any activity counts. But before we do that, as we know, we've had a theme of tributes to patient advocate champions. And so before I bring Kristen Willard in to give a little bit of a peek sneak as to what's coming on in the next few videos, I'm just going to now bring up the next tributes to our patient advocacy champions. So if you give me one moment, I will just bring up the slide. And there we go. And the ones that, so this is again the tribute to the patient advocacy champions. It's sponsored by the COPD Foundation and Right to Breathe. And the two patient advocacy champions that we are going to be paying tribute to right now. Unfortunately, again, another one in memoriam, Jan Cotton, who was a good friend from the COPD Foundation and an advocate for so many years, and Karen Deitermeyer. And we will be seeing a couple of short videos. Again, these videos were Mike Hess from the COPD Foundation, Joe Morrison from Right to Breathe have put these videos together as a tribute to these patient advocacy champions. So here we go. And I think, though, you'll have to bear with me a moment because on these ones, I did not bring the videos up. So give me a second and I will bring up the first one. Actually, that's good. So I'm going to actually show Karen's tribute first, and then while that's going, I'll bring up Jan Cotton's. And so if I remember that.
Hey everybody, Joe Morrison with Right to Breathe. Excited to honor another COPD advocate, Miss Karen Deitermeyer. I've known Karen for, 15 years when I first started volunteering with the COPD Foundation, and she was there. She's a state advocacy captain for Florida, her home state, and she's a wonderful example of someone who spends a lot of her time not only keeping herself healthy, but helping other patients understand how to best live their lives with COPD. Karen has done all kinds of advocacy work, from going to Washington, D.C., to participating in panel discussions with pharma companies and different patient groups for her to share her story so other patients can benefit by everything that she's learned. She's a great person, someone I'm honored to call a friend. And Karen, thank you so much for everything you do for the COPD community.
When we were looking for patient voices for our then new COPD Foundation podcast, I knew Jan Cotton was going to be a fantastic choice. Jan never shied away from discussing any aspect of her condition, from the fact that when she was first diagnosed, she got all the medications that she could use, but never any of the instruction that she needed, to the importance of things like pulmonary rehabilitation and staying active, to the very real emotional and mental toll that a chronic condition like COPD can have on somebody. Actually, seeking out information about that is what led her to join us at the COPD Foundation as an advocacy captain. And her voice resonates on through a lot of our initiatives and a lot of the things that I personally learned from her, and I'm sure many others as well.
Well, thanks to Joe and Mike for those wonderful tributes of two amazing patient advocacy champions. So we're now going to move on to the next part of the agenda, and I will just bring up the introductory slides. And this part of the agenda is actually sponsored by GAP, the Global Allergy and Airways Patient Platform. And the title of the series of videos is Any Activity Counts. And it's my pleasure to actually invite to the stage my friend Kristen Willard, who's going to give a little bit of an introduction to these videos. So hopefully, there we go. That worked. Hi, Kristen. Great to see you.
Happy World COPD Day. I'm so happy to be here. And I have to say, I'm a little choked up from those beautiful tributes, knowing both Jan and Karen, what beautiful women and wonderful advocates we're so lucky to know, right?
Yeah, and it's so wonderful to get the opportunity on this day, especially, to be able to pay tribute to these wonderful patient advocacy champions.
Yes, it's just wonderful, and I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the day too. So, as you said, my friend, I am Kristen Willard. So my role at GAP, which is Global Allergy and Airways Patient Platform, is Vice President of Education. And my role in COPD and what brought me to be an advocate is I lost my father to COPD at only 65. And so everything I do is for this man that I lost when I was only 35 years old. So thank you again for having me. So just as some background, GAP, we are about 200 global patient advocacy organizations that work in respiratory and immunology. And so many of them work in COPD. So if anybody's on the line from GAP, I want to say hi to them and welcome. So we have 3 videos today, you guys. I'm really excited. The first is going to be from Rita, and so she is a person with COPD. She speaks to us from Brazil, and she'll be speaking in Portuguese, and we have it translated in the captions to English and to Spanish. And then you'll hear from Dr. Sampaio, who is professor of rehabilitation sciences also in Brazil, and then some chair yoga, which I think will be fun for all of us. It doesn't give us many steps, but it sure is good for our bodies, right? And that Gretchen is my colleague from GAP and a certified yogi. So I hope that you enjoy these as much as we did. And just we're so thrilled to be here. Thanks for having us, Alan and team.
No, it's a pleasure. And thanks for joining us live, Kristen. Really appreciate that. And thanks to you and Ruth Telsinger and the other colleagues from GAP for being just wonderful contributors to this event. So with that, we will now bring the first video up. Thanks a lot, Kristen.
Thank you.
Oi, meu nome é Rita de Cássia, tenho 48 anos, moro no Brasil, na cidade de São Paulo. Eu fui diagnosticada em 2019 com DPOC, doença pulmonar obstrutiva crônica. O meu diagnóstico se deu através dos sintomas, né? Eu não sabia identificar o que eu estava sentindo, não sabia identificar que era uma DPOC. Eu comecei com falta de ar, múltiplas infecções, quer dizer, eu tinha muita pneumonia de repetição, até que um dia eu cheguei num hospital passando muito mal, com muita falta de ar e muita tosse, e lá foram feitos alguns exames. Fui encaminhada por um especialista, não foi fácil chegar num especialista, que é num pneumologista, mas eu consegui, e aí foi mais uma maratona de quase 6 meses até eu ser diagnosticada com DPOC. O meu tratamento, como eu fui para um hospital relativamente não, ele é bom sim, não foi difícil eu ter acesso ao tratamento, porque eu continuo meu tratamento nesse mesmo hospital que eu comecei, que eles descobriram, na verdade, né? Só que a DPOC, como todo mundo sabe, é uma doença crônica e progressiva. E por mais que os pacientes tenham cuidados, tomem medicações, vacina e tudo, ela progride. Então, quando eu fui diagnosticada, o meu estágio era o Gold 2. Hoje, não, hoje ela já evoluiu bastante. Continuo fazendo o tratamento. No meu caso, eu não encontro dificuldades em acesso à medicação, eu tenho acesso à medicação de alto custo, tudo, só que a questão de reabilitação pulmonar, sim, isso é uma barreira. A reabilitação pulmonar eu nunca nem tinha ouvido falar até então. Como eu disse, eu fui diagnosticada em 2019, logo entrou a pandemia e eu passei relativamente a pandemia bem. Em 2022, para minha surpresa, eu achei que eu estava em uma crise, uma exacerbação. Fui parar no hospital e lá eles descobriram que eu estava com Covid. Não precisei ficar internada, acho que fiquei 24 horas no hospital, eles me liberaram para casa, enfim. Após o período, eles pediram uma tomografia e lá verificou que tinha algumas sequelas pulmonar. Aí sim foi quando eu conheci a reabilitação cardiopulmonar, que até então não tinha ouvido falar. Fui encaminhada para esse protocolo pelo hospital. O protocolo deles são 3 meses. Eu fiz e me senti melhor, porque como eu tive a Covid, a minha respiração tal ficou bem mais prejudicada, assim, né? Eu me sentia mais ofegante, mais cansada. E me senti bem. Terminei esse protocolo, segui a vida. Só que o médico não falou para mim assim, nunca falou para mim: olha, Rita, vai fazer exercícios, vai andar, vai fazer alguma coisa. Não. E continuou. O ano de 2022 passou, terminou, veio o ano de 2023. No ano de 2023, eu tive outra exacerbação. Dessa vez, um pouquinho, como eu sinto, né? Eu sou a paciente, eu acho que foi pior do que a do Covid, porque eu fiquei bem ruim mesmo. E aí, novamente, passado, eles me encaminharam para outro protocolo de reabilitação. Porém, esse protocolo se estendeu, foi 6 meses. E eu criei um vínculo legal com o fisioterapeuta. E aí ele foi me explicando que a gente vai se conhecendo, a saturação, a minha saturação limítrofe, essas coisas. E foi muito benéfico para mim. E isso eu segui na vida. Claro que eu tenho falhas. Eu não vou falar que eu sou, nossa, faço exercício todos os dias. Não. Mas eu continuo. Hoje eu vou para academia, faço esteira, adoro fazer esteira. Não consigo andar mais do que 4 quilômetros. Não consigo inclinação. Faço um pouquinho de musculação. Mas eu creio que dentro das minhas limitações eu estou indo bem. Esses 4 quilômetros que eu consigo na esteira, para mim é bom, eu me sinto bem. Só que quando eu tenho que fazer um pouquinho de musculação, principalmente para membros inferiores, 3 pernadas que eu dou, eu já chego no limite da minha saturação, né? Então eu alcanço a minha saturação limítrofe muito rápido. Alcançando rápido, eu não consigo executar o exercício bem, eu não consigo fazer uma série de 5 repetições. Então, quer dizer, às vezes eu penso que eu estou enxugando gelo, mas por outro lado eu falo, não, eu tenho que continuar, eu tenho que persistir. E agora eles suspeitam de uma hipertensão pulmonar, né? Eu estou numa fase de investigação. Essa indicação, o médico tivesse falado para mim, olha, você tem um problema respiratório, né, óbvio, mas vai fazer um exercício, vai praticar um exercício, que seja uma caminhada, essas coisas, eu acho que eu estaria talvez muito melhor. E quando eu não faço, eu sinto uma regressão. Eu não sou uma pessoa disciplinada. Por quê? Porque aqui, acho que está globalmente, o tempo não ajuda, né? Uma hora tá calor, outra hora tá frio, tá chovendo, o tempo muito seco. Então isso impacta muito na minha saúde respiratória. Então eu não consigo manter uma rotina de ir todos os dias ou ir 4 vezes durante a semana. Mas eu sou muito fiel na parte da esteira e é uma coisa que eu gosto também, me dá prazer. Eu faço 30 a 40 minutos e quando eu não vou, quando eu fico 15 dias ou 10 dias que seja, sem fazer esteira, sem andar, sem me exercitar de alguma forma, eu sinto uma piora na minha respiração, sabe? Eu fico mais ofegante, me canso muito fácil, embora eu já me canse fácil, mas é bem pior. Então, eu espero continuar, sabe, mesmo com as falhas, continuar aí no meu processo de reabilitação comigo mesma, né? E ver que isso é muito bom para mim e para todas as pessoas que eu tiver oportunidade de falar, façam exercícios, sabe? Às vezes você acha que, eu não consigo andar 10 minutos, tenta. Você começa com 5, 10, depois vai melhorando. Ou às vezes a internet, ou também muitas pessoas que não procuram conhecer, estudar a sua patologia, né? Ou conversar com outras pessoas e tentar absorver, poxa, aquilo ali foi bom para a pessoa, vou tentar também, quem sabe dá certo comigo. No meu caso, como eu fiz 2 protocolos de reabilitação pulmonar, eu fui vendo alguns macetes. Eu comprei um oxímetro de dedo, então eu vou para academia, eu uso o oxímetro, entendeu? Vou olhando lá, inclusive eu faço até vídeos. Na minha última consulta eu mostrei para o meu pneumologista, faço vídeos, entendeu? Ó, chegou a tanto, eu vejo, chegou a 87, eu diminuo, sabe? Ou se eu estou fazendo alguma coisa na parte da musculação, eu paro. Faço a técnica do cheira a flor e assopra a vela para ir controlando a respiração, né? Tem tudo isso, tem que se conhecer. Também não é, sabe, sair correndo achando que vai ser um atleta ou uma atleta, que não é assim. O Dr. Vinícius Viamonte é o fisioterapeuta do HC, e ele, assim, é um best-seller, e ele que ensinou a técnica do cheira a flor e assopra a vela. E isso ajuda muito a regular a saturação no momento de dispneia. É muito bom. Podem testar que vocês vão ver que funciona. E o acesso à reabilitação, como eu disse, foi através de 2 pioras que eu tive, né? E como eu já passo no hospital bom, só que eu passo via SUS, eu não tive nenhuma ajuda de custo. Para mim foi fácil acesso, porque eu tenho ônibus assim na porta de casa, metrô, tenho uma condição financeira que a minha família me ajuda para mim poder pagar a condução. Mas eu sei que tem muitas pessoas aí pelo mundo afora, e no Brasil, que não tem esse acesso. Tem gente que não tem acesso nem à medicação de alto custo, tem que entrar na justiça para conseguir. Dirá uma reabilitação pulmonar, que tem muitas pessoas que também, como eu, nem sabe, como eu não sabia lá atrás, nem sabe que isso existe e que isso é bom para a DPOC. Aqui, eu acho que a reabilitação deveria ser prescrita em UBS, nos bairros, porque tem muita gente que tem a doença e às vezes nem sabe. Quando vai ter o diagnóstico, já está bem avançada. Então, e para mim não foi difícil, né, nessa parte. Eu não tenho, assim, o que reclamar. Graças a Deus, eu consegui fazer a reabilitação. E hoje eu continuo numa academia, né, particular, tenho que pagar. Mas se eu não tivesse, hoje em dia, como eu sei dos benefícios, eu ia até num parque, caminhar numa praça, tentar fazer alguma coisa. O negócio é se mexer, não pode ficar sedentário de jeito nenhum. Quem descobriu a doença agora, quem descobriu, vá procurar entender. Estuda, pergunta, não tenha medo, não tenha vergonha de perguntar para o médico e de expor o que está sentindo. Para a família também, porque a DPOC vai além da aparência. A DPOC é uma doença, assim, meio que invisível, né? As pessoas só vê, às vezes, falam assim, ai, você está com preguiça, ai, que frescura, nossa, você não consegue subir 3 degraus e você cansa, vai fazer alguma coisa. Mas a pessoa não sabe o que você está passando. Então, a DPOC, ela vai além da aparência. E que a pessoa, que vocês, nós, né, façamos o tratamento, sabe? Seguir certinho, tomar as vacinas, as medicações e se exercitar. Isso é muito importante. Se você tem medo, conversa com o seu médico. Olha, doutor, eu ouvi falar que se fazer exercício ajuda. Ele vai falar para você que é bom. Porque talvez na consulta o médico também nem dê tempo de prescrever, né, uma reabilitação pulmonar. Mas tudo tem que ser feito com consciência e com autoconhecimento. De você se conhecer, e ver os seus limites, até onde você é capaz sem se prejudicar. A gente tem muito fôlego ainda pela frente, muito fôlego, a gente tem que ter sede de viver, respirar. Respirar é muito bom. E a DPOC não é o final, o diagnóstico não é o final, a gente tem que lutar pela saúde da gente. E familiares, se puder, acolham, sabe, ajuda, não criticar. Tem muita gente que não tem rede de apoio, não tem com quem conversar, com quem desabafar, porque é uma coisa que a respiração é a vida, né? Mexe muito com a gente. Tem muitas coisas que a gente fica limitada, não consegue fazer, não consegue acompanhar outras pessoas em muitas coisas. E isso causa uma frustração, às vezes uma depressão, um isolamento social. Tem uma frase que eu gosto muito: o dia que a morte me encontrar, ela vai me encontrar vivendo. Quando eu falo que a DPOC é além da aparência, porque às vezes a pessoa vê você assim, ah, isso é tão bonito, isso é tão bonita. Poxa, sabe, as pessoas classificam você ser deficiente, você ter uma doença, se você está acabado, acabada, mutilada, mas não é, sabe? Uma pessoa que, qual exemplo que eu posso te dar? Um cadeirante tem mais fôlego do que eu. Ele consegue empurrar a cadeira de roda até correr. Eu não consigo acompanhar ele. E é verdade, isso não é mentira. Meu sonho é que a DPOC tenha cura, né? Que não seja uma doença progressiva. Quem sabe um dia.
Meu nome é Luciana Maria Malozar Sampaio Jorge, eu sou fisioterapeuta, professora universitária e pesquisadora. Então, eu trabalho na área com a reabilitação cardiopulmonar desde que eu me formei, como fisioterapeuta em 2000. Trabalho também com essa parte de pesquisa, então nós tentamos melhorar cada vez mais esse acesso da reabilitação pulmonar para os pacientes, tanto os pacientes com doença pulmonar obstrutiva crônica, como outras patologias cardiorrespiratórias. Eu sou docente da Universidade 9 de Julho, trabalho no programa de Ciências da Reabilitação. A reabilitação pulmonar é um trabalho feito em conjunto, então são profissionais que trabalham com diferentes especialidades. Então nós vamos ter um médico, o fisioterapeuta, o nutricionista, assistente social, então todos fazem parte de uma equipe multiprofissional que vão estar ajudando nessa melhora da qualidade de vida desses pacientes. A reabilitação pulmonar, quando é trabalhada com nós, os fisioterapeutas, nós avaliamos esse paciente e tentamos montar um protocolo de tratamento para ele, um protocolo de exercício. Esse exercício vem a facilitar depois a sua jornada diária. Então, nós começamos com exercícios aeróbicos, com exercícios de caminhada, exercícios de treino com peso, ou com elástico, ou com recursos que a gente consiga fazer com que o paciente realize em casa. Ensinamos esse paciente ao uso do medicamento correto, então muitas vezes o paciente tem dificuldade de usar esse medicamento não está trazendo benefício, não está conseguindo acompanhar junto conosco essa reabilitação, então muitas vezes tem dúvida nesse uso. Esses exercícios vão tentar promover uma melhora da sua qualidade de vida. Com o exercício, com essa atividade física, nós conseguimos fazer com que esses pacientes, e eles tenham uma melhor qualidade de vida. Conseguir melhorar, então, a capacidade funcional desse paciente, reduzir a dispneia, as internações, e melhorar, então, a qualidade de vida desse indivíduo. A taxa de encaminhamento para reabilitação pulmonar ainda é muito baixa aqui no Brasil, né? Segundo uma publicação agora realizada pela Associação Brasileira de Fisioterapia Respiratória, a Sobrafir, eles mostram que menos de 5% dos pacientes elegíveis são encaminhados ou completam um programa de reabilitação pulmonar. Então, muitas vezes, essa falta de conhecimento faz com que nós percamos esse paciente pelo sistema. Há uma escassez e uma desigualdade na distribuição dos centros. Então, cerca de 0,05% dos centros, 0,05 centros por 100 mil habitantes, são concentrados em capitais e grandes cidades. Então, as principais barreiras no entendimento de que estão conscientizados nessa baixa conscientização dos médicos da atenção primária, na falta de protocolos de referência e na subvalorização da reabilitação pulmonar como um tratamento efetivo. Então, nós teremos que capacitar equipes de atenção primária sobre os benefícios e critérios de indicação da reabilitação pulmonar, inserir a reabilitação pulmonar como componente obrigatório nas linhas de cuidados da doença pulmonar obstrutiva crônica no SUS, protocolos padronizados e fluxos de encaminhamento, como os de estratégia da saúde da família, e campanhas educativas voltadas a profissionais e pacientes sobre os ganhos comprovados da reabilitação pulmonar, ou seja, redução de hospitalizações, mortalidade e o custo desse paciente. Então, os programas de reabilitação pulmonar, eles reduzem em até 50% as readmissões hospitalares e melhoram a qualidade de vida em 90% dos pacientes. Isso dá para nós trabalharmos e nós conseguimos recrutar mais esses pacientes, principalmente da unidade básica de saúde. Por nós sermos um continente, né, extenso, muitas vezes tem cidades que não têm fisioterapeuta para realizar uma reabilitação pulmonar nesses indivíduos. Então, aqui no Brasil, houve um levantamento em 2017 e estima-se que tem em torno de 150 centros de reabilitação pulmonar. Enquanto em 2018, um estudo na América Latina identificou 124 centros de programas de reabilitação pulmonar. Então, você imagina, nessa extensão que nós temos aqui do nosso país, quantos pacientes não recebem esse tratamento eficaz. Eu acho que a adesão, muitas vezes, se dá pelo fato de que o paciente encontre barreiras. Tem pacientes que moram muito longe dos centros, então tem gasto com condução, tem gasto com alimentação, muitas vezes não conseguem ir sozinhos até o centro de reabilitação. Então, tudo isso faz com que os pacientes desistam do tratamento. Ou, às vezes, por falta de informação. Mas por que eu estou indo lá fazer aquele exercício? O que isso vai me melhorar? Eu nunca fiz exercício. Para que eu preciso fazer isso? Para que eu preciso parar de fumar para fazer uma reabilitação pulmonar? Porque se eu não parar de fumar, eu não vou ter o benefício que ela vai me promover. Então, isso daí faz parte de uma educação. Então, nós temos que educar esses pacientes e mostrá-los que o programa de reabilitação pulmonar vai fazer com que ele tenha uma melhor qualidade de vida. Esse guideline, né, esse trabalho que foi feito pela Associação Brasileira de Fisioterapia, pela Sobrafir agora, acabou de ser publicado esse trabalho, agora em outubro de 2025. Ele reforça que programas com recursos mínimos, então, por exemplo, trabalhar com uma faixa elástica, trabalhar com uma caminhada no parque, produzem resultados semelhantes a programas convencionais, representando uma alternativa de baixo custo e de alto impacto. Então, a gente pode promover isso para os pacientes. Nós temos como fazer isso aqui. Programas comunitários e domiciliares com supervisão periódica, educação em autocuidado. Então, estratégias motivacionais para que esses pacientes façam adesão desse programa, parcerias com secretarias municipais para uso do transporte ou integração com academias de saúde que tenham no bairro. Então, o treinamento com recursos mínimos melhora a força muscular, a tolerância ao exercício, a qualidade de vida, com eficácia semelhante aos usos de equipamentos convencionais. Então, isso daqui permite que aquele paciente que está lá no interior de uma cidadezinha no norte, uma cidadezinha no centro-oeste, que não tenha recursos para fazer essa reabilitação, que nós consigamos treinar esses profissionais e levar isso para essa comunidade. Então, da mesma forma que nós temos a parte da saúde da família, fazer com que isso chegue a esses pacientes que necessitam da reabilitação pulmonar. Você tem falta de informação, falta de investimento, para a gente fazer com que isso cresça. Então, eu acho que, como pesquisadora, nós sempre temos que pensar o seguinte: nós estamos fazendo pesquisa para melhorar a qualidade de vida desse paciente. Então, aqui no Brasil, diferente de algumas regiões do mundo, muitas vezes os pacientes não têm recursos para ter uma esteira dentro de casa, muitas vezes um tablet ou uma internet dentro de casa. Mas nós conseguimos fazer com que ele, vou fazer um treinamento resistido com esse paciente. O que eu posso fazer para que ele consiga fazer? O que é um treinamento resistido? Um treinamento de força. Porque o paciente precisa ganhar massa muscular, que a massa muscular dele vai fazer com que ele melhore a sua caminhada. Sem músculo, a gente vai conseguir fazer atividade? Muitas vezes não conseguir nem levantar da cadeira. Então, treinamento simples. Um sentar e levantar na cadeira. Eu não tenho pezinho, eu não tenho halteres para fazer o treinamento. Garrafas de água, aquelas garrafas de meio quilo, coloca areia, coloca água, e a gente usa como peso para fazer nesses indivíduos. Eu tenho uma faixa elástica, eu consigo fazer resistência e tentar fortalecer essa musculatura do paciente. Então, são esses recursos, são essas estratégias de baixo custo que nós conseguimos fazer aqui, sim. E a telereabilitação é uma solução viável para o Brasil? É uma solução viável, sim. Os indivíduos podem não ter, como você colocou, um tablet ou algum sistema disso, mas quase que a maioria tem um celular e tem um WhatsApp, ou tem alguma forma, alguma ferramenta que a gente consiga fazer uma telereabilitação. Então, assim, a telereabilitação pulmonar, ela é uma ferramenta promissora para ampliar o alcance da reabilitação pulmonar. Em países com grandes dimensões e desigualdades regionais como nós temos aqui, seria muito relevante acontecer isso, né? Então, estudos mostram que programas online supervisionados ou híbridos mantêm benefícios similares aos presenciais, em termos de capacidade funcional e sintomas. Isso já foi colocado no guideline da Sociedade Torácica Americana, né? Então, isso daí é importante e é relevante, né? Então, a gente fazer um programa online supervisionado. Então, por exemplo, o paciente pode não ter a internet em casa, mas ele pode ir até o centro de reabilitação, ou ele pode ir até o centro comunitário que tenha perto da sua cidade e tem um fisioterapeuta lá que faça com que aquele programa, então aquela telereabilitação funcione. Então a gente monta grupos e supervisiona como ele está sendo realizado. Então, de que forma ele está sendo trabalhado isso? A gente consegue supervisionar isso de longe, né? Desde que o paciente tenha um mínimo de conhecimento, de compreensão do que está sendo executado, né? Então, vamos fazer o exercício de puxar, levantar o braço, vamos fazer força, vamos caminhar agora. Então, isso daí tem como a gente fazer, desde que nós tenhamos os cuidados com os quais eu tenho que saber se esse paciente está com uma dessaturação, se esse paciente tem condições de realizar esse exercício sem o oxigênio, sem a suplementação de oxigênio. Então, tudo isso dá para ser estruturado a partir de uma avaliação. Então, a gente avalia esses pacientes, eu posso fazer com que, primeiro, eu reabilite ele sozinho e depois, para ele manter essa reabilitação, que isso é fundamental, o segmento desses pacientes, pelo menos uma vez por semana de treinamento, de exercício, se ele está caminhando ou não, esse segmento é fundamental. Então, quais são os principais desafios, né, para a gente fazer a telereabilitação aqui no Brasil? É o acesso à internet e a equipamentos. Então, na reabilitação domiciliar, né, com recursos simples, como faixa elástica, vídeos educativos, já é recomendada pela Associação Brasileira de Fisioterapia, desde que haja uma supervisão e acompanhamento individualizado. Então, além disso, o uso de plataformas de monitoramento e de feedback remoto pode aumentar a adesão e reduzir os custos. Então, quando nós fazemos uma telereabilitação, muitas vezes vai ter que sempre ter alguém junto com o paciente, para que, se acontecer alguma coisa, alguma intercorrência, ele acione a emergência, tá? Então, programas de reabilitação pulmonar remota reduzem custos em até 40% e mantêm ganhos funcionais por até 12 meses, tá? Então, segundo estudos que já foram realizados. Então, a telereabilitação, eu acho que é uma das ferramentas que nós precisamos investir para que esse acesso à reabilitação pulmonar alcance todos os pacientes, inclusive aqueles pacientes das cidadezinhas do interior que não têm acesso a isso. Como classe da parte da fisioterapia, trabalhando nisso para que isso ocorra da forma mais rápida possível, né? Então, acho que assim, essa divulgação da reabilitação pulmonar para os pacientes, essa estruturação de como tratá-los, de como avaliá-los, de como tratá-los e de como ter um segmento deles após a reabilitação, isso é fundamental. Então, isso daí dá-se para ser planejado. A fisioterapia, a reabilitação em si, ela vai ajudar em muito esse paciente. O pulmão já foi acometido, né? Mas a gente consegue melhorar essa funcionalidade desse paciente. Consiga voltar a trabalhar, consiga ter uma independência dentro de casa. Então, muitos não conseguem nem tomar banho, tem uma dispneia, tem uma falta de ar muito grande. E isso, com essa reabilitação, muitos conseguem voltar a ter uma atividade de vida diária melhor. Eles conseguem melhorar esses aspectos. Eu acho que isso tem que trabalhar em conjunto com as associações, né, de pacientes, em conjunto com políticas de saúde, fazendo com que isso transcorra de uma forma mais fácil e mais viável para os pacientes aqui no Brasil. Protocolos personalizados conforme as limitações que esses pacientes venham ter, que esse paciente consiga ter um oxímetro de pulso, um cardiofrequencímetro, porque isso daí fora daqui do Brasil é uma realidade normal. A grande maioria vai ter isso aqui no smartphone, tem um oxímetro de casa. Aqui no Brasil a gente não tem essa realidade. Muitos dos pacientes, muitas vezes, moram em comunidades. Essas comunidades, muitas vezes, a gente tem dificuldade de acesso para chegar. E muitos pacientes não conseguem ir para o centro de reabilitação, por quê? Eles não conseguem descer para pegar um ônibus. Essa divergência é muito grande. Eu acho que essa parte da telereabilitação facilitaria muito esses pacientes, tanto de forma híbrida como de forma comunitária. E pesquisas multicêntricas brasileiras para avaliar custo-efetividade e a sustentabilidade desses programas. Eu acho que isso seria fundamental, né? Então, essas inovações ampliam o acesso e fortalecem o papel do fisioterapeuta como um gestor do cuidado respiratório longitudinal desse paciente. Então, programas, por exemplo, combinados que a gente desenvolve com esses pacientes, tanto o treinamento aeróbico como o treinamento resistido, ou os dois simultaneamente, geram maiores ganhos em força muscular e no controle de sintomas. Isso daí faz com que eu consiga melhorar o paciente como um todo, não só a parte aeróbica, mas também a parte da musculatura. E eu acredito que as PAGs, né, o papel das associações dos pacientes, elas podem, de alguma forma, fundamentar, né, por exemplo, a educação, então, educar e empoderar pacientes sobre autocuidados e adesão dessa reabilitação. Combater o estigma e promover a conscientização social. Então, assim, esse paciente precisa voltar ao convívio social. Atuar em advocacy, que você falou, né? Cobrando, então, políticas públicas que ganham acesso, que garantam acesso à reabilitação pulmonar e o reembolso pelo SUS, e fomentar grupos de suporte, então fortalecendo o vínculo emocional e social do paciente. Então, eu acho isso importantíssimo para o paciente. Então, no Brasil, a gente precisa estimular ainda maior interação entre as associações, universidades e os profissionais, criando, então, uma rede colaborativa para promover o cuidado contínuo desses pacientes. Então, em experiências internacionais, mostram que grupos de apoio de pacientes aumentam a adesão em até 30% e reduzem o isolamento social. Tem muitas coisas sendo desenvolvidas nessa parte da telereabilitação. Professores da USP que estão desenvolvendo aplicativos em relação a isso. Posso fazer um treinamento muscular respiratório nesse paciente desde que eu consiga realizar tudo isso nele. O que de fato vai melhorar? Será que eu preciso fazer treinamento só aeróbico para melhorar esse paciente? Ou posso fazer só um treinamento resistido? Então, isso daí são estudos que são levantados e são suportados para tentar melhorar isso. Além dos estudos de barreiras. Quais são as barreiras que fazem com que esse meu paciente desista de vir fazer uma reabilitação pulmonar? Teve uma queda muito grande em relação a isso, né? Por quê? Pós-pandemia, os pacientes não queriam mais voltar para o centro de reabilitação, com medo. Então, se eu posso tratar de casa, então eu vou ficar de casa. Então, isso daí fez com que alguns centros também diminuíssem o fluxo de paciente. A gente está tentando retomar, muitas vezes, isso com o paciente, né? E, muitas vezes, facilitou essa parte da telemedicina que começou essa... Então, isso daí fez com que nós mudássemos um pouco essa visão e fizéssemos com que algumas adaptações para que esse paciente também reabilitasse dentro de casa. Tem pacientes que eu consigo, tem pacientes que têm condições socioeconômicas que eu consigo, mas eu também consigo fazer com que os pacientes que tenham pouco recurso também realize essa atividade. Eu acho que isso faz com que ainda nós tenhamos muitas pesquisas e muitos avanços a correr em cima disso. A reabilitação pulmonar é um direito de toda pessoa com doença pulmonar obstrutiva crônica e deve ser tratada como parte essencial do cuidado integrado. Com o avanço de diretrizes brasileiras, nós temos o caminho para tornar a reabilitação pulmonar mais acessível, equitativa e sustentável, alinhando ciência, inovação e humanização do cuidado. Cada paciente reabilitado representa uma vida com mais autonomia, menos hospitalizações e mais qualidade de vida. E isso faz com que nós, como profissionais da saúde, busquemos melhor conhecimento para tratar desses pacientes e que esses pacientes busquem a reabilitação pulmonar. Falem para o seu médico, você tem como me encaminhar para um centro de reabilitação pulmonar? Ou você tem como fornecer essas informações? O que eu preciso fazer para tentar melhorar isso também, né? Então, não só o medicamento, mas a reabilitação como um complemento desse tratamento, dessa patologia da doença pulmonar obstrutiva crônica.
Hi, welcome to Chair Yoga. My name is Gretchen and I will be leading you through a 10-minute chair yoga sequence that you can do any time of day, anywhere. You just need some comfortable clothes so you can have a little bit flexibility in your movements, a chair where you can place your feet comfortably on the floor and possibly without armrests, just so you have more space to move about. So we're just going to take a moment, close your eyes. Just let your breath be as it is. And try to inhale to the count of 2 through your nose and to a count of 2 on your exhale through your mouth, like you're fogging a mirror. Take a few rounds with a count of 2 to your inhale through your nose and a count of 2 through your mouth on your exhale. If that is comfortable for you, you can start to a count of 3 or a count of 4. But there's no rush in expanding that breath. That often causes anxiety. So just work wherever you are today. We want to keep our lung capacity at the height that we can, but we have to rise to that occasion each moment depending on how you're feeling. So as you soften your eyes and just try to focus on that 2 count, 3 count, or 4 count, notice where you're holding any tension in your neck, your shoulders, your hips. There's a saying, move a muscle, change a thought. Simply moving your body in a way that works for you can make a big difference in your thought process. Any small daily movements significantly benefit your physical and your mental health. Taking a few minutes a day of movement can improve your cognitive function, your bone density, your muscle tone. Every bit of movement counts towards a healthier life. So don't let perfection be the enemy of the good. Just do whatever you can, wherever you are, with what you have. So with your eyes closed, let your chin drop to your chest. Take a moment just lengthening out the back of your neck. Drop your right ear over to your right shoulder. Bring your chin back to your chest. Taking your left ear over to your left shoulder. Chin back to chest. Lift your nose up to the ceiling, opening your throat. Drop your right ear to your right shoulder. Chin to your chest. Nose up to the ceiling. Left ear to your left shoulder. Chin down to your chest, just pausing here, opening your eyes. Re-elevate your head. Draw your shoulders to your ears and then just allow them to draw down your back. Nice. Taking your left arm out and up, just find a gentle side stretch over to your right and slowly bring it back. Do that a few times. Inhale, up and over. Exhale, draw it down. One more time. Reach it up and over, pause, and slowly release. Taking it to the other side, right arm out. Inhale, up and over. Exhale, return back to center. Inhale, stretch, reach through your fingertips. Slowly bring it back. One more time, reach up and over, pause, and release. Now take that left arm straight out, thumb to the ceiling, just reach it up, gaze up, bring it back down. Reach up, thumb to the ceiling, gaze up, bring it back down. One more like that, reach up, bring it back down. Now we're gonna reach that arm up and take your gaze to the left, lower it down. Reach up, gaze to the left. Bring it back down. One more time. Arm up, gaze. Bring it back down. Switching side. Right arm, thumb to the ceiling, gaze up. Lower it down. Two more times like this with your gaze up. And bring it down. Now we're going to take it up. Gaze to the right. And lower. Two more times. Up. Gaze to the right, bring it back down. Last one, and bring it back down. Nice. Now just take a gentle twist over to your right side, holding on to whatever you have, maybe the back of the chair if that's available, and then unwind, take a twist to your left, and bring it back to center. Lift your right knee into your chest. If this is not comfortable, you can keep your toes to the mat or the floor. If you are able to pull that knee into your chest, maybe just open that knee, bring it back to center, open, bring it back to center one more time. And then extend that leg, maybe interlacing behind your thigh, flex through your foot. Release it down. Left knee comes in or toes to the mat. Maybe taking it into that left hand, open it. Draw it back to center. Back to center, extend that leg, maybe interlace behind your thigh, flex. And release it down. Walking your feet a little bit further forward, just start to roll your way down. Taking a few breaths here. And roll your way back up. Bring those feet back to where you started. Taking your arms both out to the ceiling, out to the center and up to the ceiling. Bend your elbows, cactus, maybe lift your chest. You're welcome to stay here or round forward. Try to pull those shoulder blades apart behind you. Let's take a few flows here. Inhale those arms up. Exhale, bend, breathe. Dive it forward, round through your spine. Send it to the ceiling, bend, and round. One more time, lift up. Open your chest, round it forward, and release. Bring that spine back to neutral. Taking your arms out to a T, crossing your right arm under your left for eagle arms. If that's too much for your shoulders, you can just grab onto opposite shoulders. Just breathing wherever you are, trying to keep those elbows at chest level. Take one more breath in. Exhale, let it go. Take the opposite cross, left under right. Or once again, opposite shoulders. Wherever you are, you're just trying to squeeze all the air out of those arms, pulling those shoulder blades apart, once again behind you. One more breath in. Exhale, release. Nice. Roll those shoulders up and down your back a few times. Take your wrists around, one direction, then the other. And just inhale those arms to the ceiling, drawing those shoulders down your back, but trying to lift your weight up off your waist. Take a twist over to your right. Maybe that right hand to the back of the mat, left hand to the outside of your knee. Inhale back to center. Exhale over to the left. Inhale back to center. Exhale, let it go. Drawing that right knee into your chest once again. Any way you can get it there. Cross it onto your left thigh. Maybe just press that knee down. Just getting a little opening in your hip. They say that we hold a lot of negative tension and stress in our hips. And when we're able to open them, we're able to release that, to not feel that anymore. If it's comfortable, cross it over to the left or just hug it up towards your chest. Still keeping that length in your spine. Release it down, whether your knees are crossed or not. Find that gentle twist to your right. And bring it back to center, right foot to the mat. Draw that left knee into your chest. Any way you can get it there, cross that ankle. Maybe press that knee down. Just breathe. And then maybe let that knee cross over or pull that knee into your chest. Once again, let it lower down. Maybe take that gentle twist to your left. Unwinding back to center, both feet to the floor. Take them a little bit further forward. Roll your way down. Round through your spine. Let go of your head and your neck. Slowly roll your way back up. Bring those feet back in. Just let's take a few marches. Lift that right leg, then your left. Just hands resting on your thigh, right, left. Maybe the next time that right leg's lifted, hold or extend. Bend it in, release. Left knee, hold or extend. Bend it in, release. One more time to each side. Nice. Inhale those arms to the ceiling, palms together. Exhale your hands behind your head, hold. Inhale those arms up. Exhale, hands to heart. Two more times. Inhale, stretch wide and up to the ceiling, palms touch. Hands behind your head, chin to chest, pause. Inhale, arms up. Exhale, hands to heart. One more time, reach out and up. Hands behind, fold. Arms to ceiling, hands to heart. Nice. Any little movement every day, multiple times a day helps. So wherever you are, with whatever you have, do whatever you can. To a beautiful day. Om Shanti to all. Namaste.
Well, thanks so much to Kristen and colleagues from GAP for those wonderful series of videos on any activity counts. Now we're going to move forward into the next phase of our program. And I'll just bring up a slide just to introduce. So we've got one live session coming up, and then a series of videos. And this series of contributions I've titled as Beyond Pulmonary.
Live from the Pulmonary Rehab Program at Trillium Health Partners Queensway site in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, it's World COPD Day 2025.
The land in which THP operates has been the site of human activity since time immemorial. It is the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. It is also the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat, Wyandot nations, and the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. The land and lakes in this region continue to be home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities from across Turtle Island, which is currently known as North America. They continue to mobilize, live, and care for these lands and its inhabitants. People across Turtle Island have been confronted by the legacies of white supremacy. This includes the legacy of genocide, which Indigenous folks have known all along, and whose demands for action were ignored. It is also on this land that we're confronted by the legacies and current realities of anti-Black racism and slavery, the legacies of anti-Asian racism and indentured labor, the legacies of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, the legacies of erasing sexual and gender diversity, the legacies of promoting ableism, sizeism, and ageism, and the legacies of religious violence. As settlers on these precious lands, it is our responsibility and duty to reflect on the roles we participate in, to stand in solidarity with the Indigenous communities, to rise up against racism and all forms of oppression, and lastly, to support the journey towards truth and reconciliation. It is our honor and privilege to live and work on these lands and to honor its original caretakers.
Hello, and a warm welcome to everyone joining us this afternoon. I'm Prashna, a physiotherapist and the coordinator of the Pulmonary Rehab Program at Trillium Health Partners. With the virtual baton now in our hands, we're excited to showcase two special activities. Our first ever podcast, COPD Voices, hosted by our respiratory therapist Zara, followed by a squat challenge in the gym with patients and THP staff, adding a fun twist to the step challenge that has been going strong for almost 22 hours. A big thank you to the organizers for making this event possible and to all of you for joining us this afternoon. Happy World COPD Day. And now let's get the momentum going. Over to Zara. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashna. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to COPD Voices, our first ever podcast. My name is Zara. I'm the respiratory therapist and a certified respiratory educator, and I have been part of the pulmonary rehab program at THP for almost 7 years now. Today, we are sharing inspiring stories of resilience, hope, and courage. Today, we're joined by some incredible individuals who have been diagnosed with COPD and have had the chance to participate in a pulmonary rehab program and have graduated from the program as well. We will hear about their journey, how they've continued to stay active, the impact pulmonary rehab has had on their lives, and whether you are living with COPD or supporting someone who has COPD. We hope these stories offer you encouragement, insight, and answer some questions you might have. So thank you so much for joining us today, Dilkush and Madeline. We'll get started right away. We are on a little bit of a time crunch, so let's start with the first question. Madeline, I'll start with you, ladies first. Can you tell us a little about yourself, when you were diagnosed with COPD?
I was probably diagnosed about 40 years ago. Didn't realize I had COPD, just was having trouble with my breathing when I was exercising. Not bad trouble, but it kept getting worse. It progressed very slowly. Then by about 10, 15 years ago, I had a major heart attack and had to start getting my fitness back very, very slowly. And that took a long time. And then I noticed that the COPD had gotten a lot worse. My oxygen level was going down. Eventually, I got COVID on top of pneumonia and was hospitalized for a month. And that's when I started with the therapy.
Okay, and would you say the diagnosis for COVID came after your hospitalization, or was that something that you already knew?
No, I was hospitalized with pneumonia, bacterial pneumonia, and then it was towards the end of COVID, and then they realized I had COVID on top of it, with other underlying conditions which made it a bit complicated.
Okay, thank you for sharing that, Madeline. Dilkush, can you tell us a little about yourself and your journey to diagnosis of COPD?
Well, COPD was diagnosed only about a few months back, although I suffered from asthma for many years, and breathlessness was the main symptom. I was referred for the pulmonary rehab by my respirologist, and he was kind enough to do so. And I'll tell you why. Because despite the clinical evidence, only 1 out of 10 eligible patients get a referral to pulmonary rehab. And I was the lucky one. The barriers are not scientific. The barriers are logistical and awareness based. So awareness should be enhanced in the community so that people can ask their doctors to refer them for pulmonary rehab. Is that? satisfactory.
Yes, no, thank you so much. And you're totally correct. It's the barriers, and it's on the respirologist once you get a diagnosis of COPD. It's very important that the patients get COPD education and they get referred for pulmonary rehab. And now that you mentioned the barriers, what are some of the challenges or initiative blocks that you faced before starting pulmonary rehab?
What way?
Sometimes it's access, or sometimes it's the referral if you're not sure what to do once you have that diagnosis, or
I really had to push with my respirologist. I didn't even realize there were options. I, mostly on word of mouth. First of all, I heard about the aerobica, which he hadn't recommended to me, and that really helped. And then somebody else mentioned about rehab, so I asked for a referral and got that. But the information wasn't available. Nobody gave me the information when I was discharged from hospital. Nobody suggested any follow-up. And I was in pretty bad shape at that stage. I mean, my exercise was walking along the corridors in the condo for limited time. So, yeah, I wish there was a package so that you could have options when you left.
Yeah, no, that's there's definitely that gap in healthcare, which hopefully with the big baton pass with World COPD Day, we're trying to raise that awareness so more people are aware of pulmonary rehab and what to ask the respirologist or the doctors after their diagnosis of anything that's chronic. With COPD. What about you, Dilkush? What about?
The barriers are many. The main barrier is initiative block with the patient to get started, to get going, and to keep moving on. So that's the main barrier. With me, time was also a factor, a barrier, because in my clinical practice, being a physician, I had very little time, or maybe that was an excuse. But also, there are only few hospitals that have this pulmonary rehab program. And Trillium, being a very innovative and a leader in various fields of medicine and surgery, has this program, which, in my opinion, is underutilized. And one of the reasons for underutilization is awareness. But the other reason is funding. We need to expand this program and make it more accessible in the future. So,
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
I think there's also a problem with ageism. Because you're in your late 70s, if you're a very active late 70s, there are lots more things you can do and you can keep improving. I felt sometimes that, oh yeah, you're nearly 80, so what do you expect? So, I think doctors and specialists should treat you according to your lifestyle, not according to your age. I think that's the problem.
Yes, that's correct.
I think, Madeline, you said it. I'm 76-year-old. I have a very active lifestyle. And although my respiratory symptoms did not hinder me from doing all sort of community work, but one can have a better lifestyle and a more active community work. I do a lot of community work. I can't boast about it here, but yes, you said it. Age is just a number. Today, age is not an important factor in many situations. Look at our politicians. They're all above 70 years old, that's most of them. So age is not a factor. It's your healthy lifestyle. Health is the most important. And I believe as a physician that prevention is care. If you prevent something from worsening or happening, is better than treating the illness. So prevention comes with promotion. One has to promote healthy lifestyle and healthy diet and exercise. So that's what it is.
Thank you. And I agree with both of you. It's also sometimes when we see patients with COPD, they don't realize that the symptoms that they're having are because of COPD. You know, they think I'm just getting older, I can't climb stairs anymore because I feel shortness of breath. But they don't think that that shortness of breath could be linked to COPD. They think it's just because they're aging. And, you know, as you mentioned lifestyle as well, the more active an individual is, the sooner they'll notice the shortness of breath, or you know they'll see that they're noticing changes in their lifestyle as well, where you have to stop doing certain things that you're not able to do now because of the shortness of breath, or you're coughing and there's lots of phlegm as well. So now that you know these symptoms are there, and like you said, you didn't really have these symptoms, but you still, you know, we were lucky enough to join the pulmonary rehab program here at THP. So my next question is, what motivated you to join the pulmonary rehab program?
I wanted to get back to a more active lifestyle. I was dealing with a lot of other issues at the time. I'm dealing with vasculitis, so I was on infusions which affected my immune system. I was constantly getting pneumonia and other lung infections. I was very lucky that I had a very proactive family doctor, and she recommended me to some very good specialists, both rheumatology and respirology, and they all worked together. So in the meantime, they discovered I had bronchiectasis and MAC, and they started the treatment maybe earlier than normal because of the infection. So between both of them, they got me to a stage where I can do most things that I want to do.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And you wanted to keep that healthy lifestyle, the active lifestyle. That's why you were motivated to also join the pulmonary rehab program. Yes. What about you, Dr.?
Well, I need to give credit to my family, my wife and my daughters, 4 of them. 2 of them are physicians. So they look at me and diagnose my symptoms and then direct me to the specialist. The other motivation factor was my travels. I have traveled to many European countries. My last travel was in Porto, Portugal, and the rest of the Portugal. As you may know, Porto has a lot of hills,
walking,
up and down, and walking. And I found that going up the hill caused me a lot of breathlessness, and I was lagging behind my family member. So that was one of the motivations. Today, I can climb 6 stories of our new parking lot at Trillium without feeling shortness of breath. So pulmonary rehab has done something wonderful.
That's amazing. And that's so great that your daughters pushed you to be part of the pulmonary rehab program, because sometimes it's the family or the support that you need around you to, you know, get that initial push, and then you can get your life back to where you want it to be. That's great. And then for the pulmonary rehab program, how did you feel after you graduated from the pulmonary rehab program? I know you mentioned now you're able to do stairs that you weren't able to before with the incline. And what about you, Madeline? What did you feel?
Yeah, I was able to do, you know, aerobic stuff, not running at that stage, but I was able to go, you know, at a good pace on the treadmill. I have one daughter who's in upstate New York, and that's like Portugal, heavy hill.
Lots of walking.
So, you know, walking the dogs up there took a while, but I got to the stage where I could. And then as I moved on from that, things improved even further.
Okay, that's great. And what about you, Dilkush?
Well, being a clinician, let me put it down in simple language, but enumerate how pulmonary rehab has helped and why it matters so much. First of all, I noticed an improvement in my symptoms. I reduced breathlessness and reduced fatigue on exercise. Secondly, my functioning improved. It has improved my exercise capacity on treadmill and bicycle and elliptical, and it has increased my endurance. It has also enhanced my lifestyle. No longer a couch potato, but I keep active even at home, and it has increased my confidence and my independence. Although I had all these qualities, but confidence in taking up challenges like hiking or in future going to Machu Picchu or Mount Kilimanjaro. So these are something which you need self-confidence. It has, although I have not been hospitalized for COPD or any of these conditions, I think it reduces the hospital emergency visits or reduces the long stay in the hospital for many of my patients. And it is cost effective. Cost effective not only for the patients but also for healthcare expenditures. You want to reduce healthcare expenditure, you need to promote healthy lifestyle, and pulmonary rehab, cardiac rehab, and many other neuro rehab. These are the things that need to be promoted and enhanced. And these things improve the outcome. So it's not just the physical, but it's also the emotional and social benefits that arise from any rehab program.
That's right. Thank you so much for that. Just for the audience or the listeners, I just wanted to go over the pulmonary rehab program that we have here at THP. So it is an 8-week long program, and patients will come and exercise and do education classes twice a week. And then after the 8 weeks, they graduate from the program. And usually, the top priority for pulmonary rehab is, as Dilkush mentioned, patients who have been hospitalized for COPD exacerbations, or they have become very deconditioned. So and with COPD there comes mental health is a part of it as well, because when you feel shortness of breath you feel very anxious, and then you end up isolating yourself, or you stop doing all the activities that you were previously doing because of the shortness of breath and the anxiety. So pulmonary rehab is also a very it's a very social program as well, where you get to meet other people that might be going through the same thing as you, and it's very for isolation, especially since COVID. We saw that a lot during COVID, where patients were very isolated. So the pulmonary rehab program, and like you mentioned, other rehab programs, is where if you have lost your muscle mass in pulmonary rehab, especially, it really helps with your symptoms as well. And I'm so glad to hear you have plans of going to Machu Picchu and hiking, and that's amazing.
Yeah, my son-in-laws and my daughters are very ardent hikers,
That's nice.
especially the ones who live in Vancouver. And Vancouver has a lot of opportunities for hiking and trekking. So
That's right.
I can't compete with them, but I can
You can
tag
join
along
them.
with
Yeah,
them.
that's right. You can join them. And now that both of you have graduated the pulmonary rehab program, Madeline, how have you stayed active after graduating from the pulmonary rehab program?
Well, I went to the Moving On program. Initially, it was very close. I could walk there. Unfortunately, they're rebuilding the center, so now I have to drive 20 minutes to the new one, which is a beautiful center. And luckily, they have 4 days a week, so if you can't go one day, you can go another. So I try to get there always twice a week, sometimes 3. And they also have a stronger and steadier program, which is it goes with the Moving On. A lot of balance work, strength work, So that's really helped. And the main motivation is to get back playing tennis on a regular basis.
Oh, tennis, that's amazing. Thank you. And thank you for mentioning the Moving On program. The Moving On program is a community program. It is in partnership with Trillium Health Partners. And once somebody or the patients graduate from the pulmonary rehab program, they are given information about the Moving On program. Unfortunately, there is one site that's under construction, as you mentioned, but we are hoping that there will be new community programs such as the Moving On program opening in other places as well, because access is one of the biggest barriers for our patients, especially driving somewhere, it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes away, parking and then walking into the building. That itself takes so much out of out of somebody who has COPD with the shortness of breath as well. But we're really grateful that we have the Moving On program, that patients can still exercise once they have graduated the pulmonary rehab program to maintain the active lifestyle. Dilkush, you have just graduated from the pulmonary rehab program. So how are you planning on staying active?
Okay. I live in Toronto. The Moving On program, present and the future one, next very soon, is based in Mississauga. So travel time in the traffic is a hindrance. So first of all, I wish City of Toronto, if they are listening, we should have more such rehab programs and follow-up programs. They should be moving forward to have moving on programs. For the time being, I have considered doing swimming. You see, amongst about 30 exercises that were assessed from 1 plus to 4 plus, 1 plus being minimum and 4 plus maximum benefit, swimming had 4 plus in 3 areas: strength, stamina, and suppleness. So all 3 had 4 pluses. So I'm planning to do swimming and continue with the exercise program in my basement till the Moving On program starts. So that's what the plan is.
Okay, that's great. Swimming is great, like you mentioned. It's a great exercise for for everybody. And then you said you will be using your gym in the basement now. Finally, you said yes. And what do you think, Madeline? Would you prefer, like you said, you're a part of the Moving On program now? Are you doing any independent exercises as well, or is it just the Moving On program?
Well, I also go to the gym at the condo if I can't go to the Moving On.
Okay.
The nice thing about Moving On is there's a social aspect to it as well, and somebody's always organizing a lunch or something like that.
That's nice.
Or a picnic, so that's a nice, it just makes it a little easier to force yourself to go some days. Yeah, I'm not very disciplined about it. I couldn't do it all in the condo. I just wouldn't do it. So this gets me out. And then if I can play tennis twice a week, maybe 3 times sometimes, my feet will allow me. That would be the goal.
Okay, that's amazing. And you mentioned, with some people, it depends on what you prefer. Independent exercise, it can be, I would say, a little bit difficult if you're not feeling motivated that day, or you have to kind of think about the workout. You have to do the workout, and with the Moving On program, you just have to just go there, and you can be part of the exercise program. So
Yes,
that's really good.
and I find they're really good at adapting, because we have people in walkers, we have people with canes, we have people without oxygen, and we're given different levels of the same exercise. So it's available for everybody and possible.
Yeah, and that's great. And then is there anything you wish, Madeline, that more people understood about living with COPD?
I just wish people realize that it's possible to improve your lung function. I really didn't think so. Initially, when I was diagnosed, I would just go for my checkups and he would check my oxygen, but never suggested, well, I guess he did realize I was active, but I think I could have been given better advice how to improve my lung function.
Okay. And you would suggest, being active. So the biggest barrier, especially because when somebody is already feeling shortness of breath, if they already don't have an active lifestyle, they might think exercise, that's the last thing they'd want to do, right? But it does, clearly it helps because, you're feeling shortness of breath, but you're working those muscles, and you feel great after.
Yes, and I found even when I couldn't go to exercises, I would walk, and initially, at the beginning of the walk, it was tough. And then your body sort of adjusts, and then I could find the breathing got easier.
Okay, thank you. And we're running out of time here, so I'm just going to move on to the last question, which is, what advice would you give to somebody who has been diagnosed with COPD? Is there a message you'd like to share with our listeners, about pulmonary rehab, how you have handled your COPD, and if you are where you wanted to be with your lifestyle and everything like that as well?
I just think try and get active at whatever level you can, and the moving on classes are amazing. Just get out there, because sometimes I find many days I just feel low energy. As soon as I go to the class, I've got energy again. I come out of there with lots of energy. So
that's amazing. Thank you for that. And Dilkush?
So I have a message for everyone who may or may not be suffering from COPD. And I have a message for people who make decisions, authorities. So my message to all of you is that pulmonary rehab saves lives, improves the quality of life, and reduces healthcare costs. And there is enough clinical evidence that 30 to 50% improvement in exercise tolerance happens. There's an article in Lancet in 2020 where GOLD guidelines, so you could look it up. So although there are so many benefits of pulmonary rehab, it yet remains vastly underutilized. So for COPD patients, pulmonary rehab is as impactful as starting a new medication, but with broader benefits and fewer side effects. So for the healthcare administrators, my message is that investing in pulmonary rehab is a win-win situation. It lowers admissions and improves patient satisfaction. To all my clinicians, colleagues, refer early. Every patient with lung disease, chronic lung disease, deserves the chance to breathe better and live fuller. And to policymakers in the government, pulmonary rehab should be accessible, well funded, and integrated as a core component of chronic disease management. Now, I would also recommend yoga and breathing exercises like Alom Vilom, Kapalpatti. If not, every day smell the roses and blow the candles. So smell the roses, blow the candles.
That's right.
Breathing and glucose. Oxygen and glucose are the two vital things for the brain and the body. So smell the roses, breathe,
Blow the
and
candle.
blow off the candles by pursing your lips and breathing out. And I wish all of you the very best in health and happiness.
Thank you so much.
Thank
That
you.
was amazing. And thank you for the reminder of smelling the roses and blowing out the candles. So we'll wrap this up now. If you're listening and if you have recently been diagnosed with COPD or you're supporting somebody with COPD, please remember that you are not alone. There are programs, resources, and communities that are ready to help. And there are other people that are going through the same thing as you as well. So reach out to people. Community is super important. That's how you may find out about pulmonary rehab or other ways to manage COPD as well. Stay active, stay informed, and most importantly, stay connected. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dilkush, and thank you, Madeline. We'll move on to the next segment, which is our squat challenge. So I will take you over there. Oh, I'm just going to log back into the computer as well. Sorry, everybody, this might be a little close up, but I've just been logged out of the laptop. We will head over to the pulmonary rehab gym where we will be doing the squat challenge. Just bear with me over here. Just going to carry the laptop over to the gym. I'm actually going to be adding steps to the Inogen step challenge here as well. And we'll do a little tour of the hospital, I guess. But this is me just walking over to the pulmonary rehab gym. And I believe over there for the squat challenge. Here we are.
That was great.
Hello, everybody. Okay, so this is
the winning team.
Okay, so we have 5 teams over here. There's 1 patient and 2 staff members in a team, and I will let them introduce themselves. We'll start over here. Go ahead.
I'm Daniel.
Mary.
And I'm Naja. I'm part of Team Trachea.
Team Trachea. Yes, go ahead, Eva.
Kiva.
I'm Linda, Sabrina, and we are Team Diaphragm.
Nice. And go ahead.
Teresa.
And my name is Sakshi. We are the Team Alveoli.
Alveoli. That's great. Go ahead, Via.
Introduce yourself. Oh, my name is Dave.
I'm Alessia.
And I'm Darren.
And we're Team Bronchi.
Team Bronchi. And there's our manager over there.
I'm Barb.
I'm Karina.
And I'm Krishna, and we are Team Oxygen.
Oxygen, there we go. So I'm just going to place the laptop over here and we'll get ready with the squat challenge. We'll make sure that everybody is in the camera as well. Just give me 1 second here.
Madeline, it's over there.
Thank you.
Okay. Give me 1 second, people. Thank you so much. Okay, so everybody will be doing squats together. The patients will be starting first and they'll be doing the squats. I'm just going to move back so we have everybody in camera here. Okay. Prashna, if you can just move a little bit more to the left, that's great. Okay, everybody is in camera. We have all the patients in as well. So we will start the timer. So just to explain a little bit of what we're doing, the patients will go first. They will squat as many reps as they can do in 1 minute. And then their team members will go another minute as well. And whoever has the most reps, whichever team has the most reps will be the winner. So I'm just going to grab the timer and we will get started.
Okay. Are we ready?
Okay, so we have the timer over here. And is everybody ready to squat? Yes? Ready? Okay, let's go. I will be cheering them on as well. So the squatters, please stand up. 3, 2, 1, start. Good, keep going, keep going. We're counting. Good job. Don't forget to breathe, that's right. You're doing great. And we are halfway done. 30 more seconds.
Keep going.
Whoa, Daniel is going at it. That's great. Keep going. Remember to keep breathing. Yeah, that's okay. You can stop. Good job. And we have 10 more seconds left. 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Good job, everybody. your legs are probably feeling it, right?
Oh my God.
Okay. So now the staff members will be the ones squatting, and they either have to match the number of squats or they have to double the number of squats. So let's see how the staff members do here. Is everybody ready? Not yet, not yet. Not yet, okay. 47.
We ready?
Ready? Yes. Yes? Okay, perfect. So now it'll be the staff members that are squatting, and everybody in position. We'll start 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, look at everybody go. Let's go, keep going. Nice. I see some low squats. Good job. You can cheer on your teammates as well. Let's go. That looks great. And we are at the halfway mark. 30 more seconds. Halfway there. Oh, good job. I can see. Almost there. Almost there. We have 10 more seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is it. Good job, everybody. That's amazing. Wow, 58 squats. Okay, so group oxygen, how many squats do you have in total?
114.
Wow, 114. Alveoli, that's structure, right? Where you guys? Bronchi?
Yeah, but I started late.
That's okay. Are you alveoli? Bronchi. Bronchi, how many reps do you have in the first round?
So we 132.
132. Just behind oxygen. Sakshi, how many reps does your group have? 114. That's amazing. Naja, how many squats reps in your team? 58. Okay, and Sabrina?
62 and 59.
Okay, I will not do the mental math, but we will count these. Okay. Is everybody ready for the second round? Round 2.
You got this. You got this.
Come on, Via, you got it.
Okay.
You want the clock.
3, 2, 1, and start. Good job. Keep going.
Keep going.
That's amazing. Keep going. Make sure you're breathing. Don't hold your breath.
Go Team Oxygen.
Oh, working hard. Second round is definitely more difficult.
My legs.
Yeah, your legs are feeling it. Well, you're halfway done. 30 more seconds left.
Do what you can.
Keep going.
That's what
Good job. Almost there. Almost there. 15 seconds.
Do what you can.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's good.
Well done.
Everyone catch your breath. Take a little breather. Is the staff ready for second round? Okay.
take a little break.
Archer, 35.
Wow, 48 reps. That's amazing. Team Oxygen leading the way.
What's that car?
Is the staff ready?
Better be.
Right, we are ready.
Okay. Round 2. 3, 2, 1, go. Whoa, in sync. Everybody's in sync. Let's go. Keep going. Good job. Good job, everybody. I'm rooting for actually all the teams. Wow, everybody looks amazing. Don't forget to breathe.
It looks so easy. I know. And it's not.
And they're all in sync. 30 more seconds to go. Keep going. Good job, everyone. Working hard. Almost there. Almost there. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That's good. Okay, let's take a little break here to add the number of reps that they've done.
123. 120. One more shot.
118.
118. Amazing. Now this is the last round, everyone. Last round. Last time. And are the patients ready? Barbara wants a substitute? Okay. Well, it is the last round, so you have a pretty good number up there. You just have to make sure. Yeah. Everybody ready? Ready. Take position. 3, 2, 1, start. Good job, guys. Last round.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14.
Good job. Keep going. Make sure you're breathing in and breathing out. Almost halfway. That's okay. You can take a break.
3 more. Come on, 3 more. 3 more. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. One more.
Good job, everybody. Keep going. 15 seconds left. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. Good job. That was amazing. These are our wonderful pulmonary rehab patients. Is
really good.
We're just tallying the numbers. Are we okay to start for staff? Okay.
Woo! So Teresa.
Bronchi ready? Okay. And then oxygen.
And Barbara. 48.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Donuts after this.
Okay, is the staff ready for the last round? Round number 3. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1, start. Amazing. You guys are so in sync. Keep going.
So good.
Keep going. Almost there. Halfway there. I can feel the heat of the gym. Keep going.
Come on, guys, let's go. We can do it.
Last round, guys.
We can't win this one.
Halfway done.
We gotta
30 more
win it.
seconds.
Hit it. Go.
Go, Sakshi.
We're the winning team. We're the winning team. We're gonna win it. I said so.
Yes,
We're gonna win
15
it.
more seconds.
Come on, guys.
Okay, and here's the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. Good job. That was amazing. That was amazing. So we will tally up the numbers and see who the winner is. In the meantime, we have our manager who would like to say a few words. It may be a little short of breath, but here he is.
I know, I need optimization of my puffers. So on behalf of Trillium Health Partners, Department of Pulmonary Rehabilitation, we have phenomenal graduates, program participants, and staff that run this amazing program. We're thrilled to be part of World COPD Day. Pass the big baton. Huge shout out to the staff, and we're handing it over to our next participant.
Thank you so much, Darren. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in this SWOT challenge. In just a few minutes, we will get the winner announced. So just bear with us.
Wow, I have just give a real special shout out to my friends at Trillium Health Partners, because over the 3 years of running the Big Baton Pass and helping to coordinate it, we're always wanted to keep in mind that we're a truly grassroots initiative. And I think that was just such a wonderful example of what Big Baton Pass is all about. So once again, just a real shout out to my friends at Trillium Health Partners for just a wonderful session. And with that, we're going to now carry on the theme. And just to remind everybody, I'll just bring up I seem to have lost that. But we are talking about beyond pulmonary rehab, and you know, the theme of this part of the agenda is really about how can you graduate. I love that word from the Trillium Health Partners, graduate from the pulmonary rehab program and take those gains that you've gained in the pulmonary rehab and bring those into your everyday life. So we now have a series of 3 videos, which are very much complementary to what we've just seen in this live session. Really looking at different considerations for how to maintain being active with COPD once you've progressed from your pulmonary rehab program. So we've got a series of 3 videos coming up. The first one is...
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Amy Attaway from the Cleveland Clinic. We are so excited to be participating once more in the World COPD Day Baton Pass. For this year, we really wanted to highlight some patient testimonials where patients really benefited from advanced therapies such as endobronchial valves or biologic therapies. And we also wanted to highlight a patient who had a really wonderful transition from pulmonary rehabilitation at our main campus Cleveland Clinic program to a community center, which is known as Langston Hughes, where she could continue to exercise through a project called the Bridge Project. I think in all of these cases, I think patients really improved their COPD and their quality of life in kind of unexpected ways, which we really wanted to highlight this year as a part of the World COPD Day Baton Pass. Thank you so much. And again, I want to thank our COPD Center, Dr. Hadapoglu, the support of Danielle Wisen, Janet Connolly, Charlie Connolly, in putting this video together, which we are really excited to show.
It was difficult. I could walk from my bed to my bathroom, which was about 10 feet, and I would have to use my rescue inhaler. I would be gasping for air and coughing and wheezing. It was really hard. I missed work. It caused me to lose a job. It caused me to have to leave my education, my higher education, because I was in the hospital a couple times. About four months, I started to notice a difference. And then within about 6 months, I felt better. I was getting more energy. I could breathe. You know, I could get around better. And then within a year, I was just feeling amazing. My quality of life just got a lot better. I was able to do more. Walking the dog and cleaning my home and going shopping, grocery shopping. And yeah, those things were just unthinkable. Just the thought of being able to walk around the grocery store, walk around the mall. I was actually able to walk through the COPD center, through the hospital. Before, my daughter used to have to push me around in a wheelchair. And just to be able to walk through the front doors and make my way all the way up to the doctor's office was amazing for me.
Hello, my name is Keith Buchanan. Before this bronchoscopy procedure, I feel my quality of life was very poor. I had the procedure done in September of this year. Before the procedure, I was very limited on my daily activities. Being able to walk to get a cup of coffee, to take a shower, was a big challenge for me. Being short of breath is a very scary event. You gasp for air not knowing if this has gone way too far. It wears you out physically and mentally. Now I can take a short walk, go get my coffee, take my shower, and I am more confident with this quality of life.
My name is Barbara Green. I have severe COPD. I was referred to Cleveland Clinic in 2020 for testing of the lungs. It came back that I needed a double lung transplant. I decided to have the implants instead of the lung transplant. Before the implants, I was on 5 liters of oxygen and could only walk about 15 feet. I would be out of breath. In 2022, I had the valves put in and walked out of the hospital with no oxygen. It was then I realized how bad my lungs were. I went from being housebound to constantly on the go. My quality of life was improved beyond measure.
My name is Brad Heiss. I'm an exercise physiologist here with the Langston Hughes Fitness Center. The program was designed, called the Bridge Project, designed to incorporate multiple specialties from orthopedics to pulmonary and cardiac to endocrinology and weight management, to change from the care being disease-focused to more patient-focused. And so what's really nice about this gym is no matter if you are a community member, a patient, a caregiver, there's something that you can benefit from. So all the pieces of equipment can individualize the workout to you. So the seat heights, the range of motion, the load are all set to the individual, rather than taking a textbook approach to giving you a certain amount of sets and reps based on what the most average person should be doing. You're more individualized, and it really allows for not just more effective exercise, but safer exercise. So when we take our pulmonary patients, the nice thing about here is the loads also the loads also work you out in a way, rather than just continue to do cardio and aerobics. The more higher repetition, endurance focused resistance training can also train your aerobic system in a safer, lower intensity way. But then not just that, but all the patients coming together, whether it's from pulmonary or another aspect, are all working on different goals, but the similar outcome of trying to better their health.
My name is Raj. I'm an exercise physiologist here at Langston, and we use exercise prescriptions to really bridge fitness, conventional exercise, and medicine, following the models that exercise is medicine. We can both treat and prevent chronic diseases with the precision that we have. We 1 rep max test everybody who uses this equipment to get a detailed, precise workload that's appropriate, so that we can progressively build up. The techniques we use in these plans and prescriptions are all evidence-based and aligned with the clinical outcomes. When people are referenced from different departments, endocrine, orthopedics, neuromuscular, we cover a wide range of health comorbidities.
I started going to rehab through Dr. Selene. She suggested it once we went through the COPD thing, and she said, Phyllis, I think this would be a good program for you. So after I listened to her and read about it, sounds good to me. So after I actually joined, and got here, I found out it was the best. And one thing I do know is with the exercise and the treatment and all, to have someone encouraging you, teaching you, telling you why you're doing these things and how they benefit you, that's great.
The lady we just tested, she improved across the board on all her strength metrics. Her weight was down, and so for her to be able to not just feel that way, but to see the progress, she knows, keep going, this is really benefiting me, not just physically, but also mentally. And so it's been a really nice opportunity to help each patient.
I know we've been transitioning patients from, you guys have been so supportive for us to transition patients from pulmonary rehabilitation to the gym kind of in the community. Can you describe that a little bit? How has that been?
Yeah, so, with the patients you've seen, like I said, a lot of times with the rehab aspect, it's really focused on hitting certain metrics. And then when they come in here, it's how do we go from the metrics you're supposed to hit in rehab to now going beyond what you might have thought you were able to do. And I think with each of them, it's been really special to help them see what they're capable of doing, and again in a safe manner, to where we assess them every 3 months. We get those individualized progress outcomes, and then we can adjust the workout to fit each person. To have a place where people can feel safe and come and learn how to exercise, not just participate, it makes them feel like they're a part of it and not just another individual. And so it really breeds a high sense of community and just a really positive experience for everyone involved.
Hello everybody, my name is Débora Petrimichi. I am a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Physical Therapy at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada. I work with Dr. Pat Camp in the Pulmonary Rehabilitation Research Lab, and I'm really honored to be part of such an important event. And I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to bring you a talk today about the importance of social support to optimize long-term physical activity. My presentation today has three main objectives. The first one is to understand the importance of social support to make exercise and physical activity a permanent part of your life. The second one is to explore social physical activity options beyond the formal pulmonary rehabilitation programs. And finally, to discuss some strategies to engage your social support network to optimize long-term physical activity. We all know that physical activity is vital for managing COPD and improving quality of life. But let's be honest, staying consistent is the biggest challenge. Your health outcomes aren't just about your lungs or your muscles. They are actually a result from psychological and, very importantly, social factors like your social networks and support. Our village is our social network, and social support is defined as psychological and material resources provided by our village to help us cope with stressful situations. Social support can be both the informal help from individuals' close network, for instance, their family and friends, or it can also be a more formal, structured, and deliberate help offered by healthcare providers. It comes in 4 types, and we all need all of them. The first one is emotional support. This includes empathy, encouragement, and reassurance. So it's like having someone to confide in and feel understood by. The second one is informational support. So this includes advice, education, and sharing information and resources. The third one is called instrumental. So this is a more tangible type of support. It includes material help, for instance, financial support, or offering a ride for someone for an appointment, or offering to help with household chores. And finally, social companionship is spending time with others in leisure or recreational activities. For those living with COPD, this focus on social support is especially critical. The life stresses from this condition, including reduced mobility, the high burden of symptoms like fatigue and breathlessness, and the sometimes embarrassment or fear of these symptoms, and for some the need of oxygen therapy. These things can all force individuals to spend most of their time at home. And this naturally impacts their social participation and can lead to feelings of isolation and loneliness. But this isn't just a feeling. Research has shown that social isolation increases the risk of serious clinical outcomes, including hospital admissions, depression, and poor quality of life for people with COPD. That's why building your social support network is not optional. It is a key part of your clinical management. The good news is that social support is associated with a plethora of health outcomes for those living with COPD, including increased adherence to exercise and increased levels of physical activity. This is because human relationships naturally create a health-promoting environment that bolsters your inner motivation and confidence for the lifestyle changes that you need to do. And in addition, interacting with peers in pulmonary rehabilitation or other group activities is so important because that identification gives patients a sense of normalcy and belonging, which allows them to engage without fear of judgment. Now let's be practical. Let's talk about action steps. If pulmonary rehabilitation isn't really an option for you, or even as a supplement, seek out social activities in your community. Activities like group singing, dance, and yoga have been incorporated into COPD management because of their potential to reduce health services utilization and hospital admissions. But there are many other options with steady benefits, such as group walks, swimming, Tai Chi, and Pilates. So really try to think about your values and the activities that you enjoyed doing before you were diagnosed. You may need to modify them, that's true, but they can still be enjoyed, and you will be more likely to keep doing them in the long run. Don't forget about simple daily life activities like grandparenting, dog walking, shopping. These are all excellent because they naturally lead to a higher amount and intensity of physical activity, and they will encourage you to go out and have social interactions. You can also find incredible resources online, especially if mobility or transportation are barriers for you. First, look for virtual activity programs. Options like Fitness for Breath, Breathe Better, or the Kaya COPD app offer guided exercise, videos, and self-paced programs that you can do from home, and even better, together with your loved ones. Online social support is also widely available through dedicated communities and forums hosted by major health organizations and social networks, like the COPD 360 Social from the COPD Foundation or the Living with COPD community from the American Lung Association. Before moving on to the next action step, a quick but critical note on safety. Make sure to contact a specialist, including your doctor, physical therapist, or personal trainer, if you want guidance on starting a new exercise routine. Each person has different goals, so try to find a balance of activities that you enjoy. Try to be active 3 to 5 days a week, but start with 3 days and then work up to 5. Start with short periods of exercise, like 5 to 10 minutes, and slowly build up to doing 20 to 30 minutes of moderate activity per day. Remember, the more you do, the more you will be able to do. If you use supplemental oxygen, you must continue to exercise with it, as prescribed by your doctor. It is also vital to monitor your symptoms, so you can use smartwatches, pulse oximeters, or just check in with yourself. And tell your healthcare provider right away if anything new or worsening arises. And finally, if you are exercising at home, please make sure that your exercise space is safe. So look out for loose rugs, dim lighting, oxygen tubing in the way, and things like that. As mentioned previously, healthcare providers are integral to the social network of people in treatment of any health condition really, including COPD. The relationship between patients and healthcare providers is a two-way relationship, and it should be based on empathy, respect, and collaboration. Building rapport is very important because it helps people build their confidence in their abilities to manage their condition. It reduces fears related to breathlessness and exertion, and it also facilitates understanding the importance and benefits of long-term physical activity. For my fellow healthcare providers, building strong therapeutic relationships that will help patients sustain self-care behaviors is more than just providing direct emotional and informational support. It includes promoting conversations and communication about patients' social context, the family roles, and leisure preferences when planning their care. And perhaps most importantly, directing your support towards specific behavior change techniques like goal setting and action planning and COPD self-management can lead to better decision making and optimize their self-management behaviors. Now, how can you actively leverage your village? Create a COPD action plan. Work with your healthcare team to develop a clear action plan that everyone in your close network understands. This plan outlines, for example, what to do if you have a flare-up or when to call for medical help. Include family and close friends in appointments or in your pulmonary rehabilitation sessions. They can really help you take notes, ask questions that you may have forgotten, and better understand your care plan. It really helps ensure that everyone is in the same page. Educate them about COPD. Explain the basics of the disease, its progressive nature, symptoms, and potential for flare-ups. If family and friends understand your condition, they can offer more effective support and avoid unhelpful advice. Communicate openly. Try to share your feelings, fears, and frustrations with close ones. Let them know how COPD affects you physically and emotionally, including feelings of anxiety, fatigue, and depression. Try to be specific. So try to invite your friends and family to help in more concrete ways. For example, asking, "Can you be my safety buddy on my walk today?" Or, "When I get home from pulmonary rehabilitation, would you sit with me for 5 minutes while I practice my breathing exercises so that I remember how to do the proper technique?" Adapt social activities. So if strenuous activities are no longer possible for you, suggest new activities, less tiring activities that you can enjoy together, like walking in malls, as they're flat, often air conditioned, and there are many places to sit and rest. And finally, focus on shared values. Frame activity as companionship. So ask questions, for instance, "Can you support me on my journey? I want to be active so I can play with my grandkids." Or, "I want to feel energetic so I can keep going to our weekly book clubs." Things like that. So the three main takeaways of this presentation are: first, your village is vital. Leveraging your social support network takes time and effort, but it can definitely result in long-term benefits for your health. Second, find a physical activity that you enjoy. Looking at community, online, and daily life activities you can share with others. And finally, try to intentionally build your support system to support you in achieving your goals. Thank you all so much for taking the time to listen to this presentation. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any comments or questions. I hope you have a great COPD day, and again, thank you so much for listening.
Hello everyone, my name is Sunana Chopra and I'm a dual Master's of Physical Therapy and PhD candidate in the Rehabilitation Sciences program at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada. And I'd like to acknowledge that the UBC campus is located on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam First Nations. I'm very grateful to be part of the Big Baton Pass for World COPD Day this year. Today, I wanted to explore how wearable technology like fitness watches can support motivation and help people living with COPD build sustainable physical activity habits. The goal of the presentation is to explore how wearable tech can support motivation and help turn movement into a sustainable part of the everyday life for people with COPD. And I'll do that by looking at three things. First, the existing challenges faced by those with COPD in sustaining activity levels. 2, how tech can support self-management and confidence. And 3, practical takeaways for everyone in the room. We know that physical activity is a really powerful tool to COPD management. It can boost energy levels, improve sleep, support a healthy weight, and even decrease feelings of anxiety, depression, and stress. But given all that, maintaining activity is really difficult. We could see how difficult that becomes with increased gold stage standard among those with COPD, as seen in the bar graph on the right-hand side there, where both step count and activity level drops with increasing stage. Keeping that momentum going isn't always easy. And why is that? Well, here a review done in 2012 mapped out some of the barriers individuals with COPD experience relating to physical activity. There's a mix of personal issues such as fear, the busyness of life, and even symptoms holding people back. But there's also external factors such as weather, finances, and programs out in community being very difficult. All of this has a big emotional consequence to patients with COPD, where motivation, confidence, and support can quickly make activity difficult to sustain. And with all that ongoing, it's really difficult to see progress. And when progress is invisible, motivation begins to drop. And that's where I believe that wearable technology can help by sustaining and maintaining daily activity levels in people with COPD. especially as it addresses these barriers seen in the squares here. Wearable devices like Garmin, Fitbit, and Apple Watches let people track things such as steps, heart rate, oxygen saturation, and exertion, just to name a few. These tools offer real-time feedback and reassurance to the person wearing them. They put control and awareness back in the hands of people living with COPD as a partner and encourager of movement. Because one of the biggest drivers of motivation is seeing progress, even those small changes. Streaks, badges, daily reminders, and other visuals similar to the one on the right can turn movement into something positive and rewarding. Some watches even allow you to adjust goals based on activity trends, which helps people build confidence gradually over time. But data alone isn't enough. The key to sustainable activity is connecting activity to personal meaning. It means adjusting the cues to how you want them, for example, whether that's hourly reminders like that on Fitbit to stand up every hour and reduce your sedentary behavior, or challenging your family and friends to move like you do on an Apple Watch, where no matter how far away they are, they can encourage you to be active and help your habit stick. Because through those cues, you're enticed to move and start to value it as reward, and that's when habit becomes sustained long term. But of course, not all wearables are the same, and choosing the right one can make a big difference in how confidently and consistently someone uses it. When choosing the right watch or device, it's about what will fit with your lifestyle. And so here are a few helpful questions to reflect on. What movement do you enjoy most? Is it outdoor walking or running, or more indoor strength training and yoga? How much do you want to spend? What's your budget for this device? What metrics matter to you most? Is it steps, ECG, blood glucose? What features would generally support your overall lifestyle? Do you want to answer calls on your device, access your wallet, get calendar reminders? The best device is the one a person feels comfortable to use every day. And so spending time exploring the right choice for you is really important. For example, reading articles from experts like the one here on the right that I also contributed to can help you choose the best watch for you. And so with the right tool in hand, how can we start to put this into practice? For people with COPD, like I said, choosing the right watch, focusing on small goals that are meaningful to you, focusing on progress, not perfection, and to be kind to yourself on those difficult days. For clinicians and rehab professionals, asking about wearable use during your session with your patients, looking at data together with them, and celebrating progress collaboratively to reinforce long-term progress that your patients are making. For researchers and innovators, continuing to explore and to expand accessibility and usability of tech, exploring meaningful metrics beyond just step count alone, and prioritizing equity in tech design as well. And so to wrap up, physical activity needs to be sustainable to make a real difference in COPD management. Wearables can empower motivation by making progress visible and personal to the wearer. And when movement is meaningful to them, small daily steps become a lasting habit long term. And so thank you for all coming out and for listening today. And thank you to the organizers for allowing me a chance to present. Feel free to reach out if there's any questions, and take care.
Well, that was a great series of videos on considerations for maintaining activity after pulmonary rehab. We're coming to the home stretch of the day. We're just going to actually touch base with Lisa Dow again, and she's going to give us a little hint as to what's going on up in Belleville there to support the big Baton Pass. So, hi Lisa. So I just got a couple of minutes. Tell us what's going on over there. Oh, you're on. Are you on? Can you get off mute? Are you on mute? Okay, I'm going to just bring her out again. Lisa Dow, can you are you able to go off of mute there? Okay, let's try that again. Do we have Lisa there? I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Okay, unfortunately, I think we are having some technical difficulties. So we're gonna shift gears a little bit, and I'm going to show the next video. So we have another patient tribute, final patient advocacy tribute of the day. Quickly, actually, no, we're going to start off with, we're actually going to have a video of presentation from Andrew Binks on the Dyspnea Society now. So I will bring that one up.
Hello, my name's Andrew Binks, and I'm president of the Dyspnea Society. And thanks for the opportunity today to come and tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. The Dyspnea Society is an international organization of researchers, all with a common interest in resolving dyspnea. Our membership includes physicians, primarily those involved in cardiopulmonary or palliative care. We have nurses, physical therapists, respiratory therapists, basic scientists, and also psychologists as well. The Dyspnea Society started off as an informal group back in 2005, where we first met in San Diego. Since then, we've become much more organized and we've grown. We're now a registered non-profit, and our membership is increasing both in its interdisciplinary approach and also its spread across the globe. We have members on all continents now except Antarctica, and we haven't really had a very successful membership drive there, I will admit that. But what are the goals of the Dyspnea Society? The primary goal of the Dyspnea Society is to foster collaborations between all those different disciplines that I mentioned, so that they can bring their own expertise and blend it with those from with other disciplines. We do this with an international meeting every 2 years, and that can be held anywhere in the world. We also have an online meeting to help us keep in touch with each other, as well as a journal club to keep us up to date with state-of-the-art progress and help us all stay well informed. Our next goal is to foster the next generation of dyspnea scientists, and we're highly supportive of our emerging scientists and young investigators, and we need to give them a leg up so that they can carry on the work that we're currently performing and we can still make progress. Our research is divided into 3 main domains: the mechanisms of dyspnea, the management of dyspnea, and also the measurement of dyspnea. These domains are all highly applicable to patients. We need to understand what dyspnea is, need to know how to measure it, and need to know how to manage it as well. Collectively, our membership has made great strides in our understanding of dyspnea. For example, we now know that the clinical term dyspnea encompasses at least 3 different forms of respiratory discomfort: air hunger, that desperate urge to breathe, the work and effort of breathing, and also chest tightness. Some of our members have been using functional brain imaging to understand what regions of the brain are involved in the perception of dyspnea, as well as the emotional response to it. And this has led to us taking a multi-dimensional approach to measuring dyspnea as well, not just measuring the intensity and quality of the sensation, but also its emotional impact on the patient. This new measurement technique has been useful as we address new non-pharmacological ways to alleviate dyspnea. Some of our members, for example, are looking at how just simply blowing cold air on the face of a patient who's out of breath can alleviate some of that discomfort. And we now understand some of the mechanisms that are involved in that, and so we can exploit those and improve our therapeutic approaches. Some of our members are staying up with the times as well, and some are using machine learning. For example, a group in the Netherlands is looking at the discomfort felt during mechanical ventilation. And groups in Paris and also Boston are looking to see how we can alleviate that discomfort from the basic science that we've gathered over several years. The COPD patient feels breathless upon exertion, and groups in Montreal and other regions in Canada are also focusing on that to better understand it, to better approach it, and to better manage it as well. Beyond the basic science and clinical studies that our researchers are performing to better understand dyspnea, we also want healthcare providers to understand dyspnea better as well. To that end, the Dyspnea Society has an educational outreach initiative. This initiative is developing materials that can be placed into medical school curriculum, postgraduate medical education, and also other healthcare education as well. The aim is for us to educate and demonstrate the importance of dyspnea for the patient and how those healthcare providers can better address it. Because the Dyspnea Society isn't focused just on one disease state, this allows us to collaborate with other foundations and bring our expertise to them, just as we're trying to do today with the COPD Foundation. So we're broadening our reach and bringing our expertise to other foundations and other patient groups so that those patients can get better support for their dyspnea. So thank you for listening today and giving me the opportunity to come and tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. We look forward to continued collaborations with the COPD Foundation, and we hope we can get your support. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thanks to Andrew for that on dyspnea side. We're now, hopefully we've solved the technical issue, so we're now going to bring Lisa Dow and her Keep Breathers back in. So
Hello,
hopefully,
can you
can we
hear
hear
me?
you,
Can
Lisa?
you
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
me?
we can hear you. Yeah, so tell
Yay!
us what's going
Yay!
on out there.
Welcome to Belleville, to the Queenie Sports and Wellness Center. We are celebrating World COPD Day with the Keep Breathers. We are counting our steps, walking through the Wellness Center. You ready, guys? Off you go! We're having a great day here. We also have some community partners in our community room talking about health at home. We have Hospice Quinty. We have Enspa Air, the auction company. We have lots of great support here today.
Oh, this is fantastic, Lisa. Great to see everybody getting their steps
Young
in, and I
and
think
old are here.
yeah, fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best as you walk around the mall and get your steps in.
Thank
Great to see you
you.
again. All
Enjoy
right, take
the
care,
rest of
Lisa.
the event. Thanks for doing this.
Down to the home stretch now.
Bye.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yes, almost there,
Bye-bye.
almost there.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, so we are coming to the last hour. So before we move over, we're going to join the Right to Breathe patient chat in progress. But just before that, I'm going to show our last patient tribute to patient advocacy champions. Last one of the day for that.
I always remember Bill Clark as a towering individual. I only met him a couple of times in real life, so I honestly can't say if it was his physical height that was so much bigger than mine, or if it was just the power of his presence and stature in the community. He was a teacher for many years before joining the foundation, and that really translated into a lot of his efforts while being our primary community liaison. He did whatever he could to teach, to connect, to advocate, to make sure that the patient voice and the patient experience informed every facet of the work that the foundation does. We certainly owe him a towering debt.
Okay, that's another. Thank you, Mike Hess, for another wonderful tribute to another wonderful patient advocacy champion. And now we're coming up to almost. I think we've got 2 more sessions to go for today before we finish right at 4 o'clock. And now I think we're probably going to go in progress, but we're now going to bring over the Right to Breathe patient chat that is going on right now. So I think we're joining them in progress.
There's probably ripples from the stone you've thrown into the pond that are going far further than you ever expected.
Yeah.
Which is really a great thing.
It is, and it was only about 4 weeks before today that a organisation in Africa reached out to us wanting to be part of the Baton Pass. So we've done some work with them, but what they're able to do is reach villages and areas that just don't have anything at all. So, and that's really, part of what we want to do is be able to share information as widely as we can.
That's fantastic. Awesome. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do first is we will, why don't we share the video with you and Dr. Doyle? So I'm going to begin sharing and playing that. Again, folks, if we have any audio troubles, Michelle or Russ or one of my co-hosts, here, if one of you guys could then just shoot me a message if we're having an issue. And so let's start with this. And I'll hit play.
Welcome everyone to the COPD Baton Pass, an interview I've been looking forward to today is with Dr. Dan Doyle. Dan operates pulmonary rehab clinics, but I'll get Dan to tell his story because he'll do it far better than me. So welcome, Dr. Doyle. Thank you, Russell. Good afternoon. Welcome to you. Can you explain to our listeners, firstly, your background in medicine, where you started to where you are now? Of course. First of all, let me say that I'm really honored and excited to be here talking with you today because I only learned about the World COPD Baton. We say Baton Pass last year, and I did get to watch some of the video that day and later on. So it's really an exciting project. My hats off to you for doing it. As far as my background, as I said, I was telling you, I practiced as a family doctor, what you might call a GP, and where I live and work is our U.S. North America equivalent of the outback because it's a very rural, wooded, mountainous area, mostly 2-lane roads. We don't have a city above 46,000 people in the whole state. So this is a very rural state. That's been a big challenge for people to get all kinds of medical services, including pulmonary rehab and other rehabilitation services. My own background is that I grew up in the Midwest of North America, the state of Indiana, went to medical school in the Northeast in Boston, and when I finished my family medicine residency, which is a 3-year postgraduate residency here, my wife and I came here and settled in West Virginia in 1978 and have been here ever since. And we came here to help start a rural community health center working together with the United Mine Workers Union. And that was coming out of their movement to recognize and get treatment for Black lung. But their idea and their pension fund was covering family care, general care for not only the miners, but for their whole family. So it was really a community health center. And I worked there from 1978 to 2022 doing general family medicine. But in 2013, Grace Andorni and Ted Koppel came here and said, we want you to start doing pulmonary rehab in West Virginia. And they recruited me, not to leave my job, stay in my same job, but to be the medical director of a network of rural pulmonary rehab centers that they were starting. So that got added on to my other job. And I've continued to do that for the last 12 years. I'm actually sitting here today sending out letters to the directors of rural hospitals and health centers, asking them to sign agreements for continuing outcomes research about pulmonary rehab. And one of the signers of that letter asking them to do that is Gracie. That's quite a career you've medicine edge out there. So we understand how you come into pulmonary rehab. Have you got a particular interest that sort of got you into it, like when Grace and Ted come to you and said, hey, what you do this? What made you want to do pulmonary rehab as well?
I guess it would be that I had been working here in this rural community health center at that point for something like 40 years, 35 or 40 years, and over that period. And the health center started out of the coal mine dust disease, what we call black lung here. And I happen to know that there in Australia, coal miners' dust disease has been kind of rediscovered in the last 5 years. And so there's a whole lot of work going on with that there right now. Some of the leaders of the, and I don't know the exact name of the union, but it's like the National Miners Union, have actually come over here and met with us and told us about that. So my health center in 1970 grew out of a black lung movement within our United Mine Workers Union. And so from the very beginning, I was part of a health center that had to do with chronic lung disease. And so then when actually it was Ted who came and met with us and talked to us, I was predisposed in that sense. But as you and I were discussing a few minutes ago, because pulmonary rehab really had just not been available in our state, I worked as a family doctor for 40 years and was pretty much ignorant of the benefits of it, of the importance of it, because it wasn't on the menu for people here, hardly at all. And so then I sometimes one's skeptical of things that one's ignorant of, and that was true in my case. But they asked me to do this. I paid attention. I listened. They helped educate me about it, directed me to the evidence of the research. And then I think the other thing was I really liked the idea of a network of rural health centers and helping to create that and support new respiratory therapists in a network of rural hospitals and rural community centers around our state. I think those were my attractions initially when they came out and asked us to do that.
The whole black lung issue is something I know about here in Australia, as my respiratory doctor for many years has travelled out to our mining cities and treated patients with black lung. So he's told me the stories over the years. So, and yes, it is something that has been neglected for a long time here in Australia, and its emergence in the last 5 years is definitely, you're right, that's exactly what's happening. When you talk about going from a skeptic to an advocate of pulmonary rehab, what drove that? What made you change your mind? Apart from obviously you don't know what you don't know, but did you see patients' improvements? What was the thing that drove you?
I think it was a three-stage process. The first stage was having an advocate, a crusader, come to me or come to us and say, we think this is important. This is something that we know has benefited other people in other places, and we want to fund your health centers and your rural hospitals to do this. And so that there were other people besides me that they were making that presentation to. So the first thing was being asked, and being asked by someone who seemed to me to be authentic and have credibility. Then the next step was sort of the intellectual step of being presented with the evidence. And the evidence came primarily in the form of what in medical evidence or in medical research or medical science, health delivery science, is called Cochrane reviews. And there's Cochrane collaborative reviews, which is a research project which assembles all of the available evidence, subjects it to really careful scrutiny and statistical testing, and then comes up with a bottom line answer. And there were a number of Cochrane reviews showing the benefits of pulmonary rehab, which I had never looked at and never seen before. So they brought me to the evidence, and I saw the evidence. So then I knew that this was something that had benefit for our patients. And then the next step was actually being involved with patients going through pulmonary rehab, seeing the benefits to them objectively and hearing their subjective reports and appreciation. I would say that was the third part of it. And actually, in addition, seeing the enthusiasm and dedication of the respiratory therapists who really liked having patient education become part of their jobs. A lot of respiratory therapists kind of break into the field by working days and nights, weekends in hospitals, managing people on ventilators, giving people breathing treatments, having sometimes to work hard and fast. And the idea that they could also be educators and be part of rehabilitation was exciting to them. And so the patient enthusiasm and the respiratory therapist enthusiasm was contagious for me.
You talk about black lung. In terms of pulmonary rehab patients, do you have a wide range of lung disease, or is there more specific types of disease that you're seeing?
Well, both of those things. We do have a wide range, and we do have specific things. So we have a number of, so I would say probably about a quarter, fifth to a quarter of the patients who come and get pulmonary rehabilitation at our 12 sites are coal miners. Depending on the region of the state, we have 55 counties, and most of the coal mining is located, just like in Australia, in certain regions. Most of the coal mining in our state is located in the southwest part of the state, central and southwest. So our pulmonary rehab sites in those areas have a greater percentage of miners, and then a little less in the other areas. So definitely number one, COPD. Probably number two, other lung diseases than COPD. And then probably number three, coal miners' black lung. And there's a wide spectrum of black lung. I mean, there's some miners who are waiting for lung transplants and are doing pulmonary rehab as they're waiting in their wait line for a lung transplant. And there are others who are pretty good and pretty functional. And we have plenty of miners with significant complicated pneumoconiosis who are still working underground in the dust in the mines. They can't come to pulmonary rehab because they have to go to work, and they choose to go to work. But really, in a way, the interesting category to me is the one that's not black lung and not COPD, and it's the other category. And in my time as a family doctor, and even just in the last 10 years, we've realized that many people have a label of COPD who don't actually meet criteria for that diagnosis. COPD became a kind of a catch-all label for anybody who had bad lungs. And many of those people were diagnosed with COPD just in an emergency room and got put on medicines and had never even had PFD and were being treated. That was another thing in our area, was that pulmonary function testing was not widely available or used in the general primary care setting. It just wasn't there. And unlike, if you're in the hospital with a heart attack or heart failure, you get an EKG. But if you're in the hospital with an exacerbation of COPD, you don't get a PFT because it isn't done when people are acutely ill. We want to get people to have that when they're at their best. So the category of people who have other lung diseases, which more and more is being identified as interstitial lung disease and restrictive impairment on spirometry, that's a really interesting category because the treatment for that is often different from COPD. But if those people aren't properly identified, then they're getting treatment that you don't need and maybe not getting treatment that they do need. But regardless of the diagnosis, pulmonary rehab is beneficial for them. And so pulmonary rehab is a treatment that they all need and can all benefit from.
It's very true what you're saying. And we see it in patient groups where patients will be in a COPD group online chatting about their disease, but they never had a spirometry. And it's crazy to think in 2025, that's still not the first tool you're going to use to figure if someone's got an obstructive lung disease or not, but that's the world we live in. In regards to pulmonary rehab, so let's say that I'm a patient that's been newly diagnosed and I'm thinking, I've heard of this thing of pulmonary rehab, I'm not quite sure about it, I'm a little bit worried about it because I've heard it involves exercise, which is going to make me breathless, and that's the last thing I want. How do you encourage those patients to join pulmonary rehab? And also, what are they going to expect?
Well, pretend that you're that patient. And here's what I would say to you. I would say, so Russell, I want to tell you about pulmonary rehabilitation. I think this is something that could really benefit you. And I know you have some reservation because you have a hard enough time breathing now, and exercise is part of pulmonary rehab. But what exercise we have a pulmonary rehab person do depends on where they're starting from. So we start out very slow, very gradual, only doing things that are comfortable and easy for you, and then gradually increase. And as we do that, we have a heart monitor on you. You can use your oxygen if you need it. Respiratory therapist is standing right there beside you. You don't have to go any faster or do any more than what you're comfortable with. But what I think you will find is that by becoming active and doing that, you will be able to do more and more without being breathless, and that will carry over into your daily life. You'll be able to do other things. So I would really encourage you to give it a try. It's one of those things of try it, you'll like it. And the other thing is when you're doing it, there are other people there who started often even in tougher places than you did. And so there's a lot of group solidarity and camaraderie that people find really helpful. So how about start this Friday?
I mean, I'll just have to make sure there's a flight from this train.
well, maybe we can find a theater near you.
Probably more convenient. So, with your pulmonary rehab programs that you run, exercise obviously is part of that. And you talked about camaraderie, which I think is really important. What other things can a patient expect to learn in pulmonary rehab?
Oh, that's a great question, because that's the question about the third part of pulmonary rehab. For us, it's kind of the three pillars of pulmonary rehab are the physical activity that hopefully carries over into your life outside pulmonary, but becoming more physically active and more capable of regular exercise. And then there's the learning part of it, learning about your body, about how your lungs and heart work, about the medicines, about nutrition, about anxiety and depression. There's about 8 key areas that we try to include and that most sites include in pulmonary rehab. So in a way, that's kind of the list. And I've tried to memorize the list because right now we're working on revising our pulmonary rehab curriculum for our own site and hopefully as a resource for all the other sites. And then the third thing is the camaraderie we talked about. So supervised exercise, regular education, and then the group solidarity and the group support of each other. And so just to come back to your question, what can I would be saying to you, Russell, you're going to be learning. One of the things that we think is that the more you know about how your body works, about how COPD affects your body, about how the different medicines work, about nutrition, about rest, about what to do when you're sick, the better you will do and the more you'll be able to function. And so there's a lot of important things that you're going to learn during this time. Some from reading on your own. We'll provide you materials, but we meet in small group sessions and go over a topic each time that you come.
Perfect. You've won me over. I'm signing up, so
right.
That's good. I'd like to close with your thoughts on, I was going to say one thing, but two things is, firstly, let's start with what tips would you give patients managing COPD outside of pulmonary rehabilitation? Let's say they've done the rehabilitation. What comes next?
You know, the first thing that comes to my mind when you ask me that question is comorbidities, because that might not. So let me just back up from that, but I definitely want to talk about comorbidities. But in terms of what tips would I give people, one of my jobs is that we have funding from the Dorney-Koppel Foundation to provide transportation support to patients, and so I actually field all the phone calls from those patients who say, the RT at my site told me to call you and that you have some funding to help pay gas for me. So I talked to every one of those patients, and in the last 2 years, I think I've talked to about 150 of them. And one of the things I always say to them is, oh, it's really great. You graduated from pulmonary rehab. Now, what's your plan to continue exercising? Because the benefit that you've gained from this is not going to continue if you don't keep exercising. So one tip is have an exercise plan. And then we talk about that a little bit. Because here, there are a lot of people, it's country roads, and there's coal trucks running up and down those roads, and many people don't have a good place to walk, even if they're fairly strong and stable. So one tip is have a plan for exercise. Let's talk about that. I think another tip and of course, there's always the question of tobacco cessation, if that's an issue, and that's a whole topic in itself, as you know. And then I think kind of trying to check out what their social support system is and their transportation system. But pretty quickly, it leads into, for me, and this is if I'm their primary care physician and I'm directly involved in sort of managing some of their care, it gets into looking at that med list and making sure that they should have learned how to use their inhalers properly during pulmonary rehab class education. But looking at the med list and seeing if that med list makes sense to me, because many people, as you know, with COPD have other comorbidities, especially cardiovascular, diabetes, musculoskeletal conditions, psychiatric conditions, and they're on various medications, sometimes too many sedating medications, sleep medications that don't really help with sleep, making sure they don't have obstructive sleep apnea, and that's been being addressed. So a lot of it is not so much tips as scanning for comorbidities, and this is me talking as a geriatrician now, scanning for comorbidities, scanning for a bunch of medicines on their med list that are probably harming them, and trying to figure out if we could get them away from some of those medicines. I think that would be my bag of answers to your what tips question.
That was perfect, actually, because I guess you've encompassed everything that a patient should know. And also you've outlined the benefits, which I think Grace Ann to me once before, that in this day and age, if you have pulmonary rehab, why wouldn't you do it if you needed it? I guess the last thing, and I'm not quite sure how to phrase it, is that how do we get clinicians to be more like you, to be referring patients to pulmonary rehab? Is that an education about what's available, or how do you think we go about that?
Start with the medical students. I forget what you call them in Australia and England, maybe registrars. But we call them residents here. So you know, you finish your university, and now you have your medical degree, but then you do a period of training, 2 to 3 to 4 years, depending on what you're doing. For primary care general practice, it's mainly 3 years. So talking to the medical students, talking to the residents, and then once people are out in practice, it really kind of depends. Used to be it was independent GPs in private practice. Here in the United States, medicine has become very corporatized, and so now many physicians are working for larger systems. They're employed and they're not independent practitioners. And so then it depends on medical directors of those systems deciding that this should be a priority. But a lot of it, I think, is making sure that medical students and residents know how to read know how to look at a spirometry report and know what it tells them. That can take us off into a whole other topic about pulmonary function testing and spirometry. But getting physicians to be aware of the need for pulmonary function testing, and then being able to understand what it tells them, and knowing that pulmonary rehabilitation is probably the most cost-effective treatment for COPD available. You know about the benefits triangle. You've seen that triangle from the London School of Economics that rates the different treatments. So these doctors, are prescribing in the U.S., North America, 6 inhalers, 2 or 3 of them all the time. And yet here is this hands-on, person-to-person treatment that is even more beneficial in terms of quality of life and cost effective, and people aren't getting it, partly for financial reasons, but also partly because their doctors don't think about it and don't refer. And so now the pulmonologists here are mostly referring people. They're pretty good, but the primary care doctors, there's still a low level of awareness. And so I think we keep reaching out to them. If we're within a system, we have more leverage to talk to them. And here in this rural area, about half the primary care is done by non-physicians, advanced practice nurse practitioners and physician assistants. So reaching them through their professional associations. So I'd say medical students, interns and residents in training, and then within healthcare systems, if you're a champion already, fighting to get greater recognition within your system of this benefit, of the service and this benefit.
Perfect. I think we're just about out of time for today. Dan, I want to really thank you for your input. I like doing these sorts of things because I learn a lot myself. So I figure if I'm learning something, then hopefully other patients are learning something as well. So thank you again for your time today.
You're very welcome. And if you get this way, come visit.
Certainly will.
There you go. That was fantastic, Russ. It was a great conversation, and really a lot of things to be learned there. As we roll right along, it's great to see that we have Dr. Amy Hadaway here. Dr. Amy, I'm going to make you a co-host in case there's anything that you want to be able to share, and screen sharing and all that. So now you have that capability to do that if desired.
Okay, great.
It's great to meet you and thank you for being here. And again, for those joining, I apologize I am again in Washington, D.C., doing congressional visits during the day here. So I am in a phone booth in one of the houses of Congress. I think I'm in the Rayburn building, if I remember correctly. But so Russ, would you like to introduce Dr. Amy here, or say a few words before we turn the microphone over to her?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining us, Amy. I feel that you're jumping from webinar to webinar to webinar today, so I appreciate your time. I know you've been on the Vimeo on the Baton Pass link, so we appreciate your efforts there. And so today we thought it'd be great to get you on to talk about your experience with COPD patients and help share some information with our audience today.
Okay, no, great. I'm so honored to be here. I'm actually Joe. I'm not too far from you. I'm in Arlington, Virginia today. So we have the NIH consortium meeting today, COPD gene, and then spiromics. So I've just been I think it's great that we're here just trying to move the needle in terms of research with these really amazing NIH consortiums. So I feel like my whole I get to learn about research. I get to talk with community and raise awareness with so many on such an important day. So I'm just really grateful to be here. So thank you, everyone. I guess I'll just give some background. So I'm a pulmonologist trained, but so after fellowship, when I completed all my training, I really loved taking care of patients with COPD. My father was a veteran, and he actually kind of started smoking when he was in Vietnam. And so I just I always felt like a lot of feeling like underserved. I took care of veterans when I did my training, and just feeling like it's just such an underserved group of people. And so I've just really felt so close to COPD my whole life. When I finished my training, I started doing research. So I study muscle loss or muscle wasting in COPD, and a lot of that is pretty highly linked to nutrition. And then I also have a clinic where I actually have a subspecialty clinic where I see patients who are maybe where you evaluate them if there's concern for muscle loss or muscle wasting. We have some testing that we do in my clinic. And then we also talk a lot about nutrition and really try to have some exercise programs set up, either pulmonary rehabilitation, or we try to get them into a community. We have a pipeline in our community, which is at the Langston Hughes Community Center, where they can continue their maintenance therapy. So that's kind of my background. I know the talk is about nutrition. Is there anything you would like me to focus on in COPD? I can also just start talking about nutrition.
You can just start talking, but one of the things we talked about prior to today is that the theme of today is about pulmonary rehab, activity, and exercise. So I guess talking about nutrition in that sense, what a patient should be looking at, because obviously if they're going to be active, they're going to need more fuel to be active, and how that looks. So something along those lines would be great.
Oh yeah, definitely. So I would say that COPD, the way it can affect your body, it can affect your body in multiple ways. And there's multiple things that can cause this muscle wasting or sarcopenia, which is what I really focus on. But one of the things I've noticed is that patients who are particularly hyperinflated, that it's very difficult to eat. You have your lungs are really large and hyperinflated, so your stomach is smaller. There's just less space for your stomach, so you'll fill up quicker. You may eating might make you tired or make you feel nauseous. even short of breath. I've had some patients where it's just difficult for them to eat because of the significant hyperinflation. So not every patient is like that. COPD can have like a range of different types, like phenotypes is what we call it. But I think definitely for patients with hyperinflation, we take a very different nutrition strategy. So we always encourage patients to take more meals, like smaller meals more frequently if they can't tolerate like a big meal at once. I always ask patients if like in the US we have Thanksgiving, if Thanksgiving is like a really hard, like they can't, you're expected to eat a lot all at once. That's what we do in the United States on Thanksgiving. But like that's kind of an example where my patients are like, oh, I can't, like I just fill up so quickly. I get nauseous. I gotta stop. So that's one of the strategies we talk about depending on the patient. If they have that really severe hyperinflation, smaller meals more frequently. In terms of of what we really emphasize in my clinic, and I'm preaching to the chorus, but protein. You really need to take a high protein strategy, so in the literature, they recommend 1.2 grams per kilogram per day of protein for patients with muscle loss or sarcopenia. So I feel like when I talk to patients, it's very unusual that we're able to get there because it's a lot of protein that you're expected to kind of take in. So a lot of times I might recommend like doing protein drinks, supplements. I have a bunch of like Boost samples in my clinic. I try to hand them out. I'm not sure that Boost is for everyone or like the protein drinks are for everyone, but for some of my patients, I just want to hit the ground running. I think it's a way to kind of be really aggressive up front while you're focusing on like learning how to like the protein rich meals, like cooking yourself, the lean meats or the vegetable based protein. Those are kind of a good long-term strategy. Those are kind of those are the things we talk about in my clinic. Is that kind of, I mean, Russ, you've got to be like all on top of your protein, right? Do you count your protein? A lot of people count it.
What you said is really interesting because I know that I have to have my protein intake up because I'm getting older. I've got COPD. I take steroid inhalers, all those sorts of things, and I run. But I find it hard to get the amount of protein in that I need. And it was interesting you talking about shakes. For me, I can only tolerate so much protein in shakes. So have you got any tips about, what other things we could do to get more protein in?
Yeah, I have heard that. Some of my patients, the protein drinks are just really hard, can be hard on the stomach. A lot of time, I mean, we have like a dedicated nutritionist that works with our clinic. And so we kind of go through the different like high protein foods, like things that can add protein to your diet without that kind of, if we're not just doing the shakes. A lot of times, like I'll have, like we talk about nuts, we talk about peanut butter, not too much salt though. There's a peanut butter powder. I don't know if you've heard, like what's it called? That it's just, it doesn't have the oil of peanut butter, but it gives you like a ton of protein. So incorporating that into, like a lot of my patients, maybe they put that on their ice cream, like just try to get the nuts in various places as much as possible. We talk about, like, a lot of my patients, like, there's a lot of great protein and dairy products, but a lot of my patients either, like, as you get older, you're more likely to become lactose deficient. So I talk about that with my patients and see, but if they can tolerate dairy products, then that's another great way to get a lot of protein into the diet. I think ultimately just thinking, like counting. I feel like we don't, like we're always, when I was young, I always felt like I was told to count calories, but I thought we never really thought thinking about protein. So just trying to kind of incorporate it into your day. Like I need to try to get to this number by the end of the day. Is there some other strategies you've had, like kind of beyond the protein drinks?
Yeah, I think one thing you just touched on is we don't think about, or we haven't in the past think about counting protein. And so I use an app to work out how much protein I've taken in for a day, which is good because it keeps you honest, so to speak. But there's a balance, I guess, of like you're talking about, all the things we have to eat. So I guess for COPD patients, we want to get protein in, we want to get calories in, but we also want to be able to still breathe. And so it's that balance, a fine line between eating too much and not eating enough. Moving away from nutrition and more into your specialty of cachexia. So, that's the problem COPD patients have, is muscle wastage. So what do you say about that? What's the best thing? Obviously taking protein, but what other strategies can we use to try and slow down or stop muscle wastage?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's actually like I developed this subspecialty clinic to just really focus on, like first we bring people in and we do testing. So then we can know, like, do they have muscle loss? So I think having that recognition and talking to patients about it. Like I have a you probably know these, like a bioimpedance. It's just like a fancy scale, but it will quantify your like body composition, and you can do it at every appointment. So we can talk about like what your muscle mass looks like, what your muscle strength looks like, and maybe that's something we can work on between visits. And so I think I also like, there's lots of different types of COPD. Some patients have like more, they're kind of really skinny and you can tell they have issues with their muscle. But then there's some patients where they might be overweight or obese and they still have the issue with the muscle. So that you have to kind of follow a different strategy, because you want them to build up their muscle, but you want to do it in a way where it doesn't promote too much of fat. You want to kind of try to lose a little bit of fat while you're gaining the muscle. But I think that a lot of times, at least a lot of my patients, maybe they feel like it's their lung function, it's their COPD, like their breathing is what's the main issue. And but it turns out it might just be the muscle. Like that's something that we can, really work on and try to optimize your COPD the best that we can with therapies. Um, so I think having like testing and kind of showing the data and talking with patients about that is it's something that we kind of like work on together at follow-up visits. We talk about nutrition, like we talk about the protein, and the importance of protein. And I'd say that's a big part of my discussion. And so, I know Russ, you're like on top of that. But for a lot of my patients, it's kind of a new talk and discussion. And we may bring in a nutritionist to kind of, further reiterate or find strategies to increase the protein in the diet. Other things I do, there's certain inhalers that I'm if you have muscle loss or muscle wasting, I'm not a huge fan of the powder inhalers, because sometimes it's hard for you to take that big, deep, fast breath that you need for like a dry powder inhaler. You may have like respiratory muscle weakness, and so you can't tolerate those types of inhalers. We have a device that we check in the clinic. We use an in-check device just to make sure the inhaler is the proper inhaler. But we may switch things if we feel like it's not the best strategy for our patients. I think so. I would say I spend a lot of time talking about muscle and nutrition. But we also try to optimize the COPD as best as we can through the lens of like knowing that there could be a muscle issue.
I think what might be handy, and Joe, if we're able to, and Amy, if you're happy to, if we open it up for questions from participants to see, if any of the participants have got questions for Dr. Attaway.
Absolutely. Yeah, folks, if there are things that you would like to ask, this is a great time to do that. I know we have another 5 minutes while we are live with the Big Baton Pass. But as long as Michelle can keep things running, then we'll be able to continue on the conversation as well, as much time as Dr. Amy has available as well. So if anyone has a question, go ahead, Susan. You just have to unmute. There you go.
Okay, so I've been experiencing some things with my legs. And so I've been having some knee issues and I've been going to physical therapy and they just cannot get my upper thighs to get the strength that it needs. And we can't figure out what's going on. So could that be something to do with COPD?
The legs. So can you tell, so you just like a lot of weakness in your legs or the thighs? Do they think it's muscle related or vascular or?
Well, the thought it could be vascular also. So that is the thought. But my thought was, can that also be related to the COPD problem?
Do you get like cramping when you walk? Is it like limiting you?
Well, the knee is bad, but we can't build the upper thigh to support the knee. And so that's what's kind of been going on. So we can't figure that out. So, other than that, I'm pretty strong. I mean, I don't have any other problems, but that is a problem. And so I don't know if that has something to do with it. My physical therapist and I talked about the fact that lungs and muscles and strength go all together. And if you're not getting oxygen, your muscles aren't doing well. So we did talk about that. So I'm just curious if that could be something to do with that.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I guess I would want, so yeah, like if a lot of times when I assess people, I'll like do testing and I can kind of look at the muscle and we can kind of gauge if there's loss there. I would want to make sure there's not a vascular issue because that the cramping to me suggests maybe more of like a vascular issue. I think a general strategy might be a lot of my patients who have knee problems or really a lot of arthritis problems will do exercise where they kind of get support, like water aerobics, where like you're getting support. You're able to still exercise. You're getting support where like the arthritis might be limiting you. But yeah, I guess I would want to. I don't know if did you talk to your doctor about the thighs, like the?
Not yet, because that's what I was asking. I thought I could bring something to the table, some options. So, but that's interesting. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I guess I'd want to make sure there's not a vascular issue and maybe see if there's any testing just to rule that out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I guess Karen.
I'm talking, but I was muted. Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Amy. When you were talking about 1.2 grams per kilogram of weight, I calculated I weigh 85 pounds. I'm thin, but I'm also short. I'm only 4'11". So I calculated out, and I think if I calculated right, I'm 31.66 kilograms, if I did that right. And so in order for me to get enough protein, it looks like all I've got to do is eat one hamburger. Does that look right?
I'm not sure. So I think I put in 85 pounds. I'm gonna be honest, I did this in Google, but like 85 pounds is around 40 kilograms.
Oh, okay. So I didn't quite calculate it correctly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
I need to eat 2 hamburgers.
So I think,
No.
so this is, I think, an important.
Well, that was. I really want to give a shout out to Joe Morrison and the Right to Breathe organization for organizing their Right to Breathe pulmonary chat to actually coincide with the Big Baton Pass today. And I think that was a very enlightening and informative session. We did have to stop it. We're going to let them go with their own Zoom meeting. I think they're going to continue with their questions to Dr. Attaway. But we're coming to the close now. We've got about 15 minutes left, and we do have a hard stop at 4 o'clock for the event. But we have one really important video left to show today. And I will just bring, I just need to get the right thing here. If I do that, got that the wrong way around, but this one is a final video of the day, and it's a very important topic. It's a topic of stigma and COPD, and the video has been put together with the help of Grace Ann Dorney-Koppel, who we've heard from and heard about a lot today. It's about 6 minutes to go, so we're going to show this video for 6 minutes, and then the coordinating group, Haley, Russ, Ruth, and myself are going to come back together on stage at the end just to wrap up the day. But please pay attention and really listen to this very important last video of the day.
COPD is the third leading cause of global death today, and the numbers are projected to be 600 million by 2050. The disease is progressive. It is not curable. It lags in global research funding. It's a leading cause of disability worldwide. It is stigmatized because many consider it to be the smoker's disease. Yet experts say that 25 to 45% of COPD patients have never smoked. Stigma exists in patients themselves, in healthcare professionals, in public opinion, and of course, is repeated in the media.
Stigma plays a big role in COPD, and it delays diagnosis, prevents people from seeking help, and leads to shame and isolation. So when COPD is viewed as a personal failure rather than a medical condition, society invests less attention and fewer resources in prevention and care. So addressing stigma is essential for improving outcomes, ensuring that people feel safe to come forward early. So, as WHO Special Envoy, my role is really to mobilize the partners to elevate COPD into the global political agenda, and also to deliver earlier, better, and more equitable care to patients affected by COPD.
Words matter. They are either the architecture of empathy or stigma. And that's why it's so important that we understand how the language we use can impact the patient experience. In order to break the silence around COPD, we need to make patients feel safe to speak up. And how we do that is by surrounding them with empathetic and positive communication versus stigmatizing communication. And what that does is it empowers the patients to just go be themselves in their community, to live with their condition openly, and also talk about it to the people that matter. Talk to their elected official, talk to their local media outlet, and even advocate for their needs to their doctor, which is often an experience patients have to go through when they have a complex and misunderstood condition. Addressing stigma is a shared responsibility. It requires collaboration and partnership between media, entertainment, healthcare providers, advocates, policymakers, and social media platforms to make a real difference in patients' lives every day.
Every day we have to continue to not accept status quo. We have to continue to push the envelope in being as active and as healthy as we can, and ensuring that the people that we love with COPD are doing the same, that they're not sitting alone on their sofa thinking that they can't walk to the mailbox or do their grocery shopping, that they can have the support that they need to live an active, full life, continue to be exercising and attending all their social activities, and truly engaging in life to its fullest, regardless of the stage of COPD that they are currently living in.
Luckily, not everybody who gets like insults to their lungs gets COPD, but it's much broader than smoking. It's the environment, the indoor and outdoor air pollution. It is the genetics. It's where you born and in your childhood, what happened there. So if you're preterm, then your lungs haven't matured very much, and then you turn out to be more vulnerable. So it's so much more, and this is hardly known. So I think it's very important to spread this message that there is so much more causing COPD, and that with everything happening with the climate change, with that it's actually more people are expected to have assaults to their lungs. So much more people are at risk now.
Thank you to each of the panelists for shedding some light on the reality and complexity of COPD and stigma. To patients, I say, it's not your fault. Get help, move on. To healthcare professionals, heal, don't judge, encourage, prescribe pulmonary rehab if available, and if not, encourage physical activity. To everyone else, find it in your soul to have empathy and compassion for suffering. COPD is a medical condition, not a life sentence of guilt and shame.
Wow, what a tremendous, powerful message to finish off our big Baton Pass event on World COPD Day. We've got a few minutes left. I think we have a hard stop at 4 o'clock, but it's now my pleasure to bring back on stage my collaborators and certainly the inspiration for this event. So I'll bring them on, and we'll just have final reflections on the day. So welcome back, everybody. And as they say, almost time to wrap it up. I think Ruth and Russ, I think we'll get thrown out of here at 4 o'clock. I think so. For the audience, I think just if we get caught in halfway through a sentence, it's because I guess the line is going to go black at 4 o'clock. But I think probably the most important thing, Russ, is we had the 24-hour step-up challenge going through as the spine all the way through. Can you give us an update on where we are now?
I can. So the Inogen Step Challenge, which we started nearly 24 hours ago, it's gone so quick. Not. Our current total is 1.12 million steps. So we have achieved our target of 1 million steps. So well done to everyone out there. There's been some really good performances. Now, keep in mind that, Alan, in your part of the world, it's still the 19th of November, and so people are still out there getting their steps up. So,
I've been sitting in this chair all day, so I need to go and do my steps.
But we did it. We
So
got we
well, you
reached
do
it.
actually.
But we reached our
So
target.
we'll,
That was
we'll
such a
update the
big.
step total. We'll update the step total on our social media platforms and on our website in the coming days to see what we end up. I tip that we'll get to 1.5 million. We'll see how we go. Depends on how many you're going to get out there and do this afternoon, Alan.
Yeah, I'll do my best. But I think, you know what, Rusty, I think about, sort of the last few months when we were putting this step challenge together, we weren't sure on what, I mean, it's kind of interesting with the goal setting, right? We want to set achievable goals, and we weren't sure what exactly we want to put. It turns out that 1 million was a pretty spot on kind of achievable goal for this year. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I thought it was quite a audacious target. I thought we'd sort of get almost there or nearly there or not quite there, and we'd be looking back saying next year we're definitely going to get there. But we've hit it with the Americas still with time. So yeah, let's see if we can stretch it a bit. I like a stretch target.
Yeah. And actually, I'd like to bring in Haley now. So just for the audience, just to let you know, on the third Big Baton Pass, so 3 of us have been together for the 3 years now. We started off 2 years ago. Didn't even know if it was going to, we didn't really know were we going to be able to get this going. It worked. We went the second year. And Haley, this is your first year of really taking on a coordinating role. Maybe you can reflect on how it's been for you in your first year doing this.
Yeah, it's obviously a lot of work, and I actually remember in 2023 when I was a live site contributor, and even then I couldn't even fathom the amount of work that you all must do in the background. But yeah, for the 3 years you've all done such a great job at pulling in so many different healthcare providers and societies and researchers and patients, and it's just been such a broad range of perspectives and experiences, and yeah, so much content and stuff for people to learn from, no matter like where you're coming from, really. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, and I think I think Russ and Ruth, earlier on in the year we were reflecting on the first 2 years and thinking about what are those things, what are the tweaks we want to put in this year. And one of the things, and I think it was really, to me, one of the things that really resonated with me was, Russ, you said more patient involvement. And just thinking about the number of patients we've had involved today, hearing the voice of the patient in so many different opportunities. I think, to me, that's one of the greatest successes I've seen this year, and hopefully we can really maintain that momentum in years to come.
Yeah, I think, Alan, it has been a highlight for me this year, the amount of patient involvement, and in all countries we're seeing patients wanting to be involved. And on top of that, there's the ones that we can't forget about, and that's the 80 patients that have been participating in the STEP Challenge over the last 24 hours. So, we, I suspect, have had probably over 100 patients involved in this year's event, which is really something that I'm proud of. As a group, we've been able to bring the patients together with the healthcare professionals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, so much, and I think back to presentation given by Jean Bourbeau and self-management, and really that idea of the partnership, right? The partnership of the healthcare profession and the patient. And I think that's one of the things that really resonates with me in an event like this. This is really how we bring the healthcare practitioner, healthcare provider, and the patient together, working together for an event like this. Just fantastic.
And I guess on that, you go, Russ.
I was just going to say, for Ruth over there in the UK, you've had quite a bit of patient involvement in your site there this year.
Yeah, we've had so many patient contributors, so many patient voices, people willing to share really personal journeys, personal stories, kind of things they find difficult and how they've overcome them, or actually just the days they find really hard, kind of how do they get through those days. So I think, we've had so many contributions, and so many people have been so generous with their time, which I think it's, you can't put into words how much we appreciate that time, because we know people don't have endless amounts of time to do these things, and people find it in their day when they could be doing other things. So I think just the amount of people who want to be involved and have been so generous. It's just been so good to see this year. And I think, that was our aim, to have at least 50% of the content, in this event being patient-led or patient voices, patient stories. And I think we're getting towards that kind of that this year, and I think it's something for us to keep working on. But I think it's such a big change from last year that I'm really proud of how we've brought all of that into one kind of coherent story.
Yeah, and just looking at the time, I think we're into the last minute if this clock is right. So, but I think just to say, one of the things I always remember right from the beginning, we wanted to keep this as a grassroots initiative, and we knew that as we were getting the word out, we wanted to maintain that grassroots, and all these contributions that have been provided, as you said, the contributors providing it on their own time, just to be involved and be able to contribute. I'm really proud that we've been able to maintain, as this gets bigger and it evolves, that we've been able to maintain this as a truly grassroots initiative. So I guess with 10 seconds to go, I guess we say, let's start planning for next year.
Absolutely.
Start thinking.
And it looks like we're done. 8 hours done. So that's 24 hours done. Great job, everybody.
Well done, everyone.
And thanks to
Well done,
the
guys.
audience.